present obligation and the company is forced to take correction action. According to Ross Westerfield and Jeff 2010, company deal with the financial distress in several ways, as follows: selling major asset, merging with another firm, reduction company capital spending and research and development, issuing new securities, negotiating with bank and other creditors, exchanging debt to equity, and filing for bankruptcy. And financial distress may involve both asset restructuring and financial restructuring and can serve as early warning system for trouble. According to Verniemen, Query, Delosio, Lever, and Salvi 2014, corporate bankruptcy results from a company inability to fulfill its financial obligation when they are due. Bankruptcy procedure can enable a corporate to reorganize, frequently necessity asset sales, a changing in ownership, a partial debt restructuring on the side of creditor. In other situations, bankruptcy result in liquidation, which result in the company demise. From the research methodology, the study takes a quantitative, descriptive approach to research. The financial ratios of the company are then calculated to evaluate whether it falls within the category of a healthy or unhealthy corporation. Data was gathered from the company's performance report, which is published 2018-2022. The study conducted with the Altman Z-score model and its component. Professor Edward Altman has been created the multi-discriminant analysis method, well known called the Z-score model, in 1968 to determine the likelihood that a company will fail. It assesses a company's financial health or distress and forecasts the chance of its bankruptcy. This is the methodology. We are determined that X1, there are 5 factors that we are using in this method, in this research. We determined X1 defined by working capital and total asset. This ratio essentially evaluates the firm liquidity situation in relation to its capitalization. X2 defined from return earning with total asset. This ratio measures the company capacity to generate profit from its asset. And X3, earning before interest and tax to total asset. This ratio is often as indicator of company ability to generate income from its asset. And X4, market value of equity to book value of total liabilities. This ratio measure of company long-term solvency, or the amount of the market value of the company would drop before liabilities exceeding their asset. And X5, sales to total asset. We all know that asset turnover. This ratio calculates how much revenue a company generates by utilizing its asset. The result is, if the score is above 2.99, indicates in safe zone, a financial healthy company with low risk of bankruptcy. And if the score between 1.80 and 2.99 indicate the company in green zone with some financial risk. And if the score is below 1.80, indicate the company in distress zone with the high risk company with the high likelihood of bankruptcy. Professor Altman also identified 5 stages of bankruptcy in the enterprise. The first one is emergence of first sign of financial difficulties, slight decrease in profitability, turnover, and reduction in cash availability. The second one is clear manifestation of financial difficulties, which are not followed by the adoption of resolution measures. The third one is the strong decline of financial situation, the disturbing factors affecting the entire activity of the firm. And the fourth one, the collapse or the inability of management to take adequate measures to fix the situation. And the last one is intervention either by recovery measures or by declaring bankruptcy. Result and discussion. Several data has been summarized from company performance from year 2018 to 2021. The data shown consists of net working capital, total asset, return earning, EBIT, market value of equity, back value, and total ability and total asset. So, from the combination of the ratio for the X1, we all can see that the year 2019 is the lowest result of X1. And for the X2, the lowest result of score is year 2020. And for the X3, the lowest result score is in 2020 because the company produced a negative EBIT, so the result of the negative score. So the X4, still the 2020 is the lowest result due to the increase in liabilities. And X5, also the 2020 is the lowest result of the score because the company is decreased in number of sales. So according to table number 10 and number 11, beside Alman model Z-score, value is 3.3 in the financial year 2018, 2.8 in the financial year 2019, 2.2 in the financial year 2020, 3.1 in the financial year 2021, and 3.4 in the financial year 2022. The result is company experienced a decrease in the Alman Z-score starting in the year 2019 and then followed by year 2020, where indicate the company in gray zone in both years. This is influenced by the COVID-19 pandemic, which disrupt the company operation, particularly during year 2020. Number 5, I would like to express our conclusion and recommendation. The conclusion from the Alman Z-score analysis saw the COVID-19 pandemic that happened in early 2020 had a significant impact on the performance of the company. Company has been classified as gray zone since before the pandemic has started 2019, and after during the pandemic, the company is still in the gray zone, even with lower score in 2020. It indicates declining in company financial performance. The liquidity of the company to fulfill the short-term liabilities compared to the liquidity of asset represented by lower net working capital in 2019, followed by the significant decrease in generating profit, earning before interest and taxes, particularly in 2020, took as a main factor of lower Z-score compared to the score in 2018, where prior COVID-19, and 2021 after COVID-19 pandemic has experienced company performance in safe zone respectively. And this is the recommendation from the authors. These are the effort that company can exercise. First is strengthening company core business portfolio as integrated taxi services. The second one, maximizing the opportunity from the need for mobility in personal use, which is quite higher after pandemic situation. The third one, increasing operational effectiveness with fleet rejuvenation, flexibility in making of booking and payment channel. And the last one, reorganizing company financial condition, which continues to enhance efficiency and cost leadership. Thank you for your kind attention. I return back to the...
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Uday, for presenting your paper. Yes, delegates, if you have any question regarding his paper, you can ask from him. I think so. There is no question. Thank you, Dr. Uday, once again for presenting your paper. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Dr. Jan Irwan to present a paper titled as Financial Health Analysis of Tire Industry According to Edelman Z-Score in the Periods Before and After the COVID-19 Pandemic. Yes, Dr. Jan Irwan, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir. Respective moderator, Mr. Joai Basant. Can you hear me clearly, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Can hear you clearly.
Thank you. And the respective Professor Wiwi, thank you for the chance given to us and this afternoon. Good afternoon for all of us from Indonesia, and good morning for you in Europe. Let me share my screen. I'm sharing my screen now. Can you see it?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you.
Dear
Okay.
presenters, you have please 10 minutes to present your paper, please.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, for this opportunity, I'd like to present my journal, which is titled Financial Health Analysis of Tire Industry according to Edelman Z-Score in the periods before and after the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a case study for the biggest tire manufacturer in Southeast Asia, which is located in Indonesia, PT Gajah Tunggal. I am Jan Irwan Antoni Saragi, and I was supported and mentored by Professor Vivek Daryanto and presenting Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen IPMI or IPMI International Business School, Jakarta, Indonesia. I will start from the introductions. As we know and we heard before from the previous presenter that COVID has been a pandemic and giving a big impact to the society, to economic, to everything activity, including mobility in Indonesia and also all the globe, where people have been forced by regulation to stay at home instead of going everywhere to avoid the spreading out of that pandemic. This is have an impact for sure for automotive and its component industry, where people do not use their car and they don't buy a new car. So it is interesting to know the financial health of the tire manufacturer, in this case Gajah Tunggal, in the period of 2019 and 2022. So the approach using in this study or in this research is the Edelman Z-Score approach. Okay, I'll start from the impact as shown from the Ministry of Industry, Indonesian Industry 2021, that government have applied several policies to reduce the rate transmission of large scale of the pandemics, and a number of industries stopped productions, transportation, both land, sea, and air were limited, and automotive industry experienced a very big impact on the pandemics, where the contractions, the deepest contraction in year 2020 is about 19.86% year on year. And at that time, that automotive and or tire industry is not preferred segment to invest. So with this situation, what is the financial health of this PT Gajah Tunggal Tbk? We will find out soon. Literature review. I will start from the tire industry in Indonesia. Automotive industry is one important segment to the country because of its big employment and involving in several industry to support the business operations. So the transportation industry account for approximately 1.35% of the Indonesian national GDP in 2020, or around contribute around 7.57% of industrial GDP from non-oil processing, as reported by Pusdatin Ministry of Industry Indonesia. Actually, from the ministry, the report from Ministry of Industry, the Indonesia tire market is projected to grow at a CAGR of 9.8 during 2019 and 2025. This is a projection before COVID. Okay, and this is a brief information about PT Gajah Tunggal Tbk. The company is the biggest tire manufacturer in Southeast Asia, and Indonesia, their market share is about 50%. The company established in 1951 and listed in 1990 with GGTL company names in the stock. The company stakeholder is Danham PT Ltd, about 49.51%, and then Michelin about 10%, and others or public about 40 and 49%. As the biggest tire manufacturer, they produce several type of products which cover passenger car, SUVs, commercial, off-the-road, industrial, and also motorcycles. As we see here, they produce 1,000 of tire per day, depends on the type of the products. And from sales point of view, that the biggest contribution is radial tire, and then followed by bias and also motorcycle, and others about 50% contribution to its total sales. And then the final statements in this study from the financial report of the company, I observe from the balance sheet, income statement as cash flow, as stated by Indonesian Chartered Accountants as a financial statement. So this study is analyzing that financial and annual reports, which is from 2019 until 2022. And then bankruptcy, the study using Altman's model approach, the Altman Z-score based on Altman 1968 is used to determine the company financial health, which is identifying the forecast of possibility of a firm experiencing a bankruptcy. According to Brigham and Earhart 2005, that bankruptcy is a condition when the company unable to fulfill obligation or debt due to insufficient fund to run the business. And we are using the formula and also the variables in the Altman Z-score models. So it is using a factor, a variable x1, x2, and x3, x4, and x5. as shown here, and the remarks is showing what is X1. It is a working capital total divided by total assets, and then X2 retained earning divided by total assets, then X3 earning before interest and taxes divided by total assets, and next for market value of total equity to book value of total liabilities, and the last one, X5, is sales to total sales. And the company will be in the safe zone when the Z-score is above 2.6, in gray zone if the Z-score is in between 1.1 and 2.6, and in distress zone if the Z-score is below 1.1. And methodology that used in this research is using the secondary data, which is financial report of the company, which is PT Gajah Tunggal Tbk, and then analyze that and put in the Z-score model, the Altman Z-score models, and then I continue analyzing interpretation of bankruptcy, and from that score, then we categorize to safe zone, gray zone, or distress zone, and then it goes to conclusion. And findings from the financial statement 2019 till 2022, we can find here that the number that the lowest number is happened in 2020, which is for the first time the EBIT number is minus, and then go increase. So it is clear that the impact of the COVID is happened or started to happen to this company by the early of 2020. If you look into the graph on that numbers, that we see that very low numbers in Q1 2020, and they start to get better and better, but then goes again lower in the Q1, goes better and goes down again in Q1. So we can see here that every Q1 in each year they are facing a problem in total sales. And we see that the Q1 is the critical point here, where the total sales is at the lowest point ever in the period range of 2019 and 2022. And then the Z-score findings from the Z-score, we found that it is in line with the sales, the total sales, that Q1 2020 is the lowest. But the fact that we see from here is that the company never been in the safe zone area started from 2019 till 2022, but it get worse in the first quarter of 2020. So overall, from 2019 and till 2022, the company is sitting in the gray area and also in distress zone area. Okay, we go deeper to each variable, net working capital to total assets. We see the score here. The Q in this case, actually, the lowest point is happened in Q3 2019. So it is indication that the ability of the company fulfilling the short-term liabilities. The positive value in the working capital shows the company's ability to pay its bill. So they, with these numbers, the company is still able to pay, but they are in the, we could say that they are in the very low ratio. And in the accumulated return earnings to the total assets is the return earnings. getting from the assets. So in this case, also the ratio is quite low, which is the company is possible to use a huge debt for the operational. And goes to the third variables, EBIT to total assets. Minus point is happened in Q1 2020, which is the company having a big problem to generate profits from the assets before interest and tax payments. So the company in the very low productivity in generating profits from the assets. And then the next variable is market value of equity to total liabilities. This ratio is measuring the ability of the company fulfilling the long-term liabilities. The lower the ratio reflects the smaller company ability to meet long-term obligations. So the lowest one is Q1 2020, which is shown the company in problems in fulfilling their long-term obligations. And the last variable is sales to total assets, which is showing how efficient is the company in utilizing the assets to generate revenue. So from the numbers, we see that we found that the lowest ratio is in the first quarter 2020, and it is in line with the JET score as well. And the highest ratio always happen in fourth quarter, and the first quarter always be the lowest in each year.
Sir, kindly conclude your paper.
Yes, I'm coming to that conclusion. So what is the conclusion of this study? First, the company was in this distress condition from beginning 2019, but pandemic COVID-19 make it worse, and the impact is to the total sales in first quarter 2020, which is only 20.8% from previous quarter. And in quarter 1 2020, the EBIT is minus point, which is company facing a lot of problems making profit from the assets. And then based on the JET score results, PT Gajah Tunggal TBK experience financial distress and potential for bankruptcy for 8 quarters, and the result, the rest of quarter, they are in the gray area. And the company never been in safe zone during the period covered in this research. And the final slide, recommendations. It is obvious that JET score getting better when the total sales increase. So the company should push more to get more sales, and then make it stable growth for quarter to quarter to bring the company to the safe zone. And then optimization cost of sales to increase profits, especially the raw material, which is accounted for 62.8% of company total production costs. And then maximizing the asset in generating revenue and managing liabilities, especially during the difficult economic situations. That's my journal. Thank you for the opportunity given. Sure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jan Irwan, for presenting your paper. Yes, delegates, if you have any question from Dr. Jan Irwan regarding his research paper, you can ask from him. I think so. There is no question. Thank you, Dr. Jan Irwan, once again for presenting our paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Now I would like to request Fabrice Salianto to present his paper titled as Digital Transformation Impact on Financial Performance of Telecommunication Industry in Indonesia During and After Pandemic COVID-19. Yes, Dr. Fabrice Salianto, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Professor Zuhaib Hasanstain, and also all the fellow colleagues from IPMI Jakarta, Indonesia. We would like to first thank you also to my lovely supervisor, co-author, which is Professor Dr. Wiwi. Hopefully my voice is audible. Professor Zohaib?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. So allow me to share my journal with the title of Digital Transformation Impact on the Financial Performance of the Telecommunication Industry in Indonesia during and after pandemic COVID-19. Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir. Dear
Okay.
sir, you have 10 minutes to present your paper, please.
Okay. Have the slides be seen?
No, sir, we cannot see your slides.
Oh, okay. Just hang on. How about now?
Yes, your slides are visible now.
Okay. So I repeat again. So this is my journal for the 6th International CEO Congress with the title of Digital Transformation Impact on the Financial Performance of the Telecommunication Industry in Indonesia during and after pandemic COVID-19. I'm Feby Selianto. Currently, I am also working in the telecommunication industry business in Indonesia. So it is my honor to share to all of you this morning, about the condition in the telecommunication industry in Indonesia during and after pandemic COVID-19. So the agenda that I would like to share this morning, is actually coming from the introduction as well as the literature review. And we are using not only the financial ratios that we are looking at the telecommunication industries in Indonesia, which in this case, we are looking from the two prominent telcos in Indonesia, which is PT Telkom Indonesia as well as PT XL Axiata. So the financial ratio that we are looking from those two prominent companies, we are trying to benchmark it also with the ministry decree talking about digital transformation and the standardization of the financial statement and financial health in 2022. We are using a methodology that we would like to share to you with regard to the financial ratio as well as the comparison with the ministry decree. And with the finding and discussion that we are also trying to share to you. And last but not least is the conclusion and recommendation. If we start with this introduction, I may say that digital transformation is not new, not started in the when the COVID is actually appeared. It already started probably 2 or 3 decades before that, when the internet is actually coming into our lives. And then more and more, the lifestyle, the business communication, people transaction, all those is actually going into the digital way. So digital transformation, I may say, is inevitable amongst many industries in Indonesia also, driven by an exponential increase of the customers, transaction, and the traffic, which leads the companies to do more automation and develop on-premise as well as on-cloud data as well as systems. So this digital transformation is actually adopted by many peoples as well as industries. And we see that during the COVID and even after the COVID-19, the customers and companies is actually pushing to keep a distance and rely very much on the device application as well as the networks. So digital transformation, which already started a long time ago, with the COVID-19 that impacted to all the world, is actually accelerating the implementation of the digital transformation. The change of behavior in our customers, the change of behavior in our industries is actually happen quite rapidly. And if we see that with the growth of the people using the Teams, using the Google Meet as well as the Zoom is actually, is a very tremendous. So these three changes, these three what do you call it? The three actions that actually happen in the market is forcing also the development in certain areas, not only in terms of the healthcare sectors, financial technologies, e-commerce, and also the education sectors, but in particular also in the telecommunication industries. We understand that for telecommunication industries, they are becoming the adapter of that digital transformation, and they are also becoming the enabler for that digital transformation. So that's why I have a curiosity how actually this all digital transformation and then the impact on the COVID-19, the changing behavior on the during the COVID-19 as well as after the COVID-19 is actually giving an impact to the telecommunication industry. The financial performance compared to the standardization that actually set up by Indonesian government at that time. I actually go into the some literature here to back up my research. So number one is actually talking about digital transformation. We understand that the digital transformation is the process by which the companies embed technology across their business and to drive fundamental changes. And for example, a company might introduce cloud, AI to enhance their customer experience. And by the definition of Accenture, as well as some research done previously by McKinsey, we see that the digital transformation might include the digitalization effort, goes beyond the project and level, affects the entire organization. And for most companies, digital transformation requires a shift away from traditional thinking and toward a more collaborative, experimental approach. And this experimental approach or the new way of approaching reveal a new solution, which in turn can improve customer experience, drive employee innovation, and spur the company growth at the fundamental level. A second is talking about the telecommunication industry. This literation in the telecommunication industry, I also trying to retrieve from some of the sources. So one of the sources that in the telecommunication industry within the sector of information and communication technology is made up of all telecommunication companies and internet service providers and play a crucial role in the evolution of mobile communication and the information security. On the other hand, the incremental of digital subscriber line, broadband connectivity to the customers is also one of the fastest growth, as a value-added service in the market. And then talking about financial statement and financial health, we seek from a resource that financial health is a state that reverts to a person's or firm's finance in terms of expenses, saving, and debt. It assesses one's ability to balance or manage their financial needs and wants, so it can be either good or bad. However, a bad financial condition can cause stress and debt issues. Therefore, business use financial health ratios to determine soundness. The financial health indicator includes solvency, debt, income, expense, and liquidity ratios. So these are also one of the factors that giving us a literature or a source of reference when we are doing this research. The other important literature that we see here is the Ministerial Decree number 100, year 2002 from the Indonesia Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise. They are actually having a mandatory of measuring the rating of the financial ratios to give a evaluation whether that company is in a good condition, health condition, or in the poor condition. So we are using this standardization also to see whether the financial ratio in the telecommunication industry in Indonesia, because of this COVID situation, is actually going better, or is actually going okay, or in other way is actually going to the worst condition. So again, we are seeing at the digital transformation, which comprises of the digitalization and digitization itself. As I mentioned previously, it introduced people and also industries to the cloud, AI, and everything, and also making our industries, especially the telecommunication industries, redesigning its supply chain to make better use of machine learning. And we are also seeing that the industries on the telecommunication, they are trying to predict more better on the customer wants, and also the services that are required by our customers in a few months' time. And last but not least, it drives also the employee in many industries, including the telecommunication industry, to do innovation and support company growth at a fundamental level. This is only a snapshot on glance, a few of the growth of or the changes of the telecommunication industries, not only in Indonesia. I believe that one is also reflecting in the global market. So they are talking about 4G at this moment, but soon in Indonesia we are having a new spectrum that we would like to so-called implemented using for the 5G, and then the new technology, even 6G, is already coming in. So telecommunication industry has quite a huge presence, not only because of the pandemic situation, but also the change or the shift of the technology in very near future to the 5G, even to the 6G. On the other hand, financial statement and financial health, we are looking at the development of the financial health on each of these players and the telecommunication industries. Again, seeing all the ratios that impacted by the COVID situation. This is one is the decree that we are referring, and with this decree, we understand there are some categories, and the telecommunications industry can be categorized as these tables, whether it is changed before and after, or whether it is okay, still good, or whether it is going better. That one is the one that we are trying to get in the findings. These are the methodologies. So we are collecting the financial data from the annual reports, and we are looking from 6 ratios as what we see here. Why actually we are talking about return on investment? Besides, that one is actually the one that being measured and being standardized by the Ministry of State-owned companies. But why we actually putting this as our main reflection? Number one, the return on investment. Since we would like to see how the incremental assets, like incremental of the cost, the fiber expansion, the POPs, everything, which funded by long-term debt and equity from that companies or from that industries, against the revenues and cost management that include the depreciation, interest, performance. So we would like to see whether this incremental compared to the management of the revenues and assets is actually stable, decline, or better. Second, why return on equity? Is actually to see how the incremental costs include the depreciation, interest, and so on and so forth, managed well. So the revenue and net income versus the equity is stable or better. The third one, why cash ratio? We would like to see the cash, let's say from selling the service during and after pandemic, still healthy compared to the current liabilities that increase due to the incremental cost of, for instance, the SIM cards, the installation costs, and so on and so forth. Why cash ratio is quite similar, to see the inventory and receivable, whether it is still also healthy compared to the current liabilities that we have. The total assets turnover, on the other hand, This one is to check whether the balance between revenues increase and assets increase is actually manageable. And last but not least, the equity to total
Sir,
asset
kindly
ratios.
conclude your paper.
Yeah, we would like to check the balance between equity and assets, whether the source of fund for the fiber, POPs, and everything managed well between debt and also the equity. Here, the comparison, the ministry decree, and the findings that we have here is during pandemic for the telecom, yes, they are having very incremental traffic, above 45%. The growth of home user as well as the office users. The pandemic CAGR is around 16%. After pandemic, it's still having a steady growth, which is around 19%. So the hikes in data traffic and home users triggering the capital expenditure, of course, to serve the capacity and number of fixed broadband as well as the home broadband as well as the office users. How about XL Axiata? Similar situation. Subscriber is actually growing about 1.1 million. And the data traffic is also increased around 38%. Home user also increased quite significantly. After pandemic, it is also still relatively the same. So the hikes in data traffic, of course, will triggering the capital expenditure as well as the other costs. How about the ratios or the financial situation that they have? Both organization rate of return on investment is actually showing a positive growth. So they are not having a declining during and after pandemic. It shows slightly fluctuated, but it is on still a normal ways. So we can see here on the top left side, both is still having a quite good trend. Only telecom is actually having quite a pressures. Predominantly is because of the investment that they are doing in 2021. Return on equity is also quite similar with return on investment. Cash ratio, we show a strong cash here. On the liabilities, XL Axiata having a slight decline in 2020, but rebound again in 2021 and 2022 after the pandemic. So the trend of cash ratio was increasing both for PT Telkom and PT XL Axiata. Current ratio also showing the same, similar with cash ratio. Total asset turnover, both companies during and after the pandemic shows a decline trend according to the incremental number of assets higher than incremental of the revenue. But let's see whether this one is still considered healthy or not. Last is on the equity to total asset. The asset rate, total equity to asset ratio, both companies experiencing a decline during the pandemic and also rebound slightly after the pandemic. We are having a calculation based on the Ministry of Decree resolution, and these are the category. So Telkom is actually steadily having a AA category. Before the pandemic, 2019, during the pandemic, 2020 and 21, as well as after the pandemic. Similar happened with PT XL Axiata. So our conclusion is the total weight score of the SOE, despite some of incremental in some ratios, some decremental in certain ratios, are relatively similar. The weighted score is relatively similar during and after the pandemic. There were no big drop of the ratios were calculated on this research. Number two, the total revenue for both companies in telecommunications industry were increased despite the pandemic, while both companies could smartly maintain the costs and assets. Third one, the net income also shows a steady and stable results, while also successfully managing the incremental investment and equity. The fourth one, both companies have adequacy cash to maintain their liquidity during and after the pandemic. So again, we encourage and recommend, despite the huge shift of behavior from people, huge change of doing business, schools, and many other activities, which makes telecommunication industries has to have additional capex, additional assets. But we recommend the telecommunication industries to continue the expansion plans and activities that can give them higher results after pandemics even. And that is driven by the additional traffic on the acceleration of the digital transformation and incremental transaction for the people after the pandemic. I will stop my presentation here. Again, to all the participants, I'm open to have any questions or queries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Febis Salianto. Yes, delegates, if you have any question from Dr. Febi, you can ask from him. I think so. There is no question. Thank you, Dr. Febi, once again for presenting your
Thank
paper.
you.
Really, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you. Walaikum assalam. And now I would like to request Dr. Rahmat to present his paper titled as the impact of Russia-Ukraine war on the financial performance of PT United Tractors, TBK, Indonesia for the period of 2021 to 2022. Yes, Dr. Rahmat, the floor is yours. You have please 10 minutes to present your paper because we are shortage of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zuhair. Good morning and good afternoon, everybody that follow this Congress. So since the time is very limited, so I'll cut to the chase to my presentation. So my title journal is The Impact of Russia-Ukraine War on the Financial Performance of PT United Tractors Tbk, or we call it the UNTR, Indonesia for the period of 2021 and 2022. My name is Rahmat Dodi, and with my supporter Bu Piwi Mardwiya Daryanto. Okay, this is the agenda, actually same, the introduction until the recommendation. So the introduction is, as you know, the Russian-Ukraine war since the February 24 to 2022 is subjected Russia to various kind of economy and non-economy sanction by the Western countries. I think the sanctions directly affected to the commodity, energy, and also the food price, since Russia and Ukraine play important roles in the global food and energy supply chain. But in Indonesia, as you know, that Indonesia is the largest exporter of the thermal coal. It impactly directly to the performance of the company that also related to the business. So Russia-Ukraine war sparked surge of the thermal coal. As you know, here I presented several charts. For the figure 1, this is the high thermal coal, the 6.3 GAR that we call the high CV. So you can see that after the February, on the May, this is the price is increasing until the highest all-time high is on the September 2022. The 60,000 GAR is achieved the $43 per ton. I think is all-time high. Also including that Indonesia, they have several type of coal. There is a low CV 42 GAR, and then the medium CV 5,000 GAR, and the higher one is 58 GAR. That's the same. It's increasing in after the situation of the war is happening. Okay. Also the background of the production, Indonesia also increasing the production of the coal. Compared to the 2021, Indonesia increasing about 10%. So from so I mean it's the export, yeah, from the 4 to 3 million per year, increasing to the 465 million per year. Also, you can see in this import and demand. Also, Indonesia is become the largest exporter, and then the second is Australia. So in the 2022 is 465. Before is 423. Regarding the about the PT United Tractors, actually this company is part of the Astra International. The shareholders is Astra is almost 60%. The public is 40%, and then the line of the business is there is a 6 major line business: the heavy equipment, the mining contractor, coal mining, gold mining, civil contracting, and then the energy. Founded in 1972, number of employees right now is around 30,000 person, and it's a go public company since 89. Currently, the market cap is around 110 trillion rupiah. About the final performance of in United Tractor in 2022, this is the revenue of the United Tractor is 123 trillion rupiah, increasing around 56% from the 2021. Also, but in the net income is 21 trillion. Also the total assets increasing 25% is 140 trillion rupiah. Also the equity increasing 25% to 89.5 rupiah. As you know that from the revenue breakdown, 75% of the revenue contribution is driven by the related to coal business. So 75% is related to the coal business and 25% is non-coal. As you know, like gold mining and the civil contractors. So this journal will be objective to comparing the performance of the UNTR on 2022 and 2022. 2021 to versus 2022. Highlighted several financial ratio in this journal. I put 4 financial ratio. It's the liquidity ratio, profitability, activity, and the solvency ratio. So the literature review I comparing to I based on the literature from the Harahap, one of the author of Indonesia financial books. Financial, yes, for so the financial ratio is the extracting from the financial statement from the annual report 2021 and 2022. So here is the importance of ratio analysis, that analysis of financial statement is a help to understanding the profitability, and then also about the operational efficiency, also about the identify the business risk of the firm, also the forecasting and planning to the better future of the company. Here that I divided, it's not all the ratio that I bring. So for the liquidity ratio, I bring only 2, current ratio and cash ratio. For the solvency ratio, I bring 2 also, debt ratio and debt to equity ratio. Activity ratio, I just I just pick 1, I said turnover. About the profitability ratio, I choose 3, net profit margin, ROA, return of asset, and return of equity. Methodology is just comparing from the quantitative and comparative study, comparing the data from the annual report of UNTR before 2021, and after the Ukraine war, 2022. Result and the discussion. So this is the comparison that regarding the revenue, gross profit, net profit, and the earning per share, that all the parameter is increasing. So we can see that the net revenue is increasing 56%. And then the gross profit also 77% increasing, net profit 104%, and then the earning percent also increasing in line with the net profit 100%. This is the breakdown based on the business segment. Is construction machinery 60% increasing the revenue, mining contractor 43%, coal mining because also exposed directly to the increasing of the coal price 27% increasing, but so some decreasing in the gold mining 8% also, but the construction industry 35%. So the total is 56% revenue increasing from 2021. So the result is comparing to the about the financial ratio from the 2021 and 2022, that first is liquidity ratio. The current ratio is so yeah, so about the 21 is 2, and then 2022 is 1.9, which change is 5%. So I think it's okay. The cash ratio I think is decreasing. I think it's because the cash increasing 15%, but the liability, current liability is also increasing, is quite higher, is 38%. Regarding the profitability is very good. All the is better than 2021. For the ROI is increasing to 71%. ROA also increasing 71%. Net profit margin increasing to 32%. I think it's good. For the activity ratio also increasing 25%. So the asset is generated more revenue than the year before. Regarding the solvency, the debt equity to equity is decreasing 77%. It's quite a lot because it's they have a lot of the money right now, the profit. Also, the debt to asset is increasing a lot, 75%. Decreasing means better than 2021. So the conclusion is the surge in coal price caused by the Russian equivalent will provide positive momentum for all coal-based UNTR business segment. The war also give windfall and positive correlation in most of financial ratio of United Tractor in 2022 that's reflected on the increasing of the profitability ratio and also decreasing in solvency ratio. So for the recommendation that although the war is giving the windfall to United Tractor, so but I think this company should be aware that it will not increase sustain. So there is also the volatility. So it means that the company should manage the efficiency of the cost. Efficient cost management is crucial to maintain the profitability for the future. Also, regarding the exposure of the volatility, the company should also do some developing risk management framework to identify and mitigate the risk if the coal prices come back to consolidate decreasing. Yeah, I think that's my journal presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rahmat, for presenting your paper. Yes, delegates, if you have any question from Dr. Rahmat regarding this research paper, you can ask from him. I think so. There is no question. Thank you, Dr. Rahmat, once again for presenting your paper.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Mohammad Sayam Surijal to present his paper titled as Liquidity and Profitability Ratio Analysis to Assess Financial Performance of PT Adhikarya TBK during the periods of 2017 to 2021. Yes, Mohammad Sayam Surijal, the floor is yours. And please, you have 10 minutes to present your paper because we are shortage of time.
Okay, thank you, Professor Zohib Hassan. So my screen is visible and my voice audible right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your attentions and chance. So regards the Professor Zohib Hassan, that my name is Muhammad Samsurijal. So I will explain my journals about the liquidity and profitability ratio analysis to assess financial performance of PT Adhikarya TBK during the periods of the 2017 and 2021. So this journal prepared from me and also my supporter lecturers, Professor Dr. Wiwik Madawiyah Daryanto as well. So I represent the IPMI International Business School, Jakarta in Indonesia. So following the agenda for this presentations is we'll talk about the introductions, literature review, methodology, finding and discussion, and also conclusions and recommendations. So as introductions, that the ideal company undoubtedly has a specific goals for the benefit of the organization and its human resources. Generally, the company goals are to maximize profit by minimizing operational costs without compromising the quality of work, thereby ensuring the long-term sustainability of the company. Moreover, in the current era of fierce business competitions and rapid technology advance, it is increasingly challenging for the company to compete if they cannot manage their finance effectively and adapt to the creativity and productivity to expand their business. When determining whether a company has a good quality, two dominant assessment that can be used as a reference to evaluate the company's management. These assessments can be conducted by examining both financial performance and also non-financial performance. So before we are looking the financial performance from the PT Adhikarya, we just highlight at a glance about the PT Adhikarya. The PT Adhikarya is the previous one is the Dutch-owned company that become a forerunner to the founding of Adi until it was finally nationalized, and then designed as a Adhikarya by 11 March in 1960. This nationalization became a trigger for the infrastructure development in Indonesia, based on the that ratifications of the Minister of Justice of the Republic Indonesia on June 1970. Adi changed its status to a limited liability company until 2004, and Adi had become the first construction company to list it on the Indonesian Stock Exchange. This research aims to assess the financial performance from the PT Adhikarya to start from the 2017 to 2020, and the study will focus on conducting a deeper analysis of the liquidity and profitability ratio analysis during those period. So come up with the literature's review that I took from the two authors and talking about the financial management according to the James C. Van Horn 2010. Financial management is defined as all activities related to the acquisitions, funding, and management of assets with a various comprehensive objective. And the journal from the press at all 2013, a company that can meet its financial obligation from means that the company is a liquid state and indicates that company opportunity to grow tends to be high. Initially, the financial statement for a company serves as a tool to verify the work of the accounting department. However, financial statements have evolved to not only serve as a verification tool, but also as a basis for determining or evaluating the company's financial performance based on the analysis results. The financial position of the company can be determined, and the stakeholders can make decisions based on this the information. So the methodology that I use is the problem identifications to explain the problem and research scope and the limitation based on the case background of the company, and also the research objective to explain the theory used to reach the main purpose of this research. And the literature review already explained just now. Next, going to data collections, that the data gathering process related to the main research of the topic, and the data analysis to the analyze and calculate data at the core of the research and come up with the result, and also the conclusion show that the result of this research is objective and conclude into the answer to the entire research problem from the annual report of PT Adhikarya periods 2017 to 2021. And also the data was obtained from the Indonesian Stock Exchange official website. So about the fundings and the discussions. So the liquidity ratio from the CASMET 2015 is a short-term solvency which measured the company's ability to meet cash needs. This includes the current ratio or the current asset divided by current liabilities, quick ratio or the quick asset divided by current liabilities, and cash ratio or cash and cash equivalent divided by current liabilities. So the next we are going to the current ratio from the PT Adhikarya. So as mentioned, that the current ratio is the most commonly used of a balance sheet ratio. It is a measure not only of the company liquidity, but also a margin of safety the management maintains in order to allow for the inevitable unfairness in the flow of funds through the current asset and a current liability account. We can see from the table 1 that starting from 2017 to the 2021 that the current ratio from the PT Adhikarya is going down drastically starting from 2019 to the 2021. In order to the quick ratio, a ratio that focuses on the relationship of monetary current asset to current liability is called the acid test ratio or quick ratio. In this table also, we can see that the 2017 is a good ratio for the PT Adhikarya, but start in 2018 also going down, decrease the chart from the quick ratio from this company. Looking into
Sir,
the
kindly
cash,
conclude your paper, please.
okay, cash to
Come to the
cash to
conclusion, please.
okay, return equity. So I think from the conclusions from these papers about the PT Adhikarya is the feature that the 40% and decreased to 1% in 2019. So meaning in 2022, the ratio has increased to 0.48% and getting better in 2021. And also the financial performance of PT Adhikarya refers to the ROA is unhealthy because the compared to the industry standard, and also the financial performance from the PT Adhikarya from the ERA is also considered unhealthy compared to industry standard with a 40% ratio as industry. So I think that's all for my presentations from my journal. So looking forward to have questions and answers. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Professor
so
Zohib.
much, Dr. Muhammad Syam Surijal, for presenting your paper. Yes, delegates, if you have any question from Dr. Muhammad Syam Surijal, you can ask from him. Sorry, doctor, for the time shortage. I requested you to concise your paper. Thank you so much once again for presenting your paper. Now I'd like to request Dr. Munaji to present his paper titled as Profitability Analysis of PT Campina Ice Cream TBK during COVID-19 pandemic in 2019 to 2022. Yes, Dr. Munaji, the floor is yours. You have please 5 minutes to present your paper.
Only 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. May my voice audible?
Dear
for
moderator,
everyone?
we can give
Okay.
8 minutes.
8 minutes. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the
Sure, sir.
everyone. Yeah, with respect to Dr. Zohib Hasan Zain as the moderator, also with respect to Prof. Dr. Wiwi Mardawiyah Daryanto as my author and also superior. Thank you for the everyone, and good morning in Turkey and also good evening in Indonesia, maybe Indonesia already evening. Okay, in this time, I would like to share about the journal related profitability analysis ROI of PT Campina Ice Cream TBK during COVID-19 and pandemic in 2019 until 2022. I'm Munaji, I'm represent of the Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen IPMI in Jakarta, Indonesia. Okay, same with the other college on this Ankinda. I also content several subsequent. The first one is introduction. In this introduction, I will share about the Indonesian economic outlook, COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia, and also a snapshot about the ice cream in Indonesia. The second thing is literature review. Third one is methodology. Fourth one, finding is also discussion, and the last one is about the conclusion. And okay, so we discuss about the ice cream. So we would like to share to you first about the Indonesia outlook, because this is in our country. And if the left side, you can see this is the map of Indonesia. This is the big, very big in Southeast Asia. And also in the right side, if you see, this is the population of Indonesia is 237 million. This is consists of 34 provinces, with the Jakarta as central of the economic and also government. And also the other things, I would like to highlight number 3 and also number 4. This is gross economic product in 2022 is about IDR 71 million or USD about 4,000. This is per year. This is the big market for the FMCG industry to sell their product. And also about the economic growth, yeah. Except in 2020, our economic growth is better. And even eventually in 2022, our economic growth is the highest compared to the ASEAN and also global. So this is the opportunity why all of the industry, FMC industry, is sell the product in Indonesia. Next, about COVID, I don't want to deep discussion, but just snapshot to you. During the COVID pandemic, more than 72 employee already terminated due to COVID, and also more than 500 industry in small and large scale had closed. And the third one is important is how about the government already implemented large scale restriction, or we can say it's the lockdown, since the beginning of 2020 and until 2021. Next, about snapshot of ice cream industry in Indonesia. On the left side, you can see about the total packaged ice cream sales in Indonesia. We know that in 2020, our ice cream is getting decreased due to the COVID pandemic, but during 2021 until 2022 already increased, because all of the lockdown already released by the government, so that everyone can easily to transmit or move to specific area like tourism area or etc. And the right side is about Kambina ice cream industry, established about 51 years ago in Surabaya by Darmo Hadi Pranoto. And current volume is 3,000 kiloliters per year. This is the big number, the huge number for the ice cream in Indonesia. And also honored by Pak Sabana Prawira Diarja, with owns about more than 80% of share. And also discuss about the category that produced by the Kambina ice cream. This is a lot of product, and from the steak, cup, cone, family pack, slide ice, and also bag is about 5 liters. This is about Kambina ice cream industry in Indonesia. Next one is about literature review. Same with the other. The first one, we go to the financial report. This is the information that's described about financial condition in the company operation in certain time. We starting in 2019 until 2022. On this literature review, we would like to comparing the financial report that published by Kambina ice cream industry since 2019 until 2022. The first one is financial statement, and the third one is about profitability analysis. We have the three method of approachment: net profit margin, ROA, and also ROE. Yeah. Next is about methodology. This is we will using DuPont method, and also adding the balance scorecard, to understand about the healthy or not healthy by comparing the net profit margin, return on asset, return on equity during pandemic. I mean pre-COVID-19, COVID-19 pandemic, and also post-COVID. We will the data is getting was get from the Kambina that published by Kambina. This is the approach, and also we believe that if NPM, ROA, and also ROE is better, I mean is better, and also the company is healthy, this is will be create the good valuable for the company, for the stakeholder, and also public point of view. Next is about the finding and discussion. Based on the data that we analyze, we can see from the NPM, ROA, ROE, this is the good, in average for last 4 years, except in 2020 during pandemic. You can see, wait a minute. You can see in this here, this is the net sales in ice cream Kambina. Yes, we are getting decrease in 2020 due to the COVID pandemic. But in overall, in the last 4 years, compared to average industry, we are still better, If you see in this one, this is NPM, ROA, and also ROE. Green one meaning ice cream Kambina, and the red one is average industry. So in this situation, we can say that ice cream Kambina is still good. Next is about financial performance highlight. not so much that I want to share to you because time is limitation. First one in net sales, yeah, we are stable that showing by last 4 years. The second one in asset, because company doesn't purchase any significant asset. For one in equity, because company tend to survive with the current existing condition because economic volatility, and also the last one is about profit. Excellent performance result because due to the information that we got from the net profit margin is still big number. Same with this one. By using the balance scorecard, we try to understand that company healthy or not healthy. Meaning, if average score is below the average industry, this is -1. If the average score is same with the average industry, is 0. But if average score more than average industry, will be 1 positive. So by NPM, ROA, and also ROE, and since 2019 until 2022, we can show that es krim Cambina is still good. The score is more than 1, so we can say the industry, the Cambina ice cream industry, is still healthy, yeah, based on this data. And the last one about the conclusion. Not every conclusion that will.
Dr. Munaji, come to the stand, please. Yes, Dr. Munaji. Thank you so much, Dr. Munaji, for presenting your paper. Yes, delegates, if you have any question, you can ask. Dr. Munaji. Thank you, Dr. Munaji, once again for presenting your paper. Thank you so much, and really sorry for the time constraint. Now I would like to request Dr. Noor Khan to present her paper titled as the role of obsessive passion and harmonious passion on employees' cyber loafing, the moderating effect of psychological safety. Yes, Dr. Noor Khan, the floor is yours.
Good morning from Turkey. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay.
And please, you have 8 minutes to present your paper.
Okay.
Really, thank you so much.
I am examining in the studies the role of obsessive passion and harmonious passion on employee cyber loafing behavior and the moderating effect of psychology.
Dr. Noor Khan, are you there? I think so. She has left the meeting. Okay. Moving to the next delegate, I would request Dr. Mirza Febi to present her paper titled as Assessing the Financial Difficulties by Using Edmund Z-Scores Method During COVID-19 Pandemic, Evidence of PT Jepfa, Comfeed, Indonesia, TBK. Yes, Dr. Mirza Febi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Zuhair Hasan. So I'm trying to share my screen. Do you
Yes,
see my
please.
screen? Okay.
Yes, I can see. Please, you have 8 minutes to present your paper. Really, thank you.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here presenting assessing the financial difficulties by using Altman Z-Scores method during COVID-19 pandemic, evidence of PT Jepfa Comfeed Indonesia. Here I'm conducting the journal supervised by Professor Wiwik Mardawiah Daryanto. So due to the time constraint, I just want to speed up my presentation. The first introduction, maybe to give the context into the journal. Here in Indonesia, we have a very huge population, and in the country, in the fourth population, we need to stable supply of the food. As you can see here, the poultry put some of the contribution in the top 10 of the weekly Indonesian groceries. And then the second slide is from Jepfa Comfeed Indonesia as the second largest poultry manufacturing business group in Indonesia. Hence, the company here have a complete business production, starting from the processed chicken, poultry feed, and then etc. So they put some roles in Indonesia. And then slightly for the COVID-19 in Indonesia, with the COVID break in worldwide, in the first 2020, Indonesia stretched the economic into -2, but then in 2022, we can strike back into the 5.3% growth. Following the literature review, this is for the financial ratio. The first literature here is quoted from my supervisor, which is Bu Wiwi. In the financial ratio, we can see the profitability rates, efficiency rates, and the most important thing in the journal is the solvency ratio. And then the second one, in this financial distress, we see some symptoms here, such as the losses past of the consecutive 2 years at the company, the value of the company's equity, or the DER rate of this company is more than 1. And then the last literature here that we adding into the journal is bankruptcy. As you can see here, the very crucial point in this journal is the operational or the production cost of the company is very high. So later on, we will digging into the data. The methodology is using Altman Z-score model. So the 1.8 is distress, gray is the in the between, and then the third one is 2.99. It's okay. So the data of PT Jepfa Comfeed Indonesia operational variables from 2018 up to 2022 is showing that actually the sales number in 2020 is decreasing due to the COVID. But later on in the 2021, the sales number become very high in the 45 billion rupiah. But in the data that we are calculating later on, we can see that something need to improve. Okay, the company working capital to total asset actually is still good, even though it's increase in average 10%, and then retained earning to total assets only also good. In this point, this calculation is a bit not really good in trend. So we are digging into the operational cost, and then we see something that the operational cost is growth bigger rather than the sales ratio. So while the operational cost in the company is not really good, and then in the market we also heard that some rumors about the avian flu, but the evidence of avian flu is not really there. So this is some kind of limitation of this journal. So we can see in the next calculation for the ratio, the next ratio. This ratio, yes.
Doctor, you have 2 more minutes. Please come to the conclusion. Please don't mind.
Okay. Sure. So basically, we can see that the 2021 is very good in terms of solvency score, but in the last year is 2.8. So going to the conclusion, even though the 5 figures in the calculation before, we see that the sales, also the asset of the company was still good, since the outbreak impacts some of the operation costs, there cannot be really catch up with the sales growth. And the final Adnan Z-score is 2022 is in the gray area with 2.8. And my recommendation as this journal is the company proved that they are capable of surviving during the pandemic, and even able to get sales figure that have consistent growth. But in terms of EBIT and market value, the ratio needs to be considered whether a change in a strategy is needed to increase the company profitability in the future. I think that's all from me, Prof. Zuhaib Hasan. Thank you for the opportunity given.
Thank you, Dr. Mirza Febi, for presenting our paper, and really sorry for the time constraint. Thank you so much once again for presenting our paper. Yes, delegates, if you have any question from Dr. Mirza Febi, you can ask from her. I think so. There is no question. Thank you once again, Dr. Mirza Febi, for presenting our paper. Really, thank you. Now I would like to request Dr. Lina to present her paper titled as Study of Work Motivation of Construction Support Workers that Influences on Work Productivity Viewed from Maslow's Theory. Case study on the greenhouse building project in the city X. Yes, Dr. Lina, the floor is yours. Please, you have 8 minutes to present your paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning and afternoon for everybody. I'm Lina Prayogi. I came from PPM School of Management to Magister Management Executive Program in Jakarta, Indonesia. I want to present my paper titled Study of Work Motivation of Construction Worker in Supporting Unit that Influences on Work Productivity Viewed from Maslow's Theory. This case study on the greenhouse area with objective in Indonesia. This topic is sub of organizational behavior. Yeah, this is the outline of the agenda. Next. Yes, the introduction. Langsung ke introduction. Wait a moment, please. Yes. Aim of this study to examine the impact of work motivation among construction support worker on productivity using Maslow hierarchy of needs theory. Labor productivity is crucial in the construction industry as it significantly affects project management outcomes. Focus of this research on data and support worker from the greenhouse building project in CTX, which is managed by the PT APJ in Indonesia construction company specializing in infrastructure development, property, real estate, and EPC. This research follows of the organizational development framework and includes problem formulation, identifying solution, and designing recommendation for improvement to be implemented by the company. The study concludes by providing further improvement proposal based on interview and also questionnaire respondent from 30 respondents involved in this project. And the research objective is to determine the work motivation factors that influence the productivity of construction support workers utilizing Maslow hierarchy of needs theory. Yeah. We can see in the literature review, we use the Maslow hierarchy of needs theory. As we know, there is the lower order of needs starting for the very basic fundamental is the psychological needs, for example, basic pay. And the second level is the safety, for example, job security and health insurance. And the third is about social, interpersonal relations. And next about ST is about promotion and recognition. And the last, the highest level is about self-actualization. This is about use abilities to the fullest. People must satisfy needs at lower level before being motivated by the higher level needs. Yeah. We use the methodology, one about conducting a literature review, the second about develop research instrument, the third about determine the sampling method, and the fourth about collecting questionnaire survey data, and the last point about respondents were asked to provide an assessment based on the level of importance of each factor. The level of importance is arranged based on a scale of 1 to 5. It's meant from the strongly disagree until the strongly agree. Yes. Funding and discussion. Problem faced by the company, we use the organizational development model research. We found that there are two problems significantly. First, about productivity was behind target, and the second, productivity tended to stagnant. We see the work performance curve. The region in section A and B have experienced an increase in productivity due to the holiday allowance and bonuses on long holiday, including Christmas and New Year holiday in December and January, where previously there was either Idul Fitri holiday in May. Maslow hierarchy of needs theory approach on the impact of assistance of wages and bonuses and additional incentive with increased productivity will be studied further in the method and discussion of the result, the research result. We see there is the acceptance of proposal by superior is the highest facility indicate that a conducive work environment for sharing feedback, suggestion, and others. And the second highest factor is relationship with fellow worker, indicating that the relationship between worker is good. But we see this is the unfulfilled employee motivation factor. This table shows the factor of work motivation that had not been fulfilled. According to the result of this analysis, there are differences between Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory in the textbook and its application in the field. In this theory, it can be seen that personal needs must be met starting from the lower level because these needs are very basic needs to ensure the survival needs of a support worker. But in the implementation of this company can only meet the need at the top level. So the last point about conclusion and recommendation, we can see that increased motivational factor by shorten incentive payment to every 3 months and give incentive to team if there is an increase in the percentage of reality of its KPI check. And the second, increase of motivation is expected to support productivity level. And we recommend that increase in wages will be increase in work. Increase in motivation, of course, we can increase the work too. And after 2 of these items we maintain good enough, we can get the productivity to achieve target accomplishment. Thank you for this opportunity for my presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lina, for presenting your paper. Yes, delegates, if you have any question from Dr. Lina regarding her research paper, you can ask from her. I think so there is no question. Thank you, Dr. Lina, once again for presenting your paper. Really, thank you so much. I would like to thank all the delegates for presenting your papers. And I think we all have enhanced our knowledge by sharing the research paper and by listening to each other's research. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much. I close the session. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Karim, kindly.
Hello. Thank you very much, all presenters, and Zohaib Hasan Sain, Dr. Zohaib Hasan Sain, for your moderation. The first session of the day
Thank you, sir.
Has finished successfully. All presentations have done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
For the next session,
presenters. Thank you.
the second session of the day, Erkan Tur from Turkey is the moderator of this session. There will be 7 papers in this session. Mr. Erkan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. We can start the session. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much for letting the moderation for me. This is very honorable for me. And now I'm starting the session. The first paper of the session is Financial Health Analysis and Measurement of Traditional Herbal Industry in Indonesia during pandemic COVID-19 in periods of 2019 to 2021, a case study of PT Sidomongku. Mr. Rahayu Daryanto, are you here?
Yes, sir.
You can start your presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Let me share the screen. Oh, sorry, how to. Wait. Just a moment. Okay, can anyone see my screen? I'm sorry, I have to make it.
Bu Mindy, you better click the display setting and duplicate, choose the duplicate one. Yes, duplicate slideshow.
Oh, mati ya? Oh, happened. Sorry.
Or click the three dot and choose the hide presentation notes.
Which one, Bu?
The
three
this
dots
one.
on the right side.
Three dots. This
You
one.
can also
the
swap
bottom.
the setting if you want.
Ah,
present
yes, yes.
slideshow.
Hide presentation. Okay.
Yes.
Is it okay now
Yes,
for
now it's
everyone?
That's okay.
Okay. Okay, good. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's been an honor to join this CEO Congress. And my name is Mindy Rahayu. I came from Sekolah Tinggi Ibn Nidi International Business School. I've been accompanied with my superior, Professor Dr. Wiwi Mardiah Daryanto. And in this study, I'm presenting the financial health analysis of the traditional herbal industry in Indonesia, specific for the PT Sido Muncul Tbk. It's the agenda. And for introduction, the traditional herbal industries in Indonesia is significantly rooted in the country's cultural heritage. With our rich biodiversity, people are using combination herbs, spices, roots, fruits, and it prepared in a various way like grinding, boiling, or extracting that further consumed as a medicine or to maintain general health. And that processed product is here widely known as jamu. And COVID pandemic-19 has caused widespread concern and panic during the time due to no cure being found. So people are turned to use herbal medicine instead for a treatment as well as for prevention. As for PT Sido Muncul, it's one of the leading herbal medicine company in Indonesia that has significant presence in the market. Current study is to verify if COVID-19 situation have impact on the company's business performance during the pandemic year, which is in 2019 up to 2021. And for the literature review, we are using the financial ratio analysis like profitability, liquidity, solvency, and activity to review the companies of PT Sido Muncul financial performance, and that result will be measured with the current government standard referred to decree of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise. And the methodology used, this study using the secondary quantitative method, which used to analyze the published annual report of the company that reviewing the detail of the financial highlight and the financial performance. Okay, for the discussion, Sido Muncul is founded in 1951 by Mr. and Mrs. Rahmat Sulistyo. And during the period, it has where the business model changes from the home industry to a sophisticated industrial model with more than 4,000 employees, which provide innovation and science to produce the best quality product. And in 2021, the year marked their 70 years journey in herbal medicine industry. Sido Muncul still thrive to continue the business even under economic pressures on pandemic situation. Okay, to discuss about the company's financial health, after reviewing compelling all the data in their published annual report, which consists, we review the return of equity, return of investment, cash ratio, current ratio, inventory turnover, and everything. We come up to the result that the total weight score of the company from in 2019 is 65, and it became better in 2020 and 2021. The score, the total weight score became 65.5. That score has categorized this Sido Muncul financial health in a AA level or healthy level. As for the financial highlight, we saw that Sido Muncul has three segment product, which is herbal supplement, food and beverage, and pharmacy. And those three product segment, the biggest is herbal supplement, which consists like 70% of the net sales. And from the, if we want to review the performance from 2019 to 2020 and 2021, the performance, the sales increased 9% in 2022, and this is during pandemic era, COVID pandemic situation. And in 2021, the performance of the company it's recorded like 20% increase. Okay, and for the conclusion, after we reviewing and measuring companies' performance, the ratio formula and their financial highlight, that we saw that the company can increase the net sales 9% in 2022 and even 20% in 2021. So this is valid that COVID-19 pandemic gave boost to Sido Muncul business as demand for traditional herbal medicine were increased. And the recommendation is, with the global trend towards living a healthy life and natural intake, it's still growing. So opportunity for the company to growth are still wide open, which company needs to keep increase the productivity and even expand the distribution channel, particularly to accelerate the penetration on abroad market, like export to destination, specific destination country. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Let me stop sharing.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do you have any question to Mindy Rahayu? I think there's no questions. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now to continue with the second presentation of the session is Financial Performance Analysis of Logistic and Transportation Service Company, a case study in PT. Adi Sarana Armada and Vimar Adivismono, are you here?
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, if you're ready, you can begin your presentation by sharing your screen.
Okay, wait a moment. Let me share my screen first. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody in Jakarta, and semangat pagi for all the people. It's my screen is already visible, and
yes,
you can see my screen.
It is okay now.
Okay. First of all, thanks for Mr. Muhammad Zia Rahman for having me, and also thanks for Professor Dr. Wiwi for supervising this paper. Okay, today I will present the financial performance analysis of PT Adi Sarana Armada, a leading logistic and transportation company in Indonesia. I'm Vimar Adivismono, executive MBA student of IPMI Business School, with the passion to review this financial review for you all. We will explore the key financial indicator, a factor contributing that make a company successful. We'll discuss about the industry trend and macroeconomic factors shaping the sector. Okay, let's engage and learn from this case study. Okay, this is the agenda, like what explaining the all the team members that we have introduction and literature review, some ratio analysis and depot analysis, methodology, and the last is conclusion and recommendation. Okay, For this introduction, that we will talk about the formation of the new business risk because of the COVID-19 effect. Since this give us a highly competitive environment, especially in the logistics and transportation services, and also approach of financial performance analysis of ASA, potential on the stock return, etc. And also we will learn about the financial performance is the ability of the company to evaluate the level of success of the company. And the question is, how might ASA able to analyze and increase their financial performance in the end? Okay, this is the background of this. The effect of the COVID-19 pandemic is invention on the new business, especially for the Indonesian transport and logistics industry, so that most significant growth in 2022. If we compare with the 2021, year-on-year is a grew about close to 20%. And also the study aimed to researching the financial performance potential in PT ASA, Adisarana Armada. And also why we choose the ASA, because the ASA is the biggest corporate car rental transportation solution, logistic driver services, automation, and the parcel delivery services. Okay, this is just a table showing that how the economic growth for the transportation and warehousing. Since yes, it's showing a downtrend in the 2020, but after that is increase, and now it's become the highest growth in 2022. Okay, this is the literature review. What I'm using for this paper, that important measure of company success achieving as source for the company financial statement is based on the DAMR 2050 with his journal improving profitability forecast with information on earning quality. And the second is we talk about powerful decision making. We learn from we refer to the Arkan journal. We title the importances of financial ratio in predicting stock price trends, and also we using the Journal of Kaca, assessing the resources usage decision and financial performance in Finnish sawmill within resource-based view framework in Finland. And the last, we also using the Pharma AF in 1695 with this journal, the behavior of the stock market. So actually, we learn about the efficient market hypothesis that we will have a weak form, semi-strong, and strong. Okay, this is the ratio analysis flow that we have a ratio analysis. We have ASA financial performance. We consider the return on asset, return on equity, and also until the financial ratio. This is the DuPont analysis. Refer to Blumenthal that we also strengthen the operator efficiency, asset use efficiency, and leverage. Okay, stock return we also using as a reference. This is the method, the hypothesis development using the leverage, liquidity, asset turnover as a X and market returns, and also as a result to evaluate the stock return and profitability. Okay, this data collection is as we explained before. This from we have 40 data from 2021, and okay, we have a data from 2012 and 2021 quarterly based 40 quarterly financial report of ASA, and also we compare against the Bluebird is the similar business. Bluebird is similar business with ASA. Okay, this is hypothesis testing. We use a first regression model and second regression model as a step in this paper. And this is the variable of study. We have a working capital turnover, return on asset, debt until debt to equity. Okay, and also we make a regression test with a variable linearity, zero conditional mean, no multi-correlation, homoscedasticity, and no autocorrelation. That's we call F-test, T-test, and P-value. Okay. Finally, for the 40 data based on quarterly basis, that this is the financial performance of ASA. That the revenue growth is it's growth from -27 to 58%. It's very huge, And the net income growth, if you take a look on the table, is a very huge growth. EBIT growth also close to 500,000, and net profit margin is close to 30%. So if you take a look on the ROE, return of equity, ASA is improved from the 10 to 25%. So it's by deconstruction this ASA, we analyze three main aspects: operating efficiency, financial leverage, and asset utilization. If you see the table in here, you see the stock price, during this period, they increase more than, I think it's 5 times, but suddenly it's a downtrend during from 2020 to the beginning until 2022. Okay, this is the effect of financial performance. Just a quick review in here. This is for a regression model. So based on this formula, what we can get from here is the implies is no strong evidence to support the proposed return. Hence, 5% is a significant result. The result indicate that none of variables have statistically significant effect on stock returns. And also from the second regression that we found that the showing that significant positive relation with profitability between financial leverage and profitability instead. So what the conclusion of this research, that one is the study concludes that ASA has performed relatively well financial through DuPont analysis ratio. Yeah? And the two regression analysis reveal that none of the fundamental financial factors have statistically significant impacting to ASA predicting a stock return. 3, the second regression analysis showed that improvement the company financial performance, specifically in asset turnover, is positively linked with improvement in profitability. 4, the result for the ratio analysis and regression model are consistent. So the recommendation is one is analysis of transportation service company stock return should include effect of external market factor such as COVID and maybe some issue, global issue, with a market-oriented approach in favorable. 2, by suggestion of the regression analysis, company need to focus on asset and cost efficiency to improve their profitability. I think that's all of my paper explanation. Thanks for having me. Semangat pagi.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Wimar Moro. Does any of our participants has a question regarding his study? I think that's okay now. Thank you so much again for your presentation. Now to continue with the third paper of the session, Financial Performance Analysis of PT Indo Tambang Raya Mega, a coal mining company in Indonesia. Redden Ayu Sylvia Riani, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'll here. That's here.
Okay.
Do you see my share?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Hello everyone. Good afternoon from Indonesia. I'm going to share the financial performance analysis of PT Indo Tambang Raya Mega Tbk, a coal mining company in Indonesia. Myself, Sylvia Riani, with my professor. Thank you, Professor Dr. Wiwi Mardawiah Daryanto. We are from Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen IPMI or IPMI International Business School, Jakarta, Indonesia. Okay, this is the agenda as usual: introduction, literature review, methodology, findings and discussion, and also the conclusion and recommendation. Move to the introduction here. I will share a brief about the recent global and Indonesia economic, global and Indonesia coal industry overview, and factors influencing the business performance, and also brief about the company, which in this case Indo Tambang Raya Mega Tbk. Okay, as we know recently that the COVID-19 pandemic again, and also the Russia-Ukraine conflict worsening the economic situation, and also the the inflation in 2022 become 8.8%, and also the global economic growth also impacting to the global economic, and the prolong of Russia-Ukraine conflict also benefiting the increasing of the commodity price. Move to the global and Indonesia coal industry overview here. So fortunately, the global coal market experienced disruption in 2022. And again, for Russia-Ukraine also conflict also impact to significant to the coal trade. Again, the COVID-19 lockdowns and the extreme weather condition in China affecting the economic activity and the coal demand. And fortunately, in September 2022, Indonesia coal price reached the highest level of the coal price. Here, according to the previous slide, saying that the coal price volatility has significant role impact to the financial and profitability performance. About the brief about the company Indotambang Raya Megah here, which is established in 1987, is actually Indonesian energy company with integrated business scope starting from mining, processing, and logistic activities. Okay, let's move to the literature review. I will share about the definition about financial statement ratio and matrix ratio analysis, as well the DuPont analysis. Okay, according to the Institute of Indonesia Chartered of Accounts, the definition, I think all of us are aware about the definition of financial statement. Basically is the structured presentation of an entity's financial position and financial performance. And the next one, according to Demer 2015, saying that important measures of a company's success in achieving profitability and financial sustainability are sourced from the company financial statement. Also, I will in this study also sharing, of course, the profitability ratio is measuring the return on equity, return on assets, and gross profit margin. Liquidity ratio, we'll share the current ratio, and also solvency ratio, debt to asset ratio, and also the debt equity ratio. And the last one is asset turnover as the measurement of efficiency ratio. Okay, this is definition for regression analysis. We'll share the we can see here some people here from Arkan 2006. Let me share about the ratio analysis. Actually, the Arkan mentioned that the ratio analysis helps to quantify the risk and growth factors of firm, supporting investor in making a strategic investment decision, as it provides a more comprehensive measure of performance. That's one of the literature review on related to the ratio matrix and ratio analysis. Let's move to the next step is methodology. It is consists of data collection, sample size, and variables of the study. For the data collection, we use here the approach of quantitative and, of course, the secondary data collection techniques. And the population data is Indotambang Raya Megah as a coal mining company, as listed on Indonesia Stock Exchange. As we use as a sample of data analysis, and also as the comparison or the closest competitor, we compare the financial performance with Adaro Energy here. And sample size we use for analysis, we use 5-year financial reports from 2018 and 2022, and also comparison to the Adaro Energy. And a variable of study here consists of profitability, liquidity, solvency, and efficiency ratio. And this is just to show you the 7 analysis measurement we will use in this case. So next, move to the findings and discussion. Okay. It consists of Indonesia income trend from 2018 to 2022, and also the financial ratio analysis. Okay, here we see the table here. This is the comparison of the income trend of the major income trend from Indotambang Raya Mega against the Adaro Energy Indonesia. Indotambang net revenue here we see in 2022 was actually derived from mainly from coal sales. It's coming from actually the growth from the increasing of coal sales. We see from 2022 to 2021, the growth is become 75%, and then consistent in 2022 about 75%. So basically, the significant increase from the previous years before 2021 is coming from the significant increase from the coal price. So yeah, the significant variation of the Indotambang Raya income is most likely due to the fluctuation the commodity market in the past 5 years, and the spike in commodity price during the pandemic is also substantially contribute to the exponential revenue we see here. So we are experiencing the increasing in 2021 and 2022. Okay, this is just to show you the chart from the last 5 years from 2018. The coal price is increasing significantly starting in 2021 and come to the highest level in September 2022. Okay, let's move to the financial ratio for 2018 to 2022. So this table actually illustrates the key financial ratio of relative financial performance and position over the past 5 years from 2018 to 2022. Here we see the ROE, or return on equity, and return on asset grew significantly in 2021 and 2022. So yeah, basically Indotambang maintained a positive ROA and ROE compared to the competitor. The closest competitor in this case is Adaro. Is Indotambang still outperform to its competitor. And then for in the successful achievement in 61.5% of ROE outperforming Adaro in 2022. And in terms of financial leverage, Indotambang maintain a consistent proportion of debt financing, as indicated by the stable debt to equity ratio over the past 5 years. Is about 2.13 on average. So a relatively low proportion of debt implies that Indotambang is financed more on equity, so that the company is less financially risky compared to its competitor. So in terms of current ratio, it's consistent at 2% on average for the past 5 years, showing that company has no issue in servicing short-term obligation, as well as on the asset turnover here, showing that it is outperformed compared to the competitors. While for GPM, or gross profit margin, here relatively at the same level with the competitors. So here, this is to show you, if you applying the DuPont framework analysis, consists of the operating efficiency, financial leverage, and asset use efficiency. Basically, as I shared earlier, showing that using the DuPont analysis, showing that the ROE of Indo-Tambang Raya is outperform compared to the competitor. So let's move to the jump to the conclusion here. So yeah, after conducting the comparative analysis of Indo-Tambang financial performance in this case, concludes that the company demonstrate commendable financial performance, particularly in terms of generating positive returns and maintaining a moderate level of liquidity. And also this is the evident from the increasing profitability ratio and the stable proportion of debts over the past 5 fiscal years. And again, by employing the DuPont ratio analysis I shared earlier, that it is able to ascertain whether the 3 fundamental factors are the true drivers behind the Indo-Tambang positive returns. And the analysis reveals that the surge in commodity price, for sure, due to the macroeconomic shock, specifically in the COVID-19 pandemic impact, is the primary reason for the Indo-Tambang enhance the profitability. The last one in the for the recommendation. So when analyzing the financial performance of coal mining companies, it is important for investor to take into account external factors that can influence their operations. So these factors include trends in supply and demand within the industrial sector, macroeconomic condition, the political climate, and of course, this is the main reason of the volatility of commodity price. So therefore, the investor should be diligent in gathering the appropriate information, both financial and non-financial, and also the both internal and external factors source to make a well-informed investment decision. So that's all from my presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. From our participants, do you have any questions regarding the study of Sylvia Rani? I think there is no question. Thank you so much again to Sylvia Rani for his study.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, with the 4th paper of the session is Leading Through Disruption, School Leaders' Role in Crisis Management and Recovering the XYZ School in the Post-COVID-19 Era. Amalia Sereni, if you are ready, you can start your presentation.
Thank you. Try to share my screen. Is it clear?
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Akantur. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Professor Wiwi, Professor Amel. I'm Amalia Sereni from IPMI International Business School, Jakarta, Indonesia. I'm also a teacher, which lead me to this extended abstract of entitled Leading Through Disruption, School Leaders' Role in Crisis Management and Recovering the XYZ School in the Post-COVID-19 Era. The school remain to remain as XYZ School. This is courtesy of my student. She put the title in Turkish.
Aksama sırasında önderlik. Okul yöneticilerinin kriz yönetimi ve COVID-19 sonrası XYZ okulu için çözüm sürecinde rolü.
Thank you, my student.
Thank you very much also.
Yes. For the agenda, this is the extended abstract. So I will have introduction, research, question and hypothesis, methodology, and the conclusion. Okay. For the introduction, this paper is focusing on learning disruption, as we know that the children especially in the K-12 school was disrupted. Their learning was disrupted for around 18 months due to COVID-19 lockdown. And fortunately, even though we are already in the post-pandemic era from 2021 to 2022, especially in Jakarta, only a few schools that ready to go back, even though the Indonesian Ministry of Education, UNICEF, already encouraged the school to go back from blended learning into the fully face-to-face learning. XYZ School was one of the first school in Jakarta that opened their door and safely brought the children to go back to the school. One of the reasons I picked this XYZ school, they also have a remarkable achievement by accredited for the IB, International Baccalaureate Continuum School, during the pandemic year. They decided to give the proposal before the pandemic, and the pandemic hit, but they survived. They got the certification for the primary all the way to the diploma student. They also growing the number of students since 2021 to 2023. While the other school in Jakarta have a decreased number of students due to the post-pandemic. For my research question and hypothesis, this paper is focusing on the leadership role. While in the SYZ school, the effectiveness of the leadership role is divided from the head of school, the diploma coordinator, and the business office. For this one, that's why I have the question 1 to 3 that will differentiate the role in leadership to recover and managing the crisis through the post-pandemic and going back on track. This is the framework that we used. The hypothesis 1 will be focusing on the head of school role, 2 for the diploma coordinator, and along with the business office will impact the overall effectiveness of decision making, the bite-sized one, and being flexible to manage crisis and recovering the XYZ school during the post-COVID-19 era. For the hypothesis, the first hypothesis is that the head of school positively influences the bite-sized decision needed to recover the school, and the diploma coordinator significantly impact the student outcomes for the overall effectiveness of high school students, since the school moved the curriculum from the previous curriculum into the IB curriculum. It will it's different, right? The exam is different, and then the diploma coordinator should have a big role to support the emotional, the learning progress, and the overall outcome of the diploma students. And the last but not least is the hypothesis for the head of business office effectively contribute to the financial planning and resource management that give a result of the growing number of students and minimizing the students who leaving the school. The methodology, the research design, we use the qualitative research, sorry, that will give the in-depth understanding about the role and leadership practice in the term of head of school, high school coordinator, and the head of business office. And also I will get the comprehensive exploration for their experiences, perspective, and the behavior. For the data collection, I will have an in-depth interview with 3 of them. Also, for the secondary data, I will have the student enrollment data, learning progress like report card, and also the authentication from the IB as their proof of success. For the literature review, I'm gonna focusing on the leadership practice theories, which includes the adaptive leadership, transformational leadership, and distributed leadership, and their applicability in the educational context. As for the conclusion, if the hypotheses are proven correct, the finding from the research will lead to the 3 conclusions. The first one is the adaptive leadership practice was implemented by the head of school through flexibility, adapting of multiple changes during the post-pandemic, and promote successful recovery of the school. The second conclusion will be for the diploma coordinator who implemented the transprofessional leadership will be focusing on the motivating, supporting emotion, and guiding the school community, especially the high school and diploma students that had a big impact in the curriculum changes and positive outcome. And then the last conclusion will be the business office who might be utilize the distributed leadership practice to contribute positively in crisis management by financial planning, resource management to maintain student enrollment and engagement. That will be all. Thank you for your kind opportunity and kind attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Amalia Seruni. I would like to ask our participants if you have any questions regarding her study. I think there's no question. Thank you so much again.
Thank you,
for
Prof.
your
Wiwi.
study.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Amel. Thank you, Prof. Arkanto.
Now let's continue with the fifth paper of this session, analyzes financial performance of PT Unilever Indonesia Tbk before and after economic crisis 2017 and 2022. Octavio Harini and Professor Dr. Vivek Mardavia Daryanto. If you're ready, you can start your presentation.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dr. Arkanto and our lovely Professor Wiwi. Thank you for joining me today. I'm Okta from IPMI International Business School, and we'll be present the article, the financial performance of one Indonesia's largest FMCG company, Unilever Indonesia, before and after COVID-19. The period time is 2017 until 2022. Okay, let's begin with the introduction. So the goal of the study is to assess the financial performance of Unilever and apply the PERTI test to determine if there is statistically similar or have insignificant difference between financial performance before and after the pandemic crisis. Well, as we know that the pandemic has a profound impact on the Indonesian economy and of course the FMCG sector. As we can see that in 2016 to 2019, the GDP growth in Indonesia relatively stable in 5 to 5.2%, and when pandemic struck in early 2020, which led to the world economic crisis, the Indonesia GDP growth shrank to -2.07% and rebound to 3.7% in 2021. The pandemic caused a significant disruption to Indonesia's economy, and the implementation of lockdown, travel restrictions, social distancing resulted to reduce the economic activity. And many business faces challenges such as temporary closure, supply chain disruptions, and decreased consumer demand. The FMCG sector in Indonesia faced both challenges, the opportunity and during the pandemic. On one hand, there was an increased demand for essential products such as food, hygiene items, and household cleaning supplies. But on the other hand, panic buying and stockpiling by consumers led to the short-term spikes in sales. Well, it's a brief company profile. Unilever established in 1933, then became the PT Unilever Indonesia in 1980, and became publicly traded in 1981. And currently, Unilever is one of the Indonesia's leading fast-moving consumer goods companies and the 8th largest company of the Indonesian Stock Exchange by market capitalization. Okay. Next, the landscape of the FMCG in Indonesia. FMCG market in Indonesia is one of the largest in Southeast Asia and has significant impact on the country's economy. So some key factors highlighting the size and importance of the FMCG, the population. Indonesia is the fourth most populous country with over 270 million people. And in the consumer spending, Indonesia's middle class is expanding, leading to the increased disposable income and of course, consumer spending. And the rapid growth of the e-commerce has further expanded the FMCG market in Indonesia. As we can see here, the FMCG sector holds a significant share of Indonesian household wallet, accounting for approximately 90 to 20%. Okay, in the literature review, we'll discuss the conceptual framework of the PERTI test analysis using financial ratio. The conceptual framework of the PERTI test using financial ratio analysis allow us to examine the significance of difference in financial ratio before and after specific event or a time period. In this case, we use the parity test to analyze the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the financial performance of the Unilever Indonesia using liquidity by current ratio, solvency using debt to equity ratio, and the profitability using the return on equity, and activity using the inventory turnover. By analyzing this parity test result for each financial ratio, we can draw conclusion about the impact of the COVID pandemic on Unilever Indonesia financial performance and determine if there are any statistically significant differences between the pre and pandemic periods. In the methodology, to conduct this study, we employ a quantitative research approach using secondary data sources, specifically from the official website of Unilever Indonesia and the official website of the Indonesian Stock Exchange. On the data analysis, we conducted two key analyses: analysis of financial ratio on the quarterly and annual basis, comparing the period before the crisis and the period after the crisis. And the second is parity test analysis to examine the significant difference. The decision criteria based on the result of the parity test is if the total significance value below 0.05, there is significant difference between the pre and post test. And if the total significant value above 0.05, there is an insignificant difference between the pre and post test. And our hypothesis states that there will be no significant difference in Unilever financial ratio before and after the pandemic or the economic crisis. Now let's discuss the finding of our analysis. Yes, after the pandemic to 2022, current ratio of Unilever Indonesia ranged from 0.66 to 61, and this value suggests a slight decline in liquidity compared to the pre-pandemic period, indicating a potential challenge in meeting short-term obligations. And in debt to equity ratio, Unilever Indonesia's there indicate a significant increase in the level of debt relatively to the equity financing, implying higher financial risk compared to the pandemic period. On the return on equity, it ranged from 1.33 to 1.34 during the period, but this value indicates relatively stable. And the inventory turnover range from the Unilever can maintain an effective inventory turnover because the inventory turnover before and after the pandemic is similar. So overall, the financial ratio for Unilever Indonesia shows some stability in terms of inventory turnover and return on equity. And there is a noticeable increase in debt to equity ratio after the pandemic, which indicate the high level of financial risk. And the current ratio is slightly declined, implying potential liquidity challenge. And the next, our parity test analysis revealed that there was a significant difference only in the debt to equity ratio on a quarterly basis, while the other financial ratios show no significant difference. However, when considering the result on annual basis, there was no significant difference in the financial ratio analysis. The conclusion and the recommendations, the COVID-19 pandemic has a slight impact on Unilever Indonesia's financial performance during the year 2020 to 2022. However, there was no significant difference in Unilever Indonesia's financial performance before and after the economic crisis due to the pandemic COVID. Based on our findings, we would like to provide the following recommendations. First, the increasing of the accessibility and availability of the Unilever's product in the market. The second, considering adjustment in pricing policies, making a small packaging more economically priced to maintain or acquire new customer due to the decrease of the consumer spending power. And the third is maintaining and updating a short and long-term forecast to adapt to changing market condition, which are very dynamic, and to make a short prompt decision. Well, I think that's all for me. Thank you, Dr. Erkantur, Prof. Wiwi. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Octavia Harini. I would like to ask our participants if you have any questions regarding her study. Thank you so much for your presentation again. Now let's continue with the sixth paper of the session, Functions and Responsibilities of the CEO, a Conceptual Framework. Professor Dr. Emet Gürel, Research Assistant Dr. Azra Nazlı, Büşra Çetin, and Research Assistant Dr. Neslihan Özmelek-Taş. If you are here and ready, you can begin your presentation.
Hello. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It's okay.
My name is Neslihan Özmelektaş. I am a research assistant at Pamukkale University, Faculty of Communication. Today, sorry, I will share my screen first of all. I think you can see.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I will talk about functions and responsibilities of the CEO, a conceptual framework with my professor and colleagues. We prepared this presentation. In parallel with the socio-economic transformation, there have been transformations in the management styles of the institutions in the historical process. Since the Industrial Revolution, management has been accepted as a branch of science all over the world. Management and managers are essential concepts for social life and the business world. However, with the change in the concept of management, the concept of manager also undergoes a change, and the meaning attributed to concept of manager and expectation is differentiated. The acronym for the word Chief Executive Officer, the CEO, is the simplest terms, the highest level of officer of a company. Just a minute. Evet. The CEO, who is of vital importance for the company in terms of their position and responsibilities, has a wide range of authority and responsibilities. Like all concepts and phenomena, the concepts of CEO also change and transforms over time. So much so that in today's intensively competitive business environment, the CEO is accepted as a value and brand status and is increasing its sphere, influence, and day by day. In this context, in the terms of the business world, the concepts and position of CEO, the functions and responsibilities associated with CEO, and the knowledge, skills, and competencies represented by the CEO is a subject that are talked about and discussed. The aim of the study, this study, sorry, something. This study focused on the concept of CEO and considers the functions and responsibility of CEO from a conceptual perspective. Within this scope of the study, the concept of the CEO, a managerial, organizational meaning and importance of the CEO, their duties and responsibilities and knowledge, skill, and competencies they should have are discussed. And to make a descriptive and contribution to literature by clarifying the duties and responsibilities of the concept of CEO. Let's look at the definitions of CEO. The Collins Dictionary defines the CEO, the person who has overall responsibility for management of that company. Looking at this definition, the responsibilities of are emphasized. The CEO has many responsibilities at many levels in the organizational hierarchy. The Merriam-Webster dictionary defines the CEO as the executive with the chief decision-making authority in an organization or business. In this definition, it is emphasized that CEOs are the organizational decision-making authority. The Britannica Dictionary defines the CEO as the person who has the most authority in an organization or business. The Longman Dictionary defines it, CEO, the person with most authority in a large organization, with the same emphasis. All these definitions indicate the CEO identifies with authority. CEOs carry out their duties and responsibilities through their competences and authorities. Therefore, it is understood that CEO is expressed in terms of duties, authorities, and responsibilities at the concept and application level. In other words, the concept of CEO becomes meaningful within the framework of duties undertaken, the authorities applied, the responsibilities fulfilled, and the achievements. In accordance with the point of view, the duties, responsibilities, and authorities of CEOs are something that needs to be examined carefully. The CEO has many duties and responsibilities, of course, in an organization, regardless of sector or size. It would be appropriate to explain the duties and responsibilities of CEO based on Mintzberg's managerial roles. Studies on managerial roles gained importance within the framework of Mintzberg. He points out that it is not possible with current understandings to explain what managers actually do. 10 managerial roles of Mintzberg: figurehead, leader, liaison, monitor, disseminator, spokesperson, entrepreneur, disturbance handler, resource allocator, negotiator. And first one, when the managerial roles are examined in detail, it can be seen that figurehead roles refers to the quality of manager being watched and taken as an example by their subordinates. This role refers to managers' representation in social and legal duties. In other words, as an authority figure, the CEO should be aware of their social and legal obligations. Under the figurehead role, the CEO represents the organization at various events. In this context, the role is functionized as a source of motivation in the process of achieving the goals. The leader role. This role describes one of the most important roles. A manager is responsible for taking the lead for management team and guiding them properly. In this sense, the manager is responsible for the success and failure of all their employees from the bottom to the top of hierarchy. To put it more clearly, the performance and responsibilities of all managed employees are parallel to the correct performance of the manager's task. In this context, the role of the leader refers to the key role of the CEO in positioning the organization and employees on the scale of success and failure. The liaison role. It includes the human relations and communications of the manager. Within the scope of the liaison role, the manager should establish a network of contacts that will be benefit and organization by communicating effectively with both the internal and external environment of the organization. This role includes elements such as delegation and chain of authority, knowledge transfer, and links with stakeholders. The monitor role. This role refers to the manager's duty to monitor and supervise. This role means that the manager not only observes the subordinates, but also follows the developments inside and outside the organization and makes the necessary changes in line with these developments. By performing the role of monitor, the manager obtains the information they need for organization, and by monitoring these sectoral movements. The role of monitor means that the CEO evaluates the current situation in light of the information they collect and draws a roadmap. The disseminator role. This role defines as the manager getting information from various sources and sharing with people who may need it. The manager follows the developments inside and outside the organization, shares the information and data obtained as a result of this follow-up with their subordinates, and guides them accordingly, covered by this role. In line with disseminator, the CEO is responsible for dissemination of information verbally and also in writing. This eliminating the communication gap and lack of information. The spokesperson role. This role means that manager is the spokesperson for the organization for which they are responsible. Within the scope of this role, the manager informs the relevant person inside and outside of the organization about the activities. He or she defines the organization and expresses it on behalf of organization. The spokesperson role corresponds to the CEO, assuming the responsibility to speak on behalf of organization and positioning the organization well and effectively in front of the public groups. The entrepreneur role. It can be defined as the manager's adaptation to the creation of change. In this role, the manager develops and implements new ideas or strategies by finding innovative solutions.
Dear Neslihan, sorry for interrupting you. You already finished your time. Can you a bit faster?
Okay, just come to the conclusion. You can see this role, the disturbance handler, allocator, negotiator, and we have managerial categories. In this context, 10 managerial roles can be examined in 3 categories. These are interpersonal roles, informational roles, and decisional roles. We can see it in figure. Interpersonal ones are figurehead, leader, liaison. The informational ones are monitor, disseminator, spokesperson, and the decisional ones, entrepreneur, disturbance handler, resource allocator, and negotiator. Let's conclude. It is essential that organizations are structured in line with strategic goals. CEOs, who are the highest point of an organization, have duties, powers, and responsibilities in many areas. The CEO, who has many duties in organizational structure dynamics, is given authority and responsibility. In this context, CEOs are expected to fulfill many managerial and operational responsibilities. CEOs are in a multitasking structure, incorporating many roles. In this context, the CEO needs to be successful in multiple areas and integrate many features within themselves. In this context, CEOs are expected to be able to adapt to requirements of the innovative, dynamic, and the modern world. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you so much to Neslihan Özmenektaş for his presentation. Do we have any questions for her study? I guess there's no question. Thank you so much again. Now for the last presentation of this session is my paper, Optimizing Efficiency and Sustainability in Aerospace Management, a Multidimensional Approach. I will be sharing my screen. I hope you can see my screen right now. I am Erkantur. I'm from Middle East Technical University. I'm actually a mechanical engineer, but I do also have a Bachelor of Science diploma in International Relations, so I try to go into management also. This research study explores the intricate balance between operational efficiency and environmental sustainability in aerospace management, employing a multidimensional approach. As the aerospace industry continues to evolve, it faces the growing necessity to reconcile its high-stakes, resource-intensive operations with the imperative of environmental stewardship. This paper delves into the strategies and practices that aerospace organizations employ to navigate these complex, interrelated challenges. And this research questions focus on the key dimensions of aerospace management, the current strategies for balancing efficiency and sustainability, the main barriers to adopting a multidimensional approach, and the potential benefits and drawbacks of this approach. The aerospace industry plays a vital role in shaping the modern world, from enabling global transportation to driving advancements in defense and space exploration. It has revolutionized human capabilities and opened up new frontiers. However, the growth and success of the aerospace industry come at a price. The resource-intensive nature of aerospace operations has raised concerns about the environmental impact and sustainability. As society becomes increasingly conscious of the need for environmental stewardship, the aerospace industry faces the challenge of reconciling its high-stakes operations with the imperative of sustainability. So the objectives of this research study are twofold. Firstly, it seeks to identify the key dimensions of aerospace management and understand their interrelationships by examining the various aspects of the aerospace industry, including supply chain management, operational efficiency, environmental sustainability, and innovation. We aim to develop a comprehensive framework for analysis. Understanding these dimensions is crucial to identifying the areas where efficiency and sustainability can intersect and drive positive change. Secondly, this study aims to examine the current strategies and practices employed by aerospace organizations to balance efficiency and sustainability. The findings of this study are expected to contribute to the expanding body of knowledge in aerospace management and provide actionable insights for industry professionals. So the aerospace industry stands at a critical juncture, facing the challenge of reconciling operational efficiency with environmental sustainability. The multidimensional approach offers a path forward, recognizing that efficiency and sustainability are not competing objectives, but rather complementary facets of successful aerospace management. So this will be the literature review. We start by the key dimensions of the aerospace management, and we explore strategies for balancing efficiency and sustainability. And finally, we get into the barriers to adopting a multidimensional approach. The aerospace industry plays a crucial role in global transportation, defense, and space exploration, making it a significant contributor to economic growth and technological advancement. However, the industry's rapid growth and resource-intensive operations have raised concerns about their environmental impact and long-term sustainability. So one of these key dimensions of this aerospace management part is supply chain management. Effective supply chain management is essential for ensuring the smooth operations of the aerospace industry. The complex nature of aerospace products, which require numerous components from diverse suppliers, poses significant challenges in terms of coordination, reliability, and cost efficiency. Supply chain management strategies such as lean principles and just-in-time manufacturing have been widely adopted to optimize efficiency and reduce waste. However, these sustainability considerations such as carbon footprint reduction, supplier selection based on environmental criteria, and ethical sourcing practices are gaining prominence in aerospace supply chain management. And the second one is operational efficiency. This is a central objective in aerospace management. Advanced technologies such as additive manufacturing, which we also call as 3D printing, advanced materials and automation offer promising opportunities for enhancing operational efficiency. However, this challenge lies in integrating sustainability considerations into these efficiency-driven initiatives to minimize the environmental impact of these aerospace operations. And the third one is the environmental sustainability. Addressing this is of paramount importance in the aerospace industry because the industry's carbon footprint resulting from fuel consumption, emissions, and noise pollution has drawn significant attention. Efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions have led to the development of more fuel-efficient engines, alternative fuels, and the implementation of air traffic management systems that optimize flight routes. Moreover, the aerospace industry has been actively exploring electrification, hybrid propulsion, and other green technologies to achieve more sustainable operations. And the last one is the innovation. This plays a critical role in driving efficiency and sustainability in aerospace management. These technological advancements have the potential to revolutionize the industry by enabling breakthroughs in aircraft design, propulsion systems, materials, and manufacturing processes. And strategies for balancing efficiency and sustainability. The most important thing here is the life cycle assessment, which we call as LCA, is a methodology used to evaluate the environmental impact of products throughout their entire life cycle. In the aerospace industry, LCA can be applied to aircraft manufacturing, operation, or end-of-life disposal by quantifying the environmental footprint of different aircraft components, materials, and manufacturing processes. LCA enables informed decisions making to optimize efficiency and sustainability. And these LCA findings can also inform design choices, material selection, and process improvements, leading to more sustainable and efficient aerospace operations. And we also have some barriers to adapt a multidimensional approach because we do have cost considerations, technological challenges, organizational culture and mindset, and also supply chain complexity. The complex nature of aerospace supply chains presents a challenge in implementing sustainability initiatives. Aerospace companies rely on a global network of suppliers, each with its own operational practices and environmental performance. Coordinating sustainability efforts across the supply chain requires collaboration, transparency, and the establishment of common standards. Supply chain mapping, supplier evaluation based on sustainability criteria, and supplier development programs can address and maybe overcome this barrier. And methodology for this design is as follows. It adopts a mixed methods research design to achieve its objectives. The first phase of the research methodology involves conducting a comprehensive literature review. This review aims to identify and analyze relevant studies, articles, reports, and scholarly publications on aerospace management, operational efficiency, and multidimensional approaches. The second phase is research methodologies, conducting case study analysis of selected aerospace components. And the last one is to acknowledge the limitations of this study. The findings may be influenced by the availability and quality of the data obtained from the literature review and case study analysis. Our first case study analysis is Boeing's Dreamliner. Boeing's Dreamliner, officially known as the Boeing 787, serves as an exemplary case study in integrating efficiency and sustainability in aerospace management. The Dreamliner was designed with a strong emphasis on fuel efficiency and environmental sustainability. Boeing incorporated several innovative features into this aircraft, such as extensive use of lightweight composite materials, advanced aerodynamics, and fuel-efficient engines. And to address these sustainability challenges within the supply chain, Boeing collaborated with suppliers to implement responsible sourcing practices and reduce waste generation. The company also focused on optimizing the aircraft's entire life cycle, from production to end-of-life disposal, through initiatives such as recyclability and efficient maintenance practices. So Boeing's Dreamliner serves as a prominent example of how an aerospace company can successfully balance efficiency and sustainability by integrating advanced technologies, lightweight materials, and a holistic approach to the aircraft's life cycle. Boeing has achieved significant improvements in the fuel efficiency, emissions reduction, and overall environmental sustainability. And our second case study is Tesla's electric aviation initiative. While primarily known for its electric vehicles, Tesla has recently expanded its focus to electric aviation, aiming to revolutionize the aerospace industry's efficiency and sustainability. Tesla's electric aviation initiative involves developing electric aircraft with high energy density batteries and innovative propulsion systems. By integrating their expertise in battery technology, power electronics, and electric motor design, Tesla aims to create electric aircraft capable of long-range flights with reduced environmental impact. So Tesla's foray into the electric aviation holds the promise of transforming the industry by introducing sustainable alternatives to traditional fossil fuel-powered aircraft. Tesla's electric aviation initiative, Airbus Sustainable Supply Chain Management, demonstrate the multifaceted approach needed to address the industry's challenges. By integrated advanced technologies, fostering collaboration, and emphasizing sustainability, these case studies exemplify how efficiency and sustainability can be harmonized for a more sustainable aerospace industry. And they also highlight the aerospace companies' efforts to optimize efficiency and sustainability in their operations. By incorporating innovative technologies, advanced materials, and sustainable practices, they can achieve these goals. And for the conclusion, aerospace industry is at a critical juncture, facing the dual challenge of operational efficiency and environmental sustainability. This research paper has explored the intricate balance between efficiency and sustainability in aerospace management through a multidimensional approach. By examining key dimensions, current strategies, and barriers, valuable insights have been gained into the optimization of efficiency and sustainability in the industry. These are the references that we have used in this presentation. And thank you for listening. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Erkan. Is there any question to Mr. Erkan Tur about his presentation?
Thank you so much. I think this concludes this session. Thanks again for this role of moderation. Thank you.
You are welcome. We have finished the session and all the presentations are done. Thank you very much for all presenters from Turkey, from India, from Indonesia. Thank you very much. Anil
Jyoti Basu.
Dr. Anil Jyoti Basu. Sorry for wrong pronunciation.
Yeah, Basu. Just make it Dr. Basu.
Yes, Dr. Basu.
Yeah.
We can start your session. Session moderator.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. Thanks. Very good afternoon, very good morning, very good evening, and very good night to all the presenters and all the dignitaries present in the present session throughout the globe. I know from more than 30 countries, more than 400 academicians are joining the CEO conference. So welcome to you all in this present session. And myself, I am Dr. Anil Jyoti Basu from India. I am the Associate Professor of Karnavati University, Gujarat, Gandhinagar, Gujarat from India. And I will be moderating the session with Grant Kerim Keradar. In this session, we are having 5 papers. Even I will also present my paper in this session. The first paper will be the influence of financial literacy to consumer purchase intention of traditional life insurance products, and it will be presented by Rainy Maria Tumenkol, Dr. Emilia Naim Indriaza. The second paper will be the influence of consumer impulsive buying behavior on maintaining the Sustainable Development Goals program, and it will be presented by Ms. Megania Igancia Sinaga and Dr. Amelia Naim Indriaza. The third paper will be the implementation of occupational theory with Bros and Krup's approach to enhance the quality of life of elderly at X Nursing Home, Jakarta, and it will be presented by Reza Falavi Zimadelita. And well, as I say, I will also have my paper in this presentation, and it will be entrepreneurial fund gaps and sector-wise manpower requirement in Indian entrepreneurship, a study. And me, along with Assistant Professor Dr. Annette Pristinel, will be presenting this paper. And finally, the factors affecting women entrepreneurs in Bangladesh, a sociological study. It will be presented by research scholar Muhammad Aminur Rahman and Assistant Professor Dr. Hilal Ahmed Dar. So let's start the session because we are quite running out of time. It is almost 12 minutes. We have started in a delay. So I will request all the presenters, if you can, please restrict yourself within 10 to 11 minutes. So first, I'm calling for the session the Rainy Maria Tumenkol and Dr. Emilia Naim Indriaza, and their paper will be the influence of financial literacy to consumer purchase intention of traditional life insurance product. Please take over the session. Yes, madam.
Yes.
You can
I
start.
think my student Raini Tumengko is still not here yet. So why don't you go ahead with the second one?
Okay, no issues, no issues. Please contact with her, and after this we
Yeah.
can start at the session. Okay.
Thank you.
Madam, the second paper is also yours, I think. Dr. Amelia Naim Indrayasa, you are only you are also having the second paper. The influence of consumer impulsive
What
buying.
is the name of the student? The name of the student, please.
Magiana Ignacia
Sinaga.
Okay, so yes, I think we need to also have her next. Yeah, I will try to find them. Okay.
Okay. Can we move? Should we take time? Should we
No,
wait for this?
definitely I need time to get them. Yeah. So
Okay,
just
okay.
go ahead with
No
the next.
issues. So can I go for the third paper? That is the implementation of the occupational therapy with Bros handicrafts approach to enhance the quality of life of elderly at X Nursing Home, Jakarta. And it will be given by Reza Falevi Zamaralita. Presenter is there or not? The Reza Falevi, are you there? Reza Falevi, are you there or not?
Sir, I'm connecting him. We can skip it, and I will call him.
Okay, now I'm going to the final paper, and after that, if I'm not getting them, I will go to my paper. Okay. Factors affecting women entrepreneurs in Bangladesh, a sociological study. It is done by Muhammad Aminur Rahman and Assistant Professor Dr. Hilal Ahmed Dar. Are the presenters there or not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please, can you start your presentation?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. Please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you for giving me the chance. I'm Muhammad Aminur Rahman. I'm from Bangladesh. I am pursuing my PhD from Lovely Professional University, Punjab, India.
Okay, great.
This paper with my supervisor, Dr. Hilal Ahmed Dar. I'm going to present my paper. Let me start my slideshow.
Aminur, if you can restrict yourself by 10 to 11 minutes.
Sir, is it showing my PPT?
Yes.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you, sir. My topic is actually factors affecting women entrepreneurs in Bangladesh, a sociological study. With this paper, I have co-author, this Assistant Professor Dr. Hilal Ahmed Dar. He is from from also Lovely Professional University. Okay. This is introduction. Entrepreneurship is one of the foremost drivers of any economic and social prosperity. Women entrepreneurs contribute to economic, social, and political prosperity and aid women's empowerment. Women entrepreneurs have improved their living conditions and earned more respect in the family and society. Women entrepreneurship is a synonym for women empowerment. Women entrepreneurs are the source for the economic growth of a country, for employment generation, social development, and fiscal growth. This is a statement, a problem statement. Women entrepreneurs often face cultural and societal barriers that make it tougher for them to succeed in the digital economy. Besides, the digital skill gap, which can disproportionately affect women entrepreneurs who may have less access to digital education and training. Sociocultural factors affect women's entrepreneurial decisions. These are the significance of women entrepreneurship, employment creation, impact on society and community development, and raising living standards. Employment creation, women entrepreneurship creates job and raises people's standards of living. And second one is impact on society and community development. A vast and diverse labor force contributes to the growth of a society and raising living standards. By generating more revenue, entrepreneurship contributes to the rising a person's living standards. The paper aims of this study, the paper aims to identify the key impediments and variables affecting female business owners in Bangladesh. This paper is based on literature review based and the sources from journals, papers, newspapers, and available online sources. And the findings and discussions. Studies found that insufficient capital, sales promotion, gender discrimination, illiteracy, a lack of technical help and training programs, and a lack of managerial knowledge are the main issues. Women still do not participate in traditional economic activities to a sufficient extent. The current study also noted that a variety of factors, including parenting responsibilities, access to market and informational network, startup capital, knowledge and skill sets, and financial flexibility, influence women's decisions to establish their own enterprises. The results from the previous studies found that while financial accessibility has a positive effect on women's entrepreneurial development, knowledge level has a constructive link with it. Making financial support available for knowledge creation is essential. And this is the conclusion. Women are more likely than men to start businesses than tenacity and creativity. Successful female business owners have traits like entrepreneurship, higher education, significant family and governmental support, company experience, internal motivation, ICT innovation, access to resources, social acceptance, customer happiness, diversification, individual liberty, and security. Because of their creativity, willingness to take calculated risk, financial resources, personal qualities, and family support, women are successful business owners. For women-owned SMEs to grow, financial institutions should offer lending options with innovative financing. As a result, in order to ensure women's sustainable development through entrepreneurial activities, support for knowledge creation and external financing must change and be made available. Thank you for audience. Thank you for your attention. This is my all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mohammad Aminur Rahman. And if anybody is having any questions, please you can ask your question on this paper. Otherwise, I will move to the next paper then. Okay, fine. So I'm moving to the next paper. Again, I'm reviewing from the first. The influence of financial literacy to consumer purchase intention of traditional life insurance product. And it was by Rainy Maria Tugamkol and engineer Dr. IR Amelia Naim Indra. Madam, are you ready now?
Oh, my student is sending the video instead. So yeah. So sorry.
And with the second paper, are you ready with the second paper?
My other students is actually out of town, so she's withdrawing. Yeah.
Third paper, the implementation of occupational theory therapy with Bros Handicrafts approach to enhance the quality of life of elderly at X Nursing Home Jakarta. Reza Falevi. If he or she is ready.
I don't think Reza is there. Yeah.
I wrote him from WhatsApp. I am waiting a reply for him.
Okay, then let me present my paper only. Okay, I'm sharing the screen. Is it visible to all of you? Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just 1 minute. Okay, very good morning. Very good morning, very good afternoon, very good evening, and very good night to all the presenters and all the researchers from also throughout the globe. And today my paper is Entrepreneurial Fund Gaps and Sector-Wise Manpower Requirement in Indian Entrepreneurship Study. And I am the main author of it, and I am being assisted by Dr. Annette Christinel, and I am Associate Professor of United World School of Business, Karnavati University, Gandhinagar, India. And I am assisted by Dr. Annette Christinel, Assistant Professor, School of Commerce and Economics, Presidency University, Bengaluru, India. But for some reason, she is not there. Well, I will go on with my paper. First, where this conception of this paper came. Right? The thing is like that we are the researchers. So researchers, it should have some impact on the society. It should, the researchers, whatever research they are doing, that should have some impact on the government policies and all those things. Out of this thing only, the paper came out. At some point of time, I was the innovation ambassador of Institute Innovation Council, Government of India, Ministry of Education, Government of India. And from that only, I made certain researches on the basis of different data that was published by Government of India from time to time. And our main objective is to grow more and more employment in our country. Right? So where is the gap? Where is the opportunities? We have to check for that. India today is scaling different heights, whether it is in information technology, agriculture, trade, business, arts and culture, right? And by the effort of the present government and the previous governments, right now we are placed within the five GDPs of the world. But the point is there, that is just pulling down the things, that is unemployment. That is, we are having significant unemployment, and at the same time, we have to rectify that. We have to down the gap at the maximum extent. And for that, we, the researchers, the professors, have a good role to play on it. Right? Out of this only, as I said you, the paper is where the unemployment, where are the resources, where are the funds unutilized. In this way, we have to search for. And from this, first we checked that what are the government initiatives still taken. We saw that Government of India has taken different initiatives from time to time, in a number of initiatives. But at the same time, we have to think that we are running a country of 142 crores, right? Indian government came up with Make in India, Atal Innovation Mission, Jan Aadhaar, biotechnology industry research assistance, Stand Up India, then trade, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, National Skill Development. Apart from that, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India They have allocated funds, they have released it, and they have also make a list of potential manpower requirements in different ventures. But still, where is the gap? For that, what we have done, we made a literature survey. We make a literature survey of the previous work, and we went, our main points of literature survey was unemployment, government initiatives, opportunities, problems, government fund for entrepreneurs, difference between allocated and released funds, difference between government allocated and released funds, government released sector-wise manpower requirement, and government released manpower requirement. These things we went through, and a comprehensive literature study was there for that, right? And after that, what we came?
Excuse me, can you slide show, please? We cannot see your slide. Can you view show?
Yeah. Is it visible now?
No, it's not in the slide view. So it's very small. Can you?
Okay, now it is visible.
Can you put it in the slideshow?
Yes, it is in slideshow, madam.
It's not on my screen. How about the others? Can you see the slideshow or just hello?
It's not as a slideshow.
No, it's not.
No,
yes, thank you.
Now it is slideshow?
No.
No, not as of now.
Okay,
I think no, it's not slideshow.
Okay.
Just like Professor
I'm
Amelia and I.
Yes.
Stopping sharing.
I thought my computer is making mistake.
Also, are you using a double screen? Screen? Maybe it's because of that.
What?
If you are using double screen.
No, I'm not using
one
double screen. Is it there now?
Well, it's okay. Maybe I can just not read. It's okay.
Okay, I'm stopping sharing, and again I will share it. Is it okay now? To some extent?
No.
I don't know that what is the problem that is coming out. Okay, you can see something at least.
Yes, we can see it very small because it's together with the pictures of a Zoom.
Okay.
I think it's okay. Please continue.
Okay. So after conceptualization, what we came out like this, through this literature conceptualization, what we came like this, unemployment is there. I am also having my cursor there, unemployment and government initiatives. Through government initiatives, opportunities came out. That is government release sector-wise manpower requirement and opportunities through government release state-wise, stat-wise manpower requirement. But what is the problem? That one side there is some requirement and also some good things, opportunities are coming up. But the problem is of the funds. What was the allocated funds and what was the released funds? Let's check. So based on this, the objectives that I settled for the study is to study the difference between the allocated and released entrepreneurial development funds for different states and union territories of Government of India, and to study the need of manpower in different Indian entrepreneurial ventures, state and union territory wise, and to study the need of the manpower in different Indian entrepreneurial ventures, sector wise. We use the secondary data. Obviously, I said you that when I was the innovation ambassador of Government of India, at that point of time only this type of things came up, and we tried to help our government. The data released by Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurial, and more specifically, the secondary data that was used was the data released by Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India in Indian Upper House, that is Rajya Sabha. What is presented, I will be going through that. And let's go by one table, then we will see this. This is one of the table, right? And we saw that fund allocated, fund released. Actually, this is the data before, when allocated, it was before the pandemic and after pandemic, because government was siphoning some of the funds for the developmental work. Government totally backed different sectors for their growth. So the entrepreneurial ventures may not be supported at this point of time by state. What is the data that I am sharing? We saw that Maharashtra is having the largest difference, followed by other states. But when we came to the smaller states, in the smaller states, then it was almost diminishing. Almost all the funds were being released to them, right? And let's come to the next data. That is incremental HR requirement that is totally needed for different states, state-wise. How much incremental HR was required? In Maharashtra, again, the highest. And also we saw through the previous data, the fund release was lagging most in Maharashtra. Then it was followed by Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh. The states are lagging, right? And again, if we are coming to the smaller state, they are in a good position. Right? Now let's come to the last data. And this is sector-wise where we need the maximum manpower. See, and we can see that building, construction, and real estate really needs it. Fine, 68.58%. When we go for the healthcare, 105.85% potentiality is there to be recruited. And apart from that, we are having transportation and logistics, electronics and hardware, where a good potential is there. Beauty and wellness, yes, wellness at the point of time when we are having the pandemics, from that point of time, wellness, people were just crazy about the wellness, and so they need a lot of things to be done. Well, these are the some. So based on my objectives, these are the data, and we have to work on the following areas: pace up the process of releasing fund, and second, the sectors of potentials identify. Now motivating youth and grooming them to take up the career in entrepreneurship on those sectors where we saw there's a good potential of recruitment, and also for those states where there may more could be recruited. So if you remember, when I conceptualized through the literature survey, the green part was coming. And now, after the conceptualization through the solution, this green, apart from this saffron part is coming. That saffron part, what has to be done? Unreleased fund was the last part that I have discussed. And now we have to, through the unreleased fund, we have to check gaps, trends, and unused resources. Why the sharing is stopped? Yeah. And unreleased funds check performing entrepreneurial ventures, right? And create project rank, disperse incentives for capacity development and employment generation. These are some of the outputs, and I have recommended to our government. Okay. Okay. Okay. So with this, I conclude my part. So anybody is having any questions, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, dear Basu.
Okay, thank you. So I'm coming to the next presentation. That is the influence of financial literacy to consumer purchase intention of traditional life insurance product. And it is Rainy Maria Tumenko and Dr. Emilia Naim. Are you ready with the paper, madam?
She is going to send the video, so she's not going to present.
Okay, the second presentation, madam, is it ready?
No, she's also going to send video.
Okay, and the third one, the implementation of occupational theory with Bros handicrafts approach to enhance the quality of life of elderly at X Nursing Home, Jakarta. Raza Falevi, are you ready?
He will not be able to do it.
I think she will be replaced by Zahra Maulida.
Yeah.
Other topic.
I can announce it. A volunteer experience as an English instructor, a contribution to the development of Madani, Mental Health Care's English Affairs Division. Zahra Maulida Yulita Fairina Susanti. Sorry for wrong pronunciation, your name. Floor is yours, Zahra.
Okay. So am I audible? Let me share.
You are totally audible.
Okay. Hold a second. Let me see. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, we can see it.
Technicality because I use. Wait a second. All right. Is it in the slideshow mode?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So good day to everyone, all the presenters and also the moderator for these sessions. So let me introduce myself. My name is Zahra Maulida. I'm a BBA student from IPMI International Business School, Jakarta, Indonesia. And I would like to present my paper that was from my experience of volunteering in the Madani Mental Health Care. It's basically a mental health institution located in Jakarta. And in this paper, in writing this paper, I was assisted by my advisor, that is Engineer Yulita Susanti. So yeah, let me begin. So this is the agenda for today. We'll go I would like to give the brief information about the project, and then we'll go about the information about the mental health in Indonesia and also about the Madani profile. And also we go from there about the problem statement that I found in the institution, and also the methodology that I use for this research that I was derived from the project management theory, and also the quick fact about the English as the most language spoken in the world, and also the solution and also the recommendation. Okay.
Zahra, can you do slideshow, please? This is not slideshow.
Oh, I do the slideshow already. This is not a slideshow? So.
Yeah, but if you cannot do it, okay.
But can you see like the page is moving or not?
Yes, it's moving.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I think everybody is facing some glitches on this. I mean, it's the slideshow part. Okay, please continue.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. Sorry.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So this is a brief summary about my project. So actually, the aim of my volunteer experience was to address the challenge and also provide a solution that faced by the particularly English Affairs Division, and improve their mechanism in the institution itself, like in Madani Mental Health Care. And also the focus itself here to better, it's to better the mechanism in it. And also I use the framework from the project management, that is from initiation, include problem identification, and also then I set up the plan and also the execution itself of the plan, and monitor and also control. I control the progress and also the evaluation. And the source of this project was from a direct observation through 3 months volunteering in the institution. And the objective is to conform to a social responsibility in the society, because again, it's a community involvement project, and also to explore a different industry outside the business area, and to spread the awareness to the readers about the mental illness. Okay, so this is slightly the information about the mental health issue in Indonesia. So apparently after the COVID-19, it increased the case of mental disorder cases. That is almost 70% from the previous years. But gladly, the mental health institution in Indonesia, they're very open to modernize their systems. So they're really open to do the collaboration with certain institutions from medical school, international organizations, and also with the government. And yeah, in this case, the Madani Mental Health Care, they focus on two cases, that is the drug addicts and also schizophrenia. So yeah, this we can see here that these two cases has been like the most major case in Indonesia. It's always increasing every year. So yeah. And this is the founder of Madani Mental Health Care. So he's a co-founder Madani of Mental Health Care, and also the headmaster of medical school in University of Indonesia. His name is Professor Dadang Hawari, and he was the one who created the method of BPSS. It was first implemented in Indonesia, and it was recognized by WHO. So yeah, what is the and in this Madani profile slide, I would like to present to you what is actually the BPSS method. So here, Madani Mental Health Care, they really applied a holistic approach in treating a patient. So it's not only biologic through medication, but also psychological. So from biology, they assess a patient through counseling, and that is by the Professor Dadang Hawari himself, and also through psychological, they involve the group supporting therapy. And in the social part and in the spiritual, it's the most interesting part, because it is the program where they prepare the patient in order, after the session in the mental health institution, it prepared them to reintegrate to their community. So yeah, in the social, they train patient with English skills, and also automotive skills, and many others. So in this case, I contribute in the English session class. So, but then in the institution, I found, especially in the English Affairs Division, I found these problems. There are two main points here. That is the unclear curriculum of English class for the patients, and also the low popularity because they have low publicity. That is because the staff mainly that was assigned to this division was they have like low level of English skills. So, but then again, we see that English here, this is from the data from 2022, English has remained to be the most important language in the world. Because it has the most numbers in terms of speakers.
Zahra, probably it is not scrolling. You are fixed in some of the screens.
Sorry?
Just check it. Just check it. I know some glitches are coming. You are fixed in some of the screens. It is not scrolling to the next screens. Just check it. Otherwise, what to do? New normal and new glitches.
Okay.
Yeah. Now it is doing. Now it's doing.
Okay. All right. Okay, so here we are. Yeah. So from this, we know that English could present a better key for the patients to enter a better education and employment opportunities after they finish the program in Madani Mental Health Care. And so this is the method that I use in order to execute the plan in Madani Mental Health Care, from initiation, planning, executing, and monitoring and controlling, and closing. So in the initiating process, I already formulated like the problem that I mentioned earlier in the problem statement, and in the planning, I address what kind of plan, what kind of, what the things that must be done, and then also the actor that needs to implement the plan. And also in the executing part, that is the most important part, where we make sure that everything's going smoothly in terms of the technicality. And for monitoring and controlling, it's to make sure that what's already being implement in the institution was sustained. And in the closing part, I did a bit of evaluations, and also I addressed some recommendation for the institutions. So here's the thing. So this is, I already mentioned earlier about the problem, that is the publicity, and also the unclear direction of in terms of learning curriculum. And here hold on a second. Okay. And in the solution here, I help the Mr. Yudo is actually the head of the English division, who usually become the teacher in the class. First, I just immerse myself in the class to be, to observe what is actually that is needed to be improved. And this is the schedule also for the whole project of this volunteer. So yeah, and also not to mention that it's last but not least, this CIP project is actually self-fund based. So yeah, yeah, and this is a fun fact about the quick fact about the class. So it consists of 15 to 20 patients, mainly teenagers to young adults, and it's conducted once a week, every Thursday, 2 hours. And also it's with this problem that I see before, it's the class is not focused because it's too large. They gather everyone, like 20 people in one class. So I help them to divide the class according to their level. That is by applying the placement test for the patients. So after that, we divide the class into 2 levels, that is basic and also intermediate. And after that, I help to structure the topic of the class. That is according to 4 sections: reading, grammar, listening, and speaking. And also I use a more fun approach because again, it's the patient with the mental illness. They cannot handle much pressure in terms of learning. That's why I use more fun for the listening part, where they can listen to some song and then fill up the blanks in the lyrics, for example. So yeah, and next, this is just the additional info about how I monitor and control.
Can you wrap up within the next couple of minutes?
Okay. So yeah, so here there's not really much of the things that need done, because it was pretty much smooth, like the whole execution, because the Madani Mental Health Care really helped me. Every team was very supporting. So yeah, and here there's some conclusion and recommendation, and I recommend that that Madani Mental Health Care implement a more fixed curriculum that's and also sustain what already been implied and improved through my project. And they actually accept it too, and they're very grateful. And also I encourage them to develop a more customized syllabus for the detailed timetable, and also for the sections. And also I also recommend them to visualize the journey of every patient, and also highlight the importance of the English proficiency for them, so they will feel motivated. So I think that's pretty much all about my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Madam Zahra Maulida. So if any questions are there, now I'm opening the floor for any questions. Okay. So now I think no questions are there. So now I'm going to the next paper. That is the influence literacy to consumer purchase intention of traditional life insurance products.
Dear Basu.
Yeah.
Dr. Amelia already said that he will send a video record to us.
Okay. So
okay.
It will be
there is just Reza Pahlavi's paper.
Sorry, Reza Pahlavi withdraw from the Congress. Sorry.
Okay, okay then. Okay. So we finished the session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you with this.
Thank you very much for your moderation. Amelia,
Thank you.
we have 8 minutes. We can start the next session or we can wait.
I think we can just start.
Okay. Let's
Because
start
I
then.
can see that Lena is already here. Right? You are ready. And I don't know about the next one. Do you want to wait, Lena, or do you want to just go ahead?
Mariano, Devi.
Yeah.
If you want,
Ibu
we
Dewi
can
is
start
already
then.
here. Bu Dewi is already here. Ibu Ratri, would you please call Adi Muhajirin, Sumaryono, and Ibu Dewi will be also for listed for the second speaker.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're
good.
ready.
Yes, very good. So we can just go ahead then. Yes, we can
He's
just go
already
ahead.
here.
Ready to go.
Sinta Amelia Putri, is she here?
Sinta Amelia Putri. I don't know about which school is that?
I'm here.
Third paper. Yes,
Which
Mohammed is here from one of the presenters of third paper.
Yes.
Mutiara Mizan, are you here? Mutiara Mizan. Just he is absent, but we have time for him. We can start if you wish, dear Amelia.
Already. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Really glad to be able to moderate for this session. Thank you very much for being here. It's been a wonderful 3 days in a row for this CEO Congress conference. And for this session, we will have very good presentation coming up. For the first one, I would love to call my dear student, Ibu Lena Nur Aulana, with her supervisor, Professor Aman Wirakartakusuma, and me as the second supervisor. So the title would be The Influence of Price, Product Quality, Accessibility, and Health Consciousness as a moderating variable on buying intention, evident from the small packaging mixed flour at XYZ. Yes, I would like to give the opportunity to Lena for the presentation. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Bu Amelia. Nice to meet you again. I will share my presentation. It's already show. Oh, sorry. It's not. It's already show the presentation.
Yeah, but it's not slideshow. I don't know why. It's been it's been like this. As
It's
long as
already
it's
slideshow?
scrolling. No, not slideshow. Okay, now it is. All right, now yes.
Okay.
Now yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Bu Amelia and the audience. Thank you for this opportunity. Today, I will present my research is about the influence of price, product quality, and accessibility on buying intention with health consciousness as a moderating variable, as evident of small packaging mixed flour XYZ at PTX, under supervising Professor Aman Wirakartakusuma and Dr. Amelia Naim. So this presentation is contain 5 chapters from introduction until conclusion and recommendation. The introduction, so based on grandviewresearch.com, global prepare of mixed flour market expected its grow 8% from 2022 until 2030 in various applications like household, bakery shop, food processing industry, and other applications. And still based on grandviewresearch.com, the global prepare flour mixed flour is increased 27.28 billion in 2021, and it's expected to reach increase 29.23 billion on 2022. But unfortunately, this condition is different from the mixed floor XYZ, which have sales decline on 7th quarter on 2020 until 2021, it's around 23%. So the question is, are the mixed floor XYZ is already met with the customer needs? So to answer, it conducted research with the customer behavior approach. The objective of this research was to investigate 3 independent variables represented by price, product quality, accessibility to the dependent variable buying intention with health consciousness as a moderating variable, mixed floor customer in Greater Jakarta, especially in Jakarta, Bogor, Depok, Tangerang, and Bekasi. So the chapter 2 is about the literature review. So based on Kotler and Keller, customer behavior is a study how the people, groups, and the organization select, purchase, utilize, and put product, service, idea, and experience to satisfy their want and their needs. And based on Kotler and Armstrong, buying decisions are influenced by several stimulus, such as marketing stimulus, product, price, distribution, and communication, consumer characteristic, customer psychology, and other factors. Based on Salem, buying decision was defined as a person's choice to go with a certain product or service by company rather than one offered by one of its competitors. So, based on Kotler and Armstrong, customer purchase decision stage is from recognition until post-purchase evaluation. Price, based on Konuk 2019, it was defined as what is giving up or sacrifice to obtain a product. And if the product have utility, it will be create a value, and the value is measured by price based on Stanton on 1994. And in the context of the healthy foods, found from this research that customers have willingness to pay a premium price of the healthy products. And the product quality, according Kotler and Keller, is a characteristic of the product or service on ability to satisfy their need. And the quality is the meeting point between customer need and a company goal. It's proven to provide customer satisfaction. Health consciousness after COVID-19 outbreak has dramatically changed the people lifestyle, where the people tend to choose healthier food, and customers are increasingly concerned about nutrition, health, and the quality of their food. And the customer purchase behavior for food product is changing considerably with the healthy food consumption. Accessibility is the distribution channel to increase product penetration. The distribution channel is used by the producer to distribute the goods from producer to customer or industrial user. The following is research framework. So we will examine 7 hypotheses: the effect of the variable price, product quality, accessibility, and health consciousness as a moderating variable or indirect relation between price, product quality, accessibility to buying intention. Chapter 3, it's about methodology. This research is quantitative research, and for statistical technique analysis, it will be using SAM-PLS. With the SAM-PLS, we will calculate inner model and outer model. So inner model, it will be calculate convergent validity, discriminant validity, Cron-Batch alpha, composite reliability. And outer model, it will be calculate R-square, F-square, and hypothesis testing. So finding and discussion. The technique on this research is non-probability sampling with purposive sample, with the criteria the respondent are user and they are staying in Greater Jakarta, with the total respondent is around 136 respondent, but unfortunately 2 respondent is fail one of the criteria. So the eligible respondent is around 134 respondent. And all data, it will be processing by PLSM. So after the inner and outer model of PLSM result meet the criteria, following the hypothesis testing result, it showed that hypothesis 1, the direct relation between price and buying intention is not significant. And the hypothesis 2, the direct relation between product quality to buying intention is not significant. And hypothesis 4, the direct relation between accessibility to buying intention is significant. And hypothesis 4, the direct relation between health consciousness and buying intention is significant. And meanwhile, the moderating effect on health consciousness to product quality and price to buying intention, it's not significant. And the moderating effect of health consciousness to accessibility on buying intention, it's significant. So the discussion from this study, we found that product quality has not significant on buying intention. But from bootstrapping testing SAM-PLS, it showed that PQ3, the indicator of taste variance of mixed flour, is the greatest influence on buying intention. This indicates that taste variance is the more important factor that affect customer buying intention. And how about the effect of price on buying intention? This study found that price has no significant effect on buying intention. And from the bootstrapping testing, the price indicator has the low value in influencing buying intention. And this suggests that the customer who participate in this study are not sensitive to price. And how about the effect of accessibility on buying intention? From this study found the accessibility has a significant effect on buying intention. It means that the easy with which customer can access mixed flour products is the most important factor in determining their likelihood to buy. And the last one is a health consciousness effect on moderating variable. It's found that health consciousness on the relationship between accessibility and buying intention was found to be significant. On the other hand, the direct relationship between health consciousness and buying intention was also found significant. This study indicates that higher health consciousness has further strengthens the relation between accessibility and buying intention. The conclusion, product quality and price did not have significant effect on buying intention, but accessibility and health consciousness have a significant effect on buying intention. Health consciousness moderating relation between accessibility and buying intention have a significant effect, and the accessibility is the indicator have the strongest effect on the customer intention to buy. So it means that customers are more likely to buy mixed flour if it's available and accessible to them. So the last one is about the recommendation. The recommendation is to improving accessibility to make it easier for the customer to purchase the product by increasing distribution channel and also improve the availability. And the second one, focus on improving the taste and flavor option by the product by introduce new flavor, use high quality ingredients, offering recipe suggestion, and have unique selling point from the products. This is for my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Very nice presentation and very interesting. It is unique to find out that we are looking at this accessibility and health consciousness as being significant, yet the consumer seems to be able, to to choose health consciousness over the price and quality. So that is a good finding. Thank you, Lena.
Thank
Any
you,
question
Bu.
from the floor? Hello? If anyone has a question, yes? All right. If there is no question, so we can actually move to the next presentation. I'm going to call for Adi Muhajirin and Sumarno and Dr. Dewi Puspaningtyas. And the title will be Higher Instruction Human Resources Management, Phones and Information Administration Specialist presents. Yes, I'm giving you the time for the presentation.
Okay,
Time
thank
is
you.
yours.
Let's see, I share my
Adi.
screen. Yep.
Thank you very
And
much.
thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
No, yes, all right. All right. Can you make it slideshow, please?
Okay. Yep. This is my slideshow.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good evening, discussing participant of the CEO Conference 2023. First of all, let me start by introduction our team from Bayangkara Jakarta University. My name is Adi Muhajirin with my partner Sumaryono and my supervisor Dr. Dewi Puspaningtyas Paini. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to present this my research, Higher Instructor Human Resources Management, Harness and Information Administration Specialized present. This is my agenda, introduction, literature review. I have 3 literature review. It is knowledge management, OLC, organization life cycle, institutional choice, methodology, finding and discussion, and conclusion recommendation. Okay. Number 1 is introduction. According to the organization, this is information administration affect human resources practice according to the organization life cycle theory. The study compares university that teach information administration in their academic. This is my literature review. I have 3 literature review. Number 1 is knowledge management. Knowledge management agents play a vital role in preserving and leveraging this knowledge. They can assist user with various tasks, reduce work and information overload, guide user to diverse knowledge, and enhance the learning process. This is a close 2002 and Rasmerita 2001. Number 2, the literature review is organizational life cycle. Many organizations fail to explore the potential hidden knowledge posed by their members. Research by Delphi Group reveals that organizational knowledge can be structurally preserved in university. This group as follows. This is Estrianto 2008. And literature number 3 is institutional size. For university, which are in a constant state of development and competition, organizational life cycle models can be employed to measure organizational health based on factors such as age, employee size, student population, and leadership regeneration. This is my methodology. My methodology used from the study analyzed to 25 university, include 6 with and 6 without knowledge management agent. The first cohort had 800 with 1,200 faculty members and over 15 students, while the second group with 113 faculty and staff and less than 18 students. And finding discussion-nya, this is a finding discussion. Number 1 is number of employee and lecture. Number 2, technology integration and strategic initiative. Number 3, customer focus and quality improvement. Number 4, HR learning and practice. Number 5, international resource participation. Number 6, time spent and core task. Number 7, provision of HR services and administration. Number 7, use of technology for file management. Number 8, participant in strategy formulation. Number 9, competent HR staff. And number 10, HR performance evaluation. This is my results. University with the agent and university without a knowledge management agent is different. This is a variable technology integration and then failure to meet expectation. This discussion, our funding address the gap in establish a variable working relationship for developing HR excellence and achieve superior HR services. Number 2, university lacking a knowledge management agent may face operational challenge due to obsolete HR strategy. Number 3, the presence of the knowledge management agent can help organization address their difficulties in managing business partner, business strategy, and HR analysis. Number 4, respondents in both categories rate their performance in the second dimension as the lowest, indicating from the improvement. Number 5, university with knowledge management agent showed impacting strategy business issue to enhance the HR practice. This is my conclusion. The study highlights that knowledge management positively influences human resources practice in the academic setting in line with an organizational life cycle theory. This institution exhibits systemized routine, effective file management, and higher satisfaction with HR personnel skills and knowledge. For recommendation is encourage university to adopt knowledge management practice as part of their HR strategy, especially during the mature growth stage to maximize the effectiveness of HR practice. Thank you for your kind attention and special thanks for Dr. Dewi Puspitafaini, my friends, students at doctoral program and management at Bayangkara University, and thank you for moderator Dr. Insinyur Amelia Naim Indrajaya. Thank you very much for all of them. This time is come back to Miss Amelia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation, Pak Adi Muhajirin. It's a very interesting and of course very informative, that it's very important to have a knowledge management system to enhance the HR implementation in the school setting. So I definitely would like to do a citation on this to make sure that all schools and universities will develop a good knowledge management system. Thank you very much. Is there any questions from the floor? All right.
Thank you, Professor
Thank
Lilia.
you, Professor Dewi, for the great, your mentee is doing really perfect. Great. All right. So if there's no question, I think we have to go to the next one, which is the effect of word of mouth and online reviews on consumer trust, a case study in Erigo by Sinta Amelia Putri, Muhammad Khairuddin, and Naufal Yuda Irwanto.
Okay, thank you, Bu Amelia Naim.
Thank you very much. Please share your presentation.
Okay. Sorry. What's in? Okay. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good
Good.
afternoon.
Yes, afternoon, morning, and all the time.
Allow me introduce myself before starting today's presentation. My name is Muhammad Khairuddin, and I study at Bayangkara University, Jakarta Raya. I will talk about the effect of word of mouth and online review on consumer trust case study in Erigo. So this is the presentation agenda for today. Chapter 1, Introduction. Erigo is a fashion product that develops original fashion brands in Indonesia which emphasize high quality and persuasive product design, all travel and daily needs. Erigo is currently ranked among dependable and high quality apparel brands available in Indonesia. Stand on November 2010 under the brand selected and NCO, which later changed to be Erigo. In today's digital era, the influence of word of mouth and online review increasingly important in consumer purchasing decision. The important role of word of mouth is that consumers tend to seek information about product or service from recommendation from people they trust, such as family, friends, or other people they. Meanwhile, online reviews are information written by others, consumer websites, or other platforms that discuss certain product or service. In the context, this study will examine the effect of word of mouth and online review, consumer trust in the Erigo brand.
Hello, are you still there? Hello, Muhammad Khairuddin, are you freezing there? I think there's a glitch.
Actually, he's here.
Yeah, he is freezing.
Yes. Now he has gone.
Oh, okay. Is there any co-author here? Any co-author can actually help, please.
Prof. Lilia, I think he is from the postgraduate magister management, so they're not under our supervisions.
Oh, okay. So Naufal Yuda Irwanto is not there. Sinta Amelia Putri is not there.
Yes.
Okay.
Proceed to the next.
Okay. Okay. So I think we can just move to the next one. Okay. So there's another thing. If, for example, Muhammad Khairuddin can be back in another 5 minutes, I think we can still, give him a chance to do his presentation. Any co-author with him? No co-author? Yes. Okay. Otherwise, the next one is actually already withdrawing because her uncle just passed away. So she withdrew. She said she emailed you, Kirim. Mutiara Mizan. Yeah. So I think then if we cannot wait
maybe in 5 minutes. He's changing the Wi-Fi and trying
Oh, okay,
to.
good. We still we should
Yeah.
wait. We should wait.
We tried to contact him. Maybe he will
Yes,
bounce
he's
back.
here. Oh, he's
Okay,
not?
thank you.
Yes, he's here.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Lilia.
We have time. We can wait for him.
Yes. Yes, we can wait. I think he will come, right? Oh no, okay. We still wait. I think we still
He's trying his utmost effort to bounce back.
yeah, I think we
Kindly.
should wait. Yeah. For Pak Muhammad Khairuddin. We should wait. We should give him a chance, yeah. It's
Actually,
technology.
Our supervision, but I tried to contact the supervisor. So he's trying to contact Muhammad Khairuddin. So kindly wait.
Okay. Prof. Wiwi, perhaps you can be the moderator because I need to do my Asar prayer.
Yes, but I think this session is done already, right?
Yeah. Yes, I know. It's done.
Let's
That's for Muhammad Khairuddin. if
Yes,
he is
yes,
coming.
yes, yes. We are just waiting for Muhammad Khairuddin.
But supposedly he's not returning back in 5 minutes. We can we can dismiss him, Prof. Lilia.
Okay.
Therefore, how is it, Dr. Karim? Should we move to the next sessions or?
We have time, 30 minutes for the next session. Actually, Melinda is here, as I see. Melinda Malau is
Hello,
here.
Mr.
Hello, Melinda. If you want, we can give a brief break and then we can start the session, or we can start directly.
Okay, Mr.
Okay, then we can give a break, 5 minutes break. Will we start or will we give a break? Melinda, which one do you prefer?
I think we will start, Mr. Karim.
Okay.
So I can just close the session, right? So thank you very much. So formally, I will end this session. And then thank you very much for all the great presenters. And I really appreciate all the hard work into doing this research and writing the publication. So for the next session, it will be moderated by Ibu Dr. Melinda Malau herself, right? Yourself, right? You're alone, right? Yeah, okay.
With
Srinivas Babu Ratnam from America will be here.
Oh,
but
very nice. Is she coming?
We have 30 minutes. Maybe he will come 30 minutes later. I will write him from WhatsApp.
All right.
We have time.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great session, everyone.
Thank you very much, dear Amelia Naim Indraya and Vivek Daryanto, for your great moderation. And 4 or 5 presentations have done in this session. Thank you very much, all presenters. If Muhammad Khairuddin comes here, we will let him to finish his presentation also in the next session. No problem for him. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The moderator was asking too fast offensively, so I think I'll just cancel. Okay, thank you very much, because we had very previous session. Thank you.
Okay.
So I think my session is ended. I need to do my self-prayer. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Amelia.
Thank you, Ibu Amel.
Thank you, Bu Amel.
Thank you, Prof. Wiwi.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Hello, Mr. Karim. Mr.
Hello,
Karim.
hello, Melinda, dear Melinda.
We continue the presentation or
Okay.
waiting Srinivas Babu?
I have wrote a message from WhatsApp to him.
Oh.
I think he will come. We can start if you wish.
Okay, we will start. Okay, hello, good evening. Welcome to the 6th Communication Economic Organization or CO International Congress. Today is June 18, 2023. We will continue for the 21st session. There are 6 teams that will present the research result in this session. And please set up your presentation in 10 minutes and 5 minutes for discussion. All right. The first presentation is a study of addressing fairness and bias in artificial intelligence and ML in World Health by Srinivas Babu. Miss Srinivas, are you here?
As I said, I text him
Oh, no. Yeah.
to take part here.
Okay. Next, the second presentation, Counseling Teacher on Narrative Story Photography by Mrs. Erlina, Miss Yamila, Mrs. Silviana, and Mrs. Asih. Are you here, Miss Erlina?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
Ibu Melinda.
Okay,
Can I
time is
share my
yours.
presentation? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Please, the team present within 10 minutes.
Can you see my presentation, Ibu Melinda?
Yes.
Okay, I will start. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Erlina Novianti. I'm from Photography Program, Faculty of Art Design, Universitas Trisakti Jakarta. We would like to present you about our research congress at International Communication Economic Organization Social Science Congress 2023. My team consists of Silviana Amanda, myself, Shamila Tartila Sofyan, and Asih Retno Devanti. The title of our presentation is Counseling Teacher on Narrative Story Photography. The outline of our presentation is introduction, research methodology, result discussion, and conclusion. The introduction. Counseling teacher have the duty and responsibility of providing guidance and counseling to students. Lisa Savitri is counseling teacher at junior high school at Sukabumi City and handles students with special needs. This research is Lisa Savitri activities and counseling teacher on narrative story photography. Use 9 elements of story photos such as clean shot, detail, interaction, context, medium, overall, portrait, sequence, and signature, and use available lighting. Is use natural light without any artificial manipulation. The literature review are story photography, narrative story photography, 9-element photo story. Story photography is a component of photojournalism that can effectively convey powerful messages. Narrative story photography, narrative photo process distinct characteristic, including a narrative structure in which the series of photos comprising the story such as the opening, main, and closing shot cannot be altered. And 9-element photo is 9-element photo are overall should capture a wide perspective of the scene, providing an encompassing view of the location. These shoots are typically used as opening photo to set the atmosphere and context of the story. The second is medium shoot, focus on individual or group, narrowing the scope of the story. They have to establish a closer connection between the viewer and the subject in the narrative. Detail shoot involve capturing close-up images that highlight specific element or important part of the story. This should serve as focal point within the series, compelling the viewer to pause and observe. And a portrait should feature the main character or individual in the story. They can be taken during significant moments, showcasing the subject face, body, and relationship with the environment. Should capturing interaction showcase the relation and exchange between character and their environment, encompassing physical, emotional, and professional interaction. Shoot with signature represent the key of the key or defining moment within the series of narrative photos. They encapsulate the essential of summing of the narrative. Sequence shoot consists of multiple photos depicting the step-by-step progression or sequential action. They showcase the subject, a systematic approach, or illustrate a process. Clincher is the final photo in the series of the concluding image that wrap up the narrative, leaving a lasting impression of the viewer. And the last one is shoot with context. The shoots are strategically incorporated by the photographer to evoke the reader imagination based on their experience, insight, culture, and values. The photo maintain relevance and enhancing the overall meaning of each series of narrative photography. And the research method are practice-based research involving initiating the research process through practical work and application. Finding and discussion, 10 narrative photo story of Risa Savitri as counseling teacher using 9-element photo story. Figure 1, the title is Junior High School at Sukabumi City. Opening photo is presenting the front of Junior High School at Sukabumi City building and presenting Risa's office. Element used overall, capture a wide view and convey the atmosphere of the location, of the shooting location. The next is Risa Savitri, counseling teacher. Content photo is figure of Risa Savitri as counseling teacher. Element use portrait, presenting portrait Risa Savitri. The next is counseling. Content photo is counseling session for students who have filled the school role. Element use medium, provide information to the viewer about Risa Savitri data and responsibilities. The next figure is calling a student. Content photography, call one of the students with special needs who are under her guardian. An element use sequence, focus on students with special needs who require specialized guidance from the main subject is Risa Savitri. The next is heading to study room. Content photography is the student and teacher descending the stairs on their way to the room. An element use sequence, continuation of the previous photo. The next figure is guiding student with special need. Content photo engaging in the task of guiding a student with special needs during his computer-based exam. An element use signature, presenting Risa as a mentor for special needs student. The next is guiding with patient. Content photo is teaching students with special needs to read, reading, and enter tests on the computer during the exam. Element use detail, focus on the area of the subject hand and text on the paper. The next is guiding sincerely. Content photo is Risa Savitri sincerely in guiding students with special needs. Element use interaction between teacher and student. Home visit. Content visit to student home to gather information about students who are absent from school. Element use medium presenting the duties and responsibility of RISA not only the ongoing activity but also the ambience of the visitor house. And the last is closing photo, is conclusion of research activities. Element use cleanser depicting the final moment in the series as the conclusion, and use contact the spectator to engage the imagination and create their respective interpretation to conclude the story. In conclusion are, by opting for the presentation of photo story, the resulting photo become more organized and well arranged. The utilization of story photo element further aid in producing cohesive photo work that effectively supports story photo. Each element serves a specific function in capturing a particular moment, and when combined in series of 10 photos, they create a coherent and comprehensible story photography. And the last is the flow and content of well-created narrative photographic series facilitate the spectator comprehension and understanding of the story intended to deliver. And the recommendation are producing a narrative photography series. It is crucial to understand and select the appropriate presentation style. This allows the author to organize the story in a structured manner and effectively communicate visual narrative that are not only visual, appealing, but also convey essential information and maintain the integrity of the story. And the last is, by carefully creating the sequence and arrangement of the photo, the author can ensure that story is conveyed accurately and leaving a lasting impact on the viewer. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Ibu Elinda.
Okay, thank you, Miss Erlina. Very interesting, good topic research about counseling teacher or narrative story photography. Any question from audience? Any question? Okay, if no one asks, we continue to the next presentation. The third presentation, the title is Behavior Target Training by Dr. Lee Roberts. Dr. Lee, time is yours. Dr. Lee Roberts, are you here?
Dear Melinda, he's from Canada, maybe because of time difference.
Oh.
I wrote a message from WhatsApp and I called, but he couldn't open my phone call. Let's skip him and we will take him in the future
Okay,
session.
thank you, Mr. Karim. Now we continue to the next presentation, the fourth presentation. Can financial distress and good corporate governance influence tax aggressiveness? By Sherlyn and Wirawan. Sherlyn? Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Sherlyn.
Hello. Okay. Let me present my PPT first.
Yes.
Okay.
Dear Sherlyn, can you? Okay, it's good.
Okay. Okay. Hello everyone. I'm Sherlyn Amita. I'm an accounting student from Ciputra University, Surabaya, Indonesia. It is a great honor for me to meet all of you. Thank you for the opportunity that's been given to me to present my research article. First, I would like to bring up a quote from Arthur van der Poel. Okay, wait. Okay, it says that taxes are the lifeblood of government, and no taxpayer should escape paying his fair share of the burden of his contribution. But we know that there is such a thing as tax aggressiveness by companies, which can drain government resources and exacerbate economic inequality. Therefore, all of us, especially government and corporation, need to know the factor influencing tax aggressiveness. Okay, that is the topic I will convey under can financial distress and good corporate governance influence tax aggressiveness. Okay, here's the agenda that I will discuss. Okay, let's move to introduction. Okay, tax revenue in Indonesia is still needed to be optimized because the realization of tax revenue for 2014 to 2020 has yet to reach a target. That is why it is essential to improve the tax collection system in Indonesia by identifying the factor that affects tax payment. We can find out what significantly influences taxpayer to reduce the tax burden. Thus, we, especially the government and companies, can be more careful about aspects that affect tax aggressiveness. Okay, and I identified two factors influencing tax aggressiveness in the study, financial distress and good corporate governance. Okay, first about financial distress. Financial distress is a condition of economic decline, making it difficult for a company to carry out their operational activities. Then company with bad corporate governance quality also tend to make it easy for government to commit fraud, such as tax aggressiveness. Okay, this problem arises due to a conflict of interest or a chance conflict. As the principle, the government considers taxes as a state revenue, so the government will always try to increase tax revenue. Meanwhile, as a chance, taxpayers assume taxes are a burden that reduces their income, so that this difference interest encourage taxpayers to plan to reduce the nominal tax payment. So the study, the study analyzed the property and real estate sector company. So why I chose this sector? First is because the property and real estate sector is attractive to investors in Indonesia. It's because Indonesia has a large population and ever-increasing demand for housing and commercial facilities. Two, the Indonesian government has implemented various policies and regulations that support the growth of property and real estate sector. So two, the property and real estate sector is the sector that committed the most act of tax evasion during 2017 to 2020. And one of the phenomena of tax evasion by property companies is the Panama Papers scandals in 2016, which dragged several names of property companies in Indonesia, such as Ciputra Development, Agung Podomoro Land, and Cipo Karawaci. Okay, so about literature review, maybe I just explain about the indicator for good corporate governance. So in the study, I used audit quality, institutional ownership, and independent commissioner as an indicator for good corporate governance. Okay, next, the methodology. The study's data collection process was carried out through purposive sampling stage. So 29 company samples or 203 data were obtained. And the study applies multiple regression analysis with robust standard error approach to the hypothesis regarding the impact of financial distress, audit quality, institutional ownership, and independent commissioner on tax aggressiveness, with profitability and firm size as a control variable. Okay, next, the finding. One is tax aggressiveness is not affected by financial distress. Thus, the decision to carry out tax aggressiveness in a company is not triggered by financial distress, financial conditions that are currently difficult or in a healthy condition. It indicated that companies experiencing financial difficulties would be more vigilant in acting or making decisions with a high risk of worsening the company's condition and increasing the profitability of bankruptcy. And the company can be subject to sanction from the tax authorities if it is indicated that it has committed act of tax aggressiveness. Consequently, the company's reputation suffers in the eye of customers and investors, and likely to lose many investors due to a chance conflict between company management and investors. And this risk will ultimately exacerbate the company's financial condition, which is already in bad condition. And two, tax aggressiveness is not affected by audit quality. Thus, whether firm is audited by a Big Four public accounting firm or non-Big Four does not impact their choice of tax aggression, because the Big Four firm or not, they use generally accepted accounting standard in carrying out their audit activities, so that the result or opinion issued are independent and accountable. Therefore, the decision to act on tax aggressiveness does not depend on the quality of the public accounting firm. And three, tax aggressiveness is negatively affected by institutional ownership. Thus, the lower the number of shareholdings by institutional parties, the higher the level of tax aggressiveness in a company. It indicated that the greater the number of institutional ownership, the more influential the monitoring and control process will be, which encouraging companies to comply with laws and regulations, such as taxes. And this condition is caused by a difference in interest or a chance conflict between companies' owners and management, when management try various ways, including tax avoidance, to maximize company's profit. However, institutional owners want the company to refrain from violating any policies that can later affect the company's reputation and company sustainability. And four, tax aggressiveness is not affected by independent commissioner. Thus, the number of independent commissioner does not impact their choice of tax aggression, because the independent commissioner is not authorized to make decision, but can only provide input, but the internal company still holds the financial decision. Thus, the existence of an independent commissioner has no bearing on whether tax aggressiveness happens or not. In addition, there's a possibility that the role and function of an independent commissioner in a company are not optimal, because the existence of an independent commissioner in a company is only to fulfill OJK requirements, which requires that at least 30% of the board of commissioners members must be independent commissioners in a company. But simultaneously, financial distress, audit quality, institutional ownership, and independent commissioners with profitability and firm size as a countervaluable, and it can influence management decision in carrying out tax aggressiveness. Okay, the conclusion. So the tax aggressiveness of property and real estate company in the IDX in 2017 to 2020 is not affected by financial distress, audit quality, and independent commissioners. However, tax aggressiveness is negatively affected by institutional ownership, which indicated that the higher institution ownership can reduce the tax aggressiveness in property and real estate sector company. And the recommendation is tax aggressiveness can be measured by other supporting measures such as cash ETR and BDT and marginal tax rate. And second, audit quality can be measured by other measuring instruments too, such as SPGL or KAP industry specialization and audit assignment period. Okay, so thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your question and further discussion on this important matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sherlyn. Very interesting, good topic research. Thank you so much for your presentation. Any question or input from audience? Any question? If no one question or input, I want to give input for this paper, Sherlyn. In this paper about can financial distress and good corporate governance and tax aggressiveness. In this PPT, you can add a grand theory in this research in beginning literature, Sherlyn. Example, signaling theory or grand theory in the beginning literature review and at the limitation of this research. Okay, thank you so much, Sherlyn.
Thank you.
Now we continue to the next presentation. The title is The Effect of Independent Commissioners, EVA and ROA on Firm Value by Jessica Wijaya and Wirawan. Jessica, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity for me to present this paper. I'm Jessica as first researcher and Mr. Wirawan as second researcher. We are from Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya. The title of this paper is The Effect of Independent Commissioners, EVA and ROA on Firm Value. For the agenda, it consists of 5 parts, which first one is introduction, second one is literature review and hypothesis development. Third one is methodology, and then finding and discussion, and the last one is conclusion and recommendation. The rising number of companies listed on IDX each year reflect a growth trend of go public companies in Indonesia. There were 713 companies trading their share on IDX on 2020, and the number reaching 833 companies as of January 2023. Investment in the manufacturing sector escalated from 215.9 trillion rupiah in 2019 and 272.9 trillion rupiah in 2020, and 300 to 25.4 trillion rupiah in 2021. Numerous studies has demonstrated that stock price as a measure of firm value is influenced by various variables, including earning per share, net profit margin, return on equity, dividend payout ratio, return on asset, economic value added, and others. However, there are 3 variables that exhibit inconsistent effect on stock price. Although the effect is inconsistent based on several previous studies, these variables are crucial in assessing company performance. The inconsistent finding from previous research regarding the effect of the number of independent commissioners, EVA and ROA, on firm value have spurred research to pursue further research. By comprehending the roles of this variable, companies can allocate more attention to factors that influence their firm value. Additionally, companies can acquire a broader understanding of the variables that potentially contribute to enhancement of their firm value. This research used agency theory, which agency relationship is defined as a contract with which one or more individuals engage another person to perform a service on their behalf, involving their delegation to decision-making authority to the agent. Independent commissioners consist of individuals who don't have any affiliation with related parties. EVA, besides being a performance measurement tool for a company, can also be used as the basis for providing bonus to employees in each division that has positive EVA. And ROA can be used to assess a company's performance efficiency and assist investor in evaluating the company's future prospect, because ROA is a ratio used to measure company abilities to generate net profit using its assets. Firm value reflects the performance for a company that can indicate by the stock price. Companies with a higher proportion for independent commissioners will result on increase in firm value as the interest of shareholder will be aligned. A high EVA value in a company will impact the creation of value added, improvement in company performance to generate value added, contribute to a higher firm value. Profit can influence investor interest, as successful companies will generate stable profit. With high profits, investor confidence increase, leading to an increase in firm value. As a result, the following hypothesis formulation can be developed. First hypothesis is the number of independent commissioners affect firm value. Second one is economic value added affect firm value. And the third one is return on asset affect firm value. The data was collected from the annual report and financial report. Within this time frame, there were 51 manufacturing companies listed on the IDX, yielding a total 255 company year data. We use a purposive sampling method and based on the specific criteria, the initial sample data of 255 was reduced to 202 samples due to some sample not meeting the criteria. The analysis technique is used in this research is multiple regression analysis. Next, the finding and discussion. This is the conceptual framework for this research. And as you can see, this study utilized multiple regression analysis with a robust standard error approach to examine the influence of independent variable on firm value. Based on this table, the equation can be represented as follows based on a coefficient column. The constant value of 5.299 indicates that the independent variable remain constant, and the positive sign suggests a positive relationship between the independent variable and dependent variable. The coefficient value of the independent variable is suggesting that an increase in independent variable corresponds increase in firm value. For F-test result, we can look at this value, which is less than 0.05. This indicates that the three independent variables are collectively have a significant impact on firm value. For t-test, we can look at p-value from this table. We can see that all independent variables demonstrate a significant value of 0.019 for independent commissioners and 0.00 for EVA and ROA, which is less than 0.05. This suggests that the independent commissioners, EVA and ROA, does have an influence on firm value. Therefore, the first hypothesis, which posits that the number of independent commissioners affect firm value, is accepted. With active oversight from independent commissioners, the conflict of interest between agent and principal can be mitigated, resulting in an enhanced firm value. It can be concluded that the role of independent commissioner is pivotal in bolstering company performance, thereby influencing firm value. And the first hypothesis stating that EVA affect firm value is accepted. When EVA increase, the firm value of consumer goods sector companies listed on IDX also increase, as EVA represent the value added at a company can generate. This will be attract investor attention, and management also aim to optimize the frame value, which will impact the well-being of the owners. The first hypothesis stating that ROA affect frame value is accept this in-agency theory. Management is expected to efficiently manage company asset for the benefit of owners, which ultimately affect frame value. A higher ROA value reflect goods company growth, attracting investor to invest and ultimately increasing frame value. Therefore, our conclusion and recommendation are: the finding indicates that independent commissioners, EVA and ROA, have an impact on frame value. Company will become more aware of the importance of complying with regulation set by Financial Service Authority regarding the number of independent commissioner. Additionally, the significance of EVA and ROA value should be recognized as they can impact frame value. It recommends that future research include any additional variables such as stock return and company size, which have not been utilized in this research. Future research can also consider using companies from other sectors or modifying the time period under research. So that's all from me. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. I have a question to you, dear Jessica. You have found that EVA and ROA have an impact on firm value. Am I right?
Yes, have an impact on
Yeah.
firm value.
What about the relation of EVA and ROA? Does the relation of EVA and ROA have an impact on firm value too?
From the theory, as we know, if ROA is higher, increase, basically EVA will increase also. But in previous research, I found that EVA can have no impact on firm value.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jessica, for the excellent presentation. Any question or input maybe from the audience? Any question or input? Okay, if no one has question, I want to give some input, Jessica, in this research. For writing and submitting hypothesis, please to be given direction, whether the positive effect or negative effect in the hypothesis. And for conceptual framework, maybe at hypothesis 4 for simultan effect. So X1, X2, X3, two variable Y. So the simultan effect. Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
Jessica and team.
Thank
Good
you, Ms.
presentation.
Actually, Melinda, sorry for interrupting you. There are lots of academicians from all around the world, from Canada, from Thailand, from Turkey, from India, from America, and some other countries in the session. We will be happy to take questions to presenters or inputs to presenters. Will be welcomed for all. I want to remind to all participants this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Karim. Now we continue the next presentation, design of research, reporting, and data collection information system at public university using the design thinking method by Kendri Ayu, Ika Raharja, and Wirawan. Kendri,
Okay, sure.
Ika.
Okay, hello, I'm here.
Hello.
Hello. So let me share my screen. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Melinda. Hey everyone. Okay, here I'm Kendri Ayu as a representative of this team, which this is our study that have the title Design of Research Management Information System at private university using design thinking method. We are from Institut Teknologi 10 November, Surabaya, Indonesia. Okay, so this is the agenda that we will present by today. For the first one is introduction. The second one is literature review, which is we have 7 theory to explain. Then the third is methodology, and fourth is any discussion, and the last is conclusion and recommendations. Okay, then we go to the next. Oh, wait. Okay, so for the first one is introduction. As we know that rapid development of ICT in a digital area is really high. So that's impact on the learning process also. So this is indicated by a survey of University of Edinburgh at 2020 also that conclude there is only 74% of lecturers state workload in online teaching is heavier compared to offline learning. So many lecturers are hesitant and reluctant to manually report a significant amount of data, especially for research data. That's why a significant amount of data is not reported regularly. So that's why affecting data management process which related to institutional purpose. Hence, institutions shall continuously develop information system that can optimize and support learning process and management process as well. Based on this one, we can conclude that what is the design of information system model that can optimize data management process actually for research in private university to be more effective and efficient. This is the sentence that we already got. This is from Stanford Design School, which stated by Hasselblattner at 2010, which said that during design process of information system, we need an approach that emphasize a deep understanding of user, a focus on their needs and experience, and the iterative process of prototyping and testing solutions. That's why we choose methodology with design thinking for our main method. Okay. So we go to the second step, which is the literature review. For the first theory, this is an information system. Information system is the system that aids in the management of information, such as storing, organizing, retrieving informations. Then for the second theory, which is this business model canvas or BMC was first introduced by Osterwalder at 2004. The development of BMC was later introduced in a simpler form called Canvas by Osterwalder and Pickner at 2010, which introduced in the 9K indicators that we can see in the right side. We already present the BMC form. This is the third theory that we need to explain, which is the design thinking. This is the main methodology that we use for this research. Design thinking is introduced by David Kelly and Tim Brown. Design thinking is a non-linear and iterative process that is used by them to understand user, challenge assumption, redefine problems, and create an innovation solutions. For this one, design thinking has 5 steps, which is the empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. We can see as in the picture in the presentation, we can see that this design thinking method adapted from Dale Era et al. At 2020. And the fourth and the 5 point for the first one is user flow. User flow is a chart or diagram that depicts the path user will take in an application to accomplish tasks. This is stated by Sutanto at 2022. And what is flowchart? Flowchart is a visual diagram or chart that is used to represent the sequence of step or workflow in the system or process. Then in the Sixth theory, which is the wireframe. Wireframe is an important stage, or this is called with prototype, something like that, in the design process that involves creating two-dimensional visual illustration with the interface layout. This is focused on the space allocation, content, and the availability of the menu of the system. This is stated by Sagara at 20 and 19. Then for the last theory is usability testing and Scala Likert. What is that? Usability testing defined as an evaluation process and measuring the level of efficiency, ease of learning, and user ability to recall how to interact with a system or product. This is stated by Bayer at 20 and 10. Commonly method for usability testing, there is any direct observation, interview, questionnaire, something like that. But we need to note that interview and questionnaire is something that we will use for this research. Then for the Scala Likert, or we know Likert scale, is a scale that used to measure attitude, opinion, and perception of individual or group related to ongoing social phenomena. Okay, that's all for the theory. So we move to the methodology. For this one, we will present the research method diagram for research that we already use for this one. We can see at the right side, there is any start until the end of the flow of this research. So we can see there is any 5 points that we highlight. For the first one is analysis of existing condition. This one, we based on the document analysis, observing with the employee and something like that. And then the second step that we already highlighted is problem identification and literature review. This one, we will search for something study that already has and then have a similar topics with us and something like that. And then the third phase is design thinking methodology. This is the main point of this research. And then the fourth is result and discussion, and the last is conclusion and recommendations. So now we move to the finding and discussion. So as we know that design thinking has a 5 phase. The first one is empathize. For this one, empathy is a process to gather information for design needs with a user-centered approach that focus on understanding other by seeing the world through the user perspective. The following, as we can see, this is called with empathy map that created based on the result of user observation and interview that we already done in the analysis of existing conditions. So we can see there is any 2. This one is representative of the lecturer of the private university, and the other one is the representative of administration, or we can see the officer of the private university. So we have this empathy map. From here, we can go to the next step, which is the divine. Divine is we will collect the idea in building feature, function, and element that enable the resolution of problem experienced by user. The following are the information gathering stage derived from the empathize process that we already has empathize map, which have been conducted, and we will create a user persona as we can see here. This is the same one. The left one will representative for the lecturer, and for the right one will the representative, the user persona of the officer of the private university. Then after we get all of this data from user, information from the user, we go to the next step, which is the ideate. In the ideate, we create 2 diagrams or flow that make user easier to understand what we will give a solution for them. The first one is user flow. We can highlight that there is any 3 feature or main feature that we will provide to them. Which one? The first one is profile, and then the management for the research, and then the other one is reporting for the research. Then in the right side, we can see there is a flow chart. This is the interaction between 2 actors that we know, that is structure and the officer, how the flow of this research inputting until the reporting of the research we can see here. And then after we have these 2 of diagram and flow, we go to the next step, which is it's still under ideate, but we have any validate user flow approach, because we know method design thinking is an iterative. So here we use a forum group discussion to validate if our solution that we provide by flow is already connected or related with user needs. And then for this one, we can see there is some questions that we give to the user, and then we get the conclusion is 66 user is approved the result of the flow. We just have any 1 note that for the number 3, question number 2, there's any 1 note from a user that they need illustration, the interaction between the system also, not just about the user or actor. So after that, after this FED, after the FED, we know that we can go to the next step, which is the prototyping. This is the prototype that we will provide to the university. This design was made by Balsamiq Tree. There is a software for a low fidelity wireframe. We can see here there is a new wireframe. 1 is for the dashboard, and then the wireframe 2 is for the menu bar that we will provide. Then the wireframe 3 is the main, that there is a dashboard of research. This one will be used by officer of the university to manage the research. Then on the first dashboard, we can see there is any menu about the input. We can see if we can click on that, we will go in this page, and we see also this one, there is any red highlighted and then green highlighted. If we click on the red highlighted, it will go to the system prompt that given at researcher, and then for the green one, it will be system prompt to add output type, something like this. This is the first page of the add input research. Then after user want to submit this one, or user add this, officer will give an approve in the dashboard that we can see at the previous wireframe. And then user will have an access to access the research funding here in the wireframe 5. We can see there is any different in the bottom of the page. That is, we now talking about the funding. And then after user at the funding, user will need to save or submit approval again, and then admin need to approve in the first page, which is the dashboard again, and then user can access in the last page, which is the research final report. Okay, this is all the prototype. After we do the prototype, the last step is the testing. Testing here for sampling method, we use a green 1991. The sample the minimum is 58, and then we got the total sample is 60 respondents. The questionnaire, we use the Likert scale. As we can see, there is some list of questions that we can see in the right side. With the scale Likert, we can see in the bottom of the table. Based on the analyzing of this data, which is 60 respondents, we use a traditional method, just like we total all the sum and something like that using a Likert scale. And then we conclude there is any result is 98% system didn't align with user needs. However, it was worth noting that respondents suggest continuously development of the application in accordance with the suggestion provided in the open-ended question section. So we go to the evaluation of prototype testing result, which is we go again to the prototype steps. Then we are here, want to highlight it in the red line, which is the download one. Here we like changes, we make something revision to improve the configuration of export files in the dashboard of research, which is this one is accessed by user and then the officer. Then, however, in the base of the testing pass, like we already said before, this is an iterative methodology. So we add this feature, which is adding option for the file format to be downloaded. So if we can click on the download for the first one at the previous one, we just can only download Excel, but this one we can choose what format file that we can download. Okay. So, and the last conclusion and recommendation, we have two conclusion and then one recommendation. For the first one, this study successfully present a design of user-friendly information system and include the function that needed to make user easier, especially for lecturer in the process of adding or input the research data. And for staff, we will make staff easier to generate several reports. And then the second one is about the study successful and system flow design that according to the user needed. This is already validated by our forum group discussion. And then the number 3 is the recommendation. In the study, there were only 2 validation of the design result, which should have been carried out rapidly in each phase until the best design result were obtained for user. In addition, this research also designed low fidelity wireframe using Balsamiq. Hence, design of the result could be improved more on some details such as language to be used and improve prototype as high fidelity. I think that's all for our presentation. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Kendry, for the presentation. Very interesting. excellent presentation. Okay, any question from the audience or input maybe? Any question? Okay, continue next presentation. Dr. Lee Robert, are you here? Dr. Lee Robert or?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, time is yours.
All right, let me share my screen. All right, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you
Yes.
very much. It's good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. For myself, morning. I'd like to thank International CEO Social Science Congress for giving me the opportunity to present my abstract. This study has been completed, but I feel it's a very important study for not only academics, but also business leaders, especially in these challenging economic times. My topic was behavior targeted training, improving employee engagement in a small and medium Canadian business, with the purpose of evaluating the effect of personality and training method preference on engagement. And the objective of that was to provide new research and a tool that could be used in training. It'll be broken down into an introduction, methodology, a very small amount of literature review, just to give some background information, findings and discussion, and conclusion and recommendations. So how do you improve training and increase engagement? That's the initial question I asked and which started this study. I was very interested in seeing what research or new methods could be used to improve training and increase engagement. I also wanted to know what the effect on personality and training method preference had on engagement. Along with my own experience and a brief literature review, I hypothesized that personality characteristics and training method preference will increase engagement, and felt that it would be very important to also know how do each of the 5 personality traits in the Big 5 factor inventory affect training. So starting with the basic literature review that I had, some of the information just confirmed my own experience and knowledge on the importance of investing into training. But I was actually very surprised by how much companies were investing. This particular slide is showing that companies had invested $44 billion annually on training initiatives. As along with this, it was confirmed the importance of not only that it was invested in, but that it was effective and engaging. This slide shows that the Canadian public service sector had lost a productivity of $3.8 billion, which is directly result of ineffective training. That also was linked to an increase in disengagement. And that increase in disengagement led to employees being absent 3.5% more days annually than engaged employees. Along with these studies, I also found many studies that were looking at the effect that personality had on training, but majority of those were focused on students within university, with the focus being the willingness to take on training and material retention. But the very few that were looking at engagement during training. But with that being said, the gap that I found was evaluating engagement after training. As well, for myself, it was within the Canadian industry. So this study was conducted on 2 companies, as mentioned earlier, using 29 volunteers. Those 29 volunteers participated in 3 training sessions. Those 3 training sessions were broken down into lecture-based, through e-learning, and through a collaborative format. These 3 formats were used because they're found to be the primary methods used in Canadian industry in order to collect the volunteers' data. Questionnaires were used, open-ended questions, observations, and informal interviews. The two primary questionnaires that were used were the Utrecht Work and Wellbeing Questionnaire, which was delivered prior to training starting. And the purpose behind that was to evaluate the initial engagement level. And then it was given a second time after all the training was completed in order to see if there was any change in engagement. The second primary questionnaire that was delivered was the 5-factor inventory questionnaire, which was given prior to any training starting. And that questionnaire was to just gather the personality characteristics. Both descriptive and inferential statistics was used in this study. And the two analysis methods for the quantitative data that was done was the Pearson correlation coefficient and the two-way analysis of variance. These two methods were used in order to evaluate the effect engagement had on personality, as well as the relationship between engagement and the personality types. It also gave the benefit of being able to infer this results to the general population. Starting with the Pearson correlation coefficient results, it was shown that there was a small correlation between engagement and extroversion of 0.206, no significant correlation between engagement and agreeableness of 0.01, a medium correlation between engagement and conscientiousness of 0.28, a small negative correlation between engagement and neuroticism with negative 0.10, and no significant correlation between engagement and openness with a result of 0.06. With that being said, what does this show? It showed that there was a relationship between engagement and extroversion, conscientiousness, and neuroticism, with neuroticism having a negative relationship and conscientiousness having the most significant positive correlation. Moving on to the next results was a two-way analysis of variance, or ANOVA. Looking specifically at the p-value after course, it showed that it was significantly less than the threshold alpha value that was set at the standard 0.05. As well, the F statistic was significantly more than the F critical. And so with that being said, this allows the ability to reject our null hypothesis and show that personality does affect engagement after training. And again, as stated earlier, it also gives the ability to infer this to general population. So what does that mean? It means a personality and training method preference do have a relationship with engagement, with some traits having greater impact engagement than others. And that specific impact that was found was that conscientiousness was linked to material retention and engagement during and after training. Agreeableness was linked to training initiation. Extroversion was linked to training method preference. Openness to experience was linked to material retention and training initiation. Neuroticism was linked to reduced engagement and reduced training initiation. So why does this study matter? The study matters because it provides an additional tool that business leaders should use to help improve a growth mindset, engagement, job satisfaction, and ultimately achieve the training outcome. As directly as a result of that, it's going to increase productivity, increase customer satisfaction, reduce operating costs, and potentially increase profits. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee Roberts, for your presentation. Very interesting. Good topic research. Any question or input from audience? Any question? All right, Mr. Karim, session 21st has ended. And then thank you so much, all presenter in the 6th Communication Economic Organization, or CEO International Congress. Excellent presentation. And now we are going to take a picture.
Yes, it
Take a
will be good.
picture.
Let's open cameras.
Please on camera. Give the best smile.
Yes. Sandra
Okay.
Costa, if you can open your camera, Pelin Özkuzey, Yuli Devi, Muhammad, Jessica, Amelia, Raitai, all around the world.
Basuki, Rini,
It will
please
be
on
good.
cam.
Erlina, if possible. Good, Raitai from Thailand. Amelia, if you are available. Sandra Costa, Maule, Erlina, Yuli, Muhammad, Ferry, if you are possible.
Okay. Give the
Okay.
best smile. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Karim.
Thank you, Melinda. It was great moderation. Your session finished successfully. I want
Thank you,
to
Mr.
thank to also presenters, Mrs. Erlina Noviati, Miss Siamila Tartila, Sofyan, Mrs. Silvina Amanda Aurelia Tahalia, Asit Resto Devanti, also from the other paper from Canada, Dr. Lee Roberts, and Charlie Saputri Viravan Radianto, the other one, Jessica Vijaya, Viravan Radianto, Kendri Ayu Laksana, Ilka Raharja Salim, Dr. Viravan Radianto. It is very hard. Sorry for mispronunciation. Thank you for all presenters. It was great session. Thank you very much. We have time to next session. Actually 1 hour. We can give a 10 minutes break, then we can start. Thank you very much.
Hello, am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Hello, dear all. We have 15 minutes to new session, but we can start earlier, so we can use more time. Ika Raharja Salim, Fitri Aulia Rahma, Kendri Ayu Laksana, Gracie Agriani Silahi, Anindita Milenika Sasmita, Muhammad Imaduddin Ihsan. One of them is here.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes, floor is yours, dear Ika. You can present your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Okay, I will share screen. Okay. Good afternoon, CEO Congress Committee and fellow presenter. I would like to express my gratitude for this opportunity to present in CEO Congress. My name is Ika Raharja Salim. I represent Institut Teknologi 10 November and Universitas Ciputra Surabaya. Here today, I represent my research team to present our research, which is the effect of employee performance appraisal on job satisfaction at private university with work motivation as mediator. To begin with, this presentation agenda will consist of introduction, literature review, methodology, finding and discussion, and last conclusion and a recommendation. First, for introduction, the rapid development of technology raises a lot of potential for competition between companies. In competing, there are many things that must be considered by the company, one of which is employees who are considered as one of the company assets. Employee capacity building is considered as an important factor that enable companies to compete. A good performance appraisal does not only assess the work performed, but also identify and place employee according to their abilities. So performance appraisal that are well structured and implemented by the company can increase satisfaction for employee, where employee satisfaction can be seen from the result of performance appraisal carried out by the company. Performance appraisal here is also considered as a form of intervention and is classified as a stimulus to increase employee motivation. Motivation itself, it is defined as a stimulus that drives a behavior, which consists of intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Employees who have a good work motivation will also show a good performance, so they will also get a good performance appraisal as well. So from the background of the problem above, the problem formulation we propose here, there are 3 points. So first, is there a significant influence between performance appraisal and work motivation? Second, is there a significant influence between performance appraisal and job satisfaction? Third, is there a significant influence between performance appraisal and job satisfaction with work motivation as a mediator? And the purpose of this study is to investigate and analyze 3 points. First, identify the relationship between performance appraisal factors and work motivation. Second, identify the relationship between performance appraisal and job satisfaction factors. And third, identify the relationship between performance appraisal and job satisfaction with work motivation as a mediator. Second, in the second part, we will talk about literature review, which consists of 3 variables that we use. First is performance appraisal. Performance appraisal is the process of evaluating an employee current and or past performance so that a comparison of work standard with performance results is obtained. According to Destler 2020, there are 5 reasons why it is necessary to do a performance appraisal. First, managers' consideration when making decisions regarding compensation, promotion, and retention, especially when evaluating employee performance. Second, appraisal plays a central role in the employer's performance management process, namely to ensure that each employee performs remain in line with the company objective or company purpose. Third is evaluation allow manager and subordinate to develop plan to correct weaknesses and strengthen the strengths. And fourth, the appraisal provide an opportunity to review employee career plan, taking into account their strengths and weaknesses. Fifth, appraisal allows the supervisor to determine if training is needed and if it is required. Our second variable is job satisfaction. Job satisfaction itself is an emotional condition that shows how employees perceive their work. This can be in the form of pleasant or unpleasant emotions. Research shows the importance of job satisfaction is determining employee behavior and performance. For example, a study by Wright and Corponsano in 1998 found that job satisfaction is positively correlated with employee performance and organizational citizenship behavior. Our third variable is work motivation. According to Ramwell, motivation is defined as the factor and reasons that make employees work hard in a certain way to achieve their desired goal. So from the literature review and also the background of this research, we propose a hypothesis. Here are three of our hypotheses. First, the effect of employee performance on job satisfaction. Second, the effect of employee performance appraisal on work motivation. And third, the effect of performance appraisal on job satisfaction with work motivation as mediator. The third part is methodology. So we divide our methodology into four parts. First is research method. This research is a survey research that is descriptive and quantitative in nature. For the data collecting method, we use questionnaire in Google Form. For the analysis method, we use multiple linear regression in SPSS software, and also Sobel test by Baron and Kenny in 1985 for the mediation. For the population and sample, our population is private university in East Java, and for the sample is the staff and lecturer that work in that private university. For our finding and discussion, so from the questionnaire that we distribute, we get about 96 respondents consists of lecturers and staff from the private university. As for the early stage of this study, we conduct validity and reliability from the questionnaire. And as we can see from the first table in here, the validity and reliability testing shows that all indicators from each variable is fit and good enough to continue. From validity and reliability, we continue to classic assumption tests, which is normality, linearity, multicollinearity, and heteroscedasticity tests. And the result of the analysis shows that the data is feasible to proceed into the regression. From the result of multiple regressions here, it shows that there is a significant result where performance appraisal significantly affects job satisfaction, and performance appraisal, along with work motivation, significantly affect job satisfaction. Then we include the result of regression tests in Sobel test. So we get the result in figure 2 here. Based on the result of the Sobel test, it can be concluded that performance appraisal affects job satisfaction directly or through the mediation of work motivation. Based on the result of this data analysis, it can be concluded that all hypotheses are accepted. The result of this study are in line with several previous studies, which explain that performance appraisal affect employee job satisfaction in company. Also, the mediation result of this study are also in line with several previous studies, which shows that performance appraisal can affect the level of employee motivation at the company. And also, lastly, work motivation can be increased and can increase employee job satisfaction at the company. In addition, as additional analysis, we also conduct open question in our questionnaire. And the result of the open question shows that it is important to carry out objective assessment, weekly meetings, and open communication prior to performance appraisal. Then the performance assessment is carried out based on KPI or key performance indicator, 360 appraisal, and bars. As well as performance appraisal, it is also important to follow up in the form of training or incentive like bonuses or salary increase. So for the conclusion and recommendation, This research has implication, especially managerially in company, where it is important for company to pay attention to the performance appraisal process to increase employee satisfaction. In addition, this research also make a scientific contribution, especially in the field of human resource management. That is all from me. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ika Salim, for your great and well-designed presentation. Is there any question from ground to presenter, to Ms. Ika Salim, about his presentation? Or something to improve Ika's paper? Thank you, Dirika. I think it's great presentation and all understood well. So no problem. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr.
And Lindawati Octaviani Tan, are you here?
Yes.
Welcome. I will announce your presentation.
Oh, she has done.
Yeah.
She has done.
On Friday.
You have done?
Yeah, on Friday.
Okay, good, good. Thank you.
The Mr. Mario Samuel.
Maria Samuel. Can you announce it, to Professor Vivek? Can you announce Samuel? Hang on,
Yeah.
I'm also looking.
He will present now.
Yes.
Let me. Can I start now? Sorry.
Yes, Samuel, please.
Okay. Thank you. Let me share my presentation. Okay. Can we start? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for all being here today. My name is Mario, and I will be delivering a presentation today on topic of analysis of financial performance of mining industries, which is as I take PT NTEM as a sample. So I appreciate the opportunity to share my insight with you all. Okay. This study aims to analyze the financial performance of PT NTEM Tbk as a SOE. As you know, PT NTEM is the state-owned enterprise company in Indonesia, which is the financial history from 2021 to 2023. And the study uses financial ratio analysis, DuPont analysis, and economic added value analysis to measure the profitability, efficiency, solvency, and value creation of the company. And the study also compares the financial performance of PT NTEM with other similar mining companies in Indonesia. And as the result show that PT NTEM has improved to its financial performance in 2021, mainly due to the increase of nickel and gold prices, as you know all, and the recovery of demand after the COVID-19 pandemic. So, however, the company still faces some challenges in the future, such as price of volatility of the commodity, and geopolitical risk and environmental regulation and stakeholder expectation. Okay, as the introduction, let me explain that mining in Indonesia is one of the important sectors economy that contributing about 7% of the gross domestic product and 20% of the export earnings in 2022. And PT NTEM is one of the leading mining companies in Indonesia that operates in various segments, as you know, such as nickels, bauxite, gold, and refinery. And NTEM is a state-owned enterprise that is listed on Indonesia in Stock Exchange Indonesia and in the Australian Securities Exchange. And PT NTEM vision is to be leading global mining-based company with a focus on value creation and stakeholder satisfaction. And this research purpose of this research is to analyze the financial performance of PT Anthem from 2021 to 2023, cut off in Q1, using various methods and indicators. So this study also aims to compare the financial performance of PT Anthem with other similar mining companies here in Indonesia to provide a benchmark and a competitive analysis. And what is the formulation of the problems here? So we see the what are the methods and indicators used to measure the financial performance of PT Anthem, and then what are the result of the financial performance analysis of PT Anthem from 2021 to 2023 using various indicator ratio, such as financial ratio, DuPont analysis, and economic value unit. And how does the financial performance of PT Anthem compare with other similar mining companies in Indonesia? And then what are the challenges and opportunities for PT Anthem in improving its financial performance in the future? Okay, so let me explain the literature review that I take to support my analysis. So basically, financial performance analysis is a process of evaluating how well a company uses the resources to generate income and to create the value added of the company to stakeholders. So the financial performance analysis can be conducted using various methods and indicators such as financial ratio analysis, as you know, DuPont analysis, and economic value added. And mining industry is sectors that involves the extraction and processing of various mineral and metals from the earth. And mining industry plays as a vital role in the economic development and social welfare of many countries. Okay, and the research approach, this study uses this descriptive quantitative approach to analyze the financial performance of PT Anthem, and the method is collecting data. The data the study are secondary data obtained from the annual report and financial statements of PT Anthem and other similar mining companies in Indonesia. The population of this study is all the mining companies and listed on the IDX as the sample of PT Anthem. And the analysis methods used in this study and financial ratio, DuPont analysis, and economic added value, which is the financial ratio in this study are the ROE, the ROI, NPM, asset turnover, debt to equity ratio, and current ratio. The DuPont analysis is used to decompose the ROE into NPM, the AT, asset turnover, and EM. And the EVA is calculated by deducting the WACC multiplied by capital invested from the NOPAT. And the result of the analysis are then compared among the sample companies to provide a benchmark and competitive analysis. Okay, so as the result, as you can see from the screen, from the table, that PT Anthem Tbk has the highest ET, that indicating it is effective utilization of its asset to generate sales revenue. And then if we compare to other three similar company, PT Anthem has a moderate debt, indicating that the PT Anthem use the debt and equity balance to finance its operation and growth. And PT Anthem also has a high current ratio, that indicating its PT Anthem has a strong liquidity and ability to meet and to fulfill that's short-term liabilities, that obligation. And as you can see that if we can compare to other three similar companies, Vale, Timah, and Merdeka, it's like has an that PT Anthem has a better financial ratio than the three similar companies. Okay, and then I come to the DuPont analysis. As you can see from the screen, that PT Anthem is have the controlling its cost and expenses relative to its sales revenue, and also has the highest AT, that indicating the PT Anthem has high efficiency in utilizing its asset to generate sales and revenue. And also PT Anthem has a moderate EM, that indicating its balanced use of debt and equity to finance its asset and growth. And you can see that Vale, that running out business on the nickel, has the lowest NPM, that indicating it is low in efficiency and controlling its costs and expenses relative of its sales revenue. And also that PT Vale has the lowest AT and the highest EM. And then as the comparable and at the Timah and Merdeka Copper Gold, the Timah running out the business of the Timah then has a negative NPM in 2021 and 2022, that indicating it is loss making performance and inefficiency controlling its cost and expense relative to its sales revenue. Yeah. And also this is impact to the COVID-19 situation on the early 2029. Okay, as the economic added value, as you can see from the table, that PT Anthem has the highest EV, that indicating it is high value creation and economic profit for its shareholder. And also from the table we can see that PT Anthem has the highest NOPAT also, indicating it is high operating income after tax. And then PT Anthem has the moderate WACC, that indicating it is a reasonable cost of capital that PT Anthem has, and PT Anthem has the highest capital invested, indicating it is a large investment in fixed and working capital. And as the comparable from the similar company, as we can see that PT Vale, PT Timah has a negative EV in 2021 and 2022, and also Merdeka Copper Gold also have the negative EV in 2021, that indicating it is negative value creation and economic loss for its shareholders. So this its conclusion and suggestion from this analysis that concludes that the PT Anthem has improved to its financial performance from 2021 to 2023 using various methods and indicators such as ratio financial analysis, geopan analysis, and economic value analysis. And also this study suggests that PT Anthem should maintain its superior financial performance to face the challenging years ahead. Okay, maybe that's enough for my presentation. Thank you, and I hand it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel, Mr. Samuel. It was great presentation, and you finished in time. Thank you very much. Is there any question to Mr. Samuel from the ground? Or anything input to improve his paper? Thank you, dear Samuel. I think there is no question. Dear Anjali and dear Basu, welcome. You are moderator of this session. Floor is yours. We have took the first presentation, and Samuel was earlier session. Samuel's presentation was in early session. I think in your session it was. He couldn't present his presentation before, and we took his and we listened him. Thank you again, Samuel. We can go on with second presentation to Mr. Basu.
Fine. So welcome once again. We are in the session number 22, channel 1, and very good afternoon from India, and also very good night, very good evening, and very good morning to other different participants from throughout the globe. And we are let's start the session, because almost we have lost 6 minutes of this the previous session. So In this session, we will have 5 papers and I think 6 papers, right, sir?
Yes, 6 papers, but the first paper has been presented, sir.
Okay. So again, 4 papers then. And we are having almost 18 minutes time.
Five papers, sure.
5 papers.
Yes, because
Papers?
it was 6 papers in the session. The first paper has been presented. We will go on with Avinash and Roy Sample's paper.
Okay, then 16 minutes time each and every presenter will have in this session. So the first paper, I think the effect of employee performance assessment that was already presented, right?
Yes, it's presented.
Okay. The second paper will be macroeconomic impact from 2012 to 2022 on Indonesia Composite Index return by Avinash Roy Sembel. The second paper will be influence of digital innovation and population on socio-economic mediated by the environment due to COVID-19 pandemic. That is a case study, DKI Jakarta province, and it will be presented by Endang Susilowati and Erwin Susanta Sadivsan Chotip. The third paper, the right to legislative initiative of members of the Parliament of Belarus and Poland, a comparative legal analysis, and it will be presented by Akansa Chamia. Fourth paper will be the development and implementation of vocational awareness program for parents of children with special needs, Muhammad Ziaur Rahman, Dr. Muhammad Nadeem Iqbal, and Muhammad Shoka Jaman will be presenting the paper. And apart from that, 2 additional papers, I think, as Professor Keradal has stated, 2 additional papers will be presented. So I will request all the participants, please try to confine yourself within 15 minutes, because after that, some question and answer sessions will be also be there. So let's start with the paper, Macroeconomic Impact from 2012 to 2022 on Indonesia Composite Return, and it will be presented by Avinash Roy Sembel. Avinash, I think you are ready, right?
Right, sir. Thank you.
Okay, please start it.
Good afternoon from Dubai, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present this PPT to everyone. So today is my topic, as you know, macroeconomic impact on International Composite Index. Let's move forward. Sorry, just a second. So today's my agenda is to present introduction, literature review, research method, finding analysis of the thesis, and discussion, conclusion, and recommendation. We'll move forward. Introduction. So Indonesia is the 4th largest country in the world, where and population is 1.13 population is growing by the yearly basis. And during this last 10-year period, due to the COVID, economy has been dropped significantly due to some COVID issue, and also the poverty level, which they managed to drop down below 10%, is start rising again during this pandemic. However, if we will consider only in the Indonesian Stock Exchange, after the COVID drop down, it's significantly getting higher, somewhere around 7,350 points. So during this last 10 years, it dramatically is double the investment happened in Indonesia. It's almost $53 billion of investment in equity fund has been come in from in the 1 decades. Let's moving forward. Problem statement considering what is the purpose to do the thesis for Indonesian Stock Exchange. The globally inflation rate has been rising significantly. However, Indonesia is performing very well. And to see this one after to considering the COVID-19 and Russian-Ukraine war, Indonesia is still doing very well.
So to see what is the impact and how they're controlling it, therefore, we move forward. Lecture review, ETM, effective management hypothesis. So this is the master theory that I used for my thesis, which is introduced in 1970 to include the past, present, and current scenario for inside information of the all companies together. So moving forward, so this is a research framework like how economic growth impact to the return of the Indonesian Composite Stock Exchange, bond yield, and inflation rate affect the return of Indonesian exchange market, and how altogether macroeconomic affect the Indonesian market, the stock market. So the hypothesis framework like economic growth positive effect to the return on composite stock exchange, bond yield negative effect on stock exchange, inflation rate have a negative effect on composite exchange, and overall all macroeconomic effect have a effect on the return of the Indonesian exchange. Research method, I have collected the data from the online sources like BPS, like GDP growth inflation rate, and bond yield from investment.com, and return on Jakarta Composite Index from Indonesia IDX. So how we use this data and come with this conclusion. There is a two independent variable and dependent variable. So description, statistics, multi-regression analysis, classical assumption, which is normal test, multicollinear test, heterocoloristic test, autocoloric test, hypothesis test, t-test, f-test, and coefficient determinant test. Moving to the findings of the analysis. So if we moving to the correlation, so multi-regression test, we found that correlation test GDP growth positive relatively in to the return on Indonesian exchange. While doing the normality test, we found that is is normal because it's under 0.185, as we can see through the graph as well. Multi-correlated test, as per the result, there is no multi-correlating issues in the data. And the same way, heteroscopy test, no heteroscopy issue is we find through the in this data. And autocorrelation test, there is also no issue in the data, which is showing is normal. Let's move to the hypothesis test results. Coefficient test accepted because if you can see our t-test, GDP is a positive effect with a 3.133%. F-square test result to the Indonesian Stock Exchange, which is 0.001%. And R-square test, all independent variable are explained the dependent variable by 0.336%. Let's move forward. Conclusion and the recommendation. As we can see through this result that GDP have a positive effect on return on Indonesian composite index. However, the other two, bond yield and inflation rate, have a negative effect on Indonesian exchange. Future research should be developed and deeper by the macroeconomic on the stock exchange to get the better result and better understanding for the investors who is willing to invest in the Indonesian market in the future. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Avinash Roy Sembel. So now I'm opening the floor. Anybody, any question? Anybody wants to ask any question to Avinash Roy on this topic? Okay, I think no questions there. So now I'm going for the next topic, that is the influence of digital innovation and population on socio-economic mediated by environment due to the COVID-19 pandemic. a case study of key Jakarta province, the Jakarta province, and it will be presented by Endang Susiliwato, Arvind Susanto, Sadikshan, and Choti. Sadikshan Choti. Fine. Yes. Are you ready? Erwin Susantos Sadirshan and Endang Susilowati.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm very sorry that the mute still there, so I talk about myself and Dr. Hotip in Hajj right now in Makkah, so he cannot join with us. And I would like to talk about the influence of digital innovation and population on socioeconomic, mediated by the environment due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Case study in Jakarta province. How long I have time for presentation? 20 minutes, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Sir?
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Sure, sir.
First,
you can, sir.
This agenda about introduction and literature review, methodology, finding and discussion, conclusion and recommendation. The COVID-19 pandemic is a major change in digital innovation in Indonesia. So we have the name of Peduli Lindungi, which is the apps for the COVID-19. So in addition to having an impact on the road total population in Indonesia, which is about 274 million people, less than India, maybe 1 billion more. And then the socioeconomic field is also one of the factors that are believed to have strong influence due to the COVID-19. The purpose of this study is to determine the impact of population numbers and digital innovation on socioeconomics in Jakarta province, mediated by the environment. First, about population theory. There are many population theory, for instance, from Thomas Robert Matthews, stated that the number of inhabitants would exceed the amount of food supplies needed. So this is very important, talking about the food supplies needed. And then Malthus was very concerned that the amount of time required for the population to double the number was very short. He described that if no restriction were made, the population tended to develop according to a series of measures. Uncontrolled population growth, according to the Lincoln, will cause various problems and obstacle to the effort made, because such high population growth will cause a rapid increase in the number of workers, while the ability of region to create new job opportunity is very limited. Obstacle to the rate population, we have positive checks and preventive check, and the indicator for the population about fertility problems, mortality problems, and migration issues. Next. Digital transformation, we have, for instance, Gatautis et al., 2014. Digital transformation is an evolutionary process that leverages digital capability and technologies to enable business model, operational processes, and customer experiences to the create value. And then Rogers said that digital transformation is not about technology, but rather about new strategies and perspective. The indicator of digital innovation is digitization and digitalization and digital transformation. The environment. The living environment is the sum of all objects and conditions that exist in the space we occupy that affect of our livelihood. This is Silalahi 2001. And the environment is an absolute part that cannot be separated from human life, with all its life activities, foraging, drinking, meeting other needs. It's because there is an environment as the first and most important source for the fulfillment of these various needs. We see this physical environment. For the environment, there are three basic groups. First is physical environment, biological environment, and social environment. Okay. And the methodology, the study was conducted using a quantitative approach using SEM, because the purpose of this study was to obtain variables that affect the socioeconomic due to the occurrence of the COVID-19 pandemic in Jakarta. The hypothesis, you can see this, the population, digital innovation transformation, and effect to environment, and also the socioeconomic. So we see that population, what is the impact to the socioeconomic, and digital innovation impact to the socioeconomic. So SEM analysis will result in a relationship between the free variable, there are 7, and its bound variable. SEM itself, as we know, SEM is the past decade that has become an important concern in academic and researchers. And then the approach of using SEM is important to pay attention to the stages involving model objectification, evaluation of measurement models, and evaluation of structural model. Now we talk about finding and discussion. After we have the data collective, research conduct interview and provide questionnaires as validation of expert answers to meet the need of the study. Here is the expert data that assists research in conducting research validation. For P1, expert 1, expert 2, expert 3, the initial and the gender, L mean male, sorry. This is in Bahasa Indonesia. And then position, head of COVID-19, head of Jakarta Hospital, doctor handling, and the years of experience, 28, more than 18 years. Yeah. The education, master degree, S2 is mean master degree, postgraduate. Based on the table, we can explain that all experts who assist research determining the assessment points of the questionnaires have a position as head of handling COVID-19. Jakarta with a long work of more than 18 years. Meanwhile, the inner model test is used to measure the causal relationship between the variables that have been made. Outer model test, the validity testing, validity convergence, the validity of the discriminant, and the value can be seen in the Fornell-Lockar section. And then in addition, the validity of discriminant can be seen from the outer loading value of the indicator with the variables must be greater than the indicator with other variables. Yeah. Reliability testing in this study use composite reliability and Cronbach alpha values. An indicator can be declared reliable if the composite reliability and Cronbach alpha values are above 0.70. The convergent validity value is the value of the loading factor on a latest variable with an indicator convergence. So we can see this here is the all valid, and based on the table shown that we see that all variables are valid. You can see here about the total population, digital innovation, and then socioeconomy and so on, and then the indicator fertility for the total population, for instance, digital innovation, digitalization, and then for the neighborhood, we can see that biological environment and so on, and socioeconomic, we choose work, income, and so on. So we can see here more than 0.5 all, and then the average more than 0.5. So we can conclude that all the variables is valid. Yes, yes. This is the discriminant validity, the cross-loading, the Fortner-Locker evaluation, and the HTMT assessment is carried out to ensure the validity of discriminant between the two correlated reflective construct, with the HTMT value must be less than 0.9. And then evaluation of discriminant value testing is presented in the following tables. This is the cross-loading of discriminant validity. We can see here the total population, digital innovation, and environment, and socioeconomic. We can see that the results show that the cross-loading values show that all constructs had a higher correlation than other construct correlation. Then it can be stated that the evaluation has been successful and has met the validity of discriminant. Discriminant validity for non-Likert tests like this, population numbers, digital, and population number, and so on. For non-Likert results show that all values of the F square root of the construct that are correlated with the other construct have met the validity of discriminant, because the correlated F square root value of the construct is greater than the value of other construct, except socioeconomic and project owners have a smaller correlation than the correlation other construct. Yes, the smallest. Okay. For the discriminant validity HTMT test, based on the result of the HTMT test table above, in this HTMT test, it can be said that it meets the validity of discriminant because some correlation between construct have an HTMT value smaller than 90. Internal consistency reliability, the reliability of the indicators or in building the model is said to be reliable or not if the composite reliability value between 0.7 and 0.95 has a satisfactory level of reliability, and the value of Cronbach alpha is expected to the above 0.7. The result of testing the reliability, each indicator are presented in the following table, all above 0.7. So this internal consistency reliability is okay. The structural model evaluation. Evaluation of the structural model is carried out find out whether the model built in level of good test criteria. The structural model user R square, goodness of fit, path coefficient, test evaluations. R square 0.7. Based on the result, the R square test evaluation, the delay indicator described by population numbers, digital innovation, environment are 0.711, means strong. That is the ability to exogenous variable built in explaining ambiguous variable has met the level of good test of criteria of good models. And goodness of fit index test. Here we can see the goodness of fit assessment uses criteria level of 0.1, small GOF, 0.25, medium, and 0.38, large. This is the calculation result. The goodness of fit index test obtained 0.776. This is the combined performance of the measurement model with the structural model. Can be said that the model has made the good performance at the level of the test criteria since goodness of fit value is above 0.38 or large goodness of fit. Path coefficient. Path coefficient function aims to find which structural model is built to have the influence of path coefficient according to its assumption. So the path coefficient, the number population, beta 0.4, T 9.35 and larger than 1.96, P 0.000 more than 0.5, has positive or significant effect of the socio-economic, meaning H1 is accepted. So all accepted, including the hypothesis 1 until hypothesis 7, with the numbers exceed then the criteria. So the conclusion of our research here is based on the all sets of analysis of SEM. It can be concluded that all indicators on the variables population number, digital innovation, environment effect, and then due to the COVID-19 pandemic from the result of the analysis above. Variable population number and digital innovation affect the socio-economic mediated by the environment. So our recommendation, human development should be prioritized to better understanding new technology. Excuse me. New technology era and digital transformation to support the socio-economic of the Indonesian nation. And then, thank you very much for your kind attention. And I give it back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Professor Endang Susilo-Susilwato. And it was a paper with Elvin Susanto as suggestion. So thank you very much. Now I am opening the floor for questioning. Any questions, please? You can ask Professor Endang Susilwati, please. Anybody? Anybody wants? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. So we are moving for the next paper. That is the development and implementation of vocational awareness program for parents of children with special needs. And it will be presented by Muhammad Ziaur Rahman, Dr. Muhammad Nadeem Iqbal, and Muhammad Shokat Jaman. Please, you can start the paper.
I think he is here. Actually, Basu.
Assalamu alaikum. Are you listening?
Yes, we hear
we
your
can hear
voice
you
now.
Today, I feel honored to join 6th International CEO 2023 and highly thankful to CEO Congress to give opportunity to present my work here. I am Muhammad Ziaur Rahman from Pakistan. Good afternoon, everybody from Pakistan. Before start my introduction, I consider it necessary to explain why I chose this topic. The topic is the development and implementation.
Sure, Muhammad Zia, Mr. Do you want to share your presentation with us? Or you will proceed without presentation?
Yes, I share my screen. Are you seeing?
No, we do not. Actually, I don't see your presentation.
Oh, very sorry. I'll share again.
Mama Jia, are you there? We cannot see you in the screen, Mama Jia.
Dear Basu, I think he has an internet connection problem. We can proceed
Hopefully.
with the next one, and we can.
Oh, sir, he is there,
take
sir.
back to.
Okay. So, Mama Jia, are you audible?
Yes, he has come back.
You are muted, sir. Mama Jia, you are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Please just 1 minute. Cooperate for me, Jazakallah.
So, should we go for the next one? Afterwards, you will join. Okay, we are waiting. We are waiting for you. Yeah, we can see your screen. We can see your screen.
Very sorry for disturbance. I am really very
No,
sorry once again.
Please go on.
Yes. The topic today I discuss with you development and implementation of vocational awareness program for parents of children with special need. Before start my introduction, I explain agenda of my presentation is introduction, literature review, methodology, results, conclusions, and recommendations. Before start my introduction, I want to share the historical perspective of my topic, because 5 years ago when I was doing my MA Special Education, Master of Special Education, I got this honor individually that the first government special education institution approved by my efforts individually in the province of Punjab, Pakistan, in the first village level school in the whole province.
Great to hear, sir.
And then I also appreciated by Directorate General of Special Education. When I start work for this project, I provide enough journal information to the parents of children with special needs, but the required topic that is under discussion and the need of this topic for me, when 3 hearing impaired child left the school, then I feel that the parents of children with special needs required more vocational and career counseling awareness need. That's why I present this project here, and also included this project in my MPhil thesis project, and I earned MPhil degree by this project, and now I will start my introduction. This study aims the development and implementation of vocational awareness program for parents of children with special needs. The objective of the study was to develop a vocational awareness program for parents of children with special needs. Second, to investigate the effectiveness of the proposed program for the awareness of parents of children with special needs. Third, to compare the awareness of parents before and after implementation of proposed awareness program. Fourth, to compare the parents' perception on the basis of demographics, gender, locality, and qualification. Literature review. Problem of this nature can be avoided if precautions are taken at the appropriate times. It's impractical unless we have a full picture of the challenges faced by families and people with disabilities and tailor our program selection accordingly, because they are deserving of their parents, care, and protection. Children with special needs benefit much from a normal life, parental encouragement and involvements in order to lead a normal life. Parents make numerous preparations for the future. It emphasizes the growth and process made to facilitate their education. It's a test of how well they can parent to ensure their children make it through to adulthood and thrive. For parents raising children with disabilities, this embeds in their system and interaction on timing development. Number 3, methodology, research design. A descriptive quantitative survey design was used in this study. As far as time horizon was concerned, the study employed cross-sectional design. Procedure of study. The researcher developed an awareness program on the base of the survey. Before implementation of awareness program, the researcher developed the intervention plan on the 21 parents of students from the Government Special Education Center, Union Council number 33, District Ukada, Pakistan. Before implementation of awareness program, the researcher conducted pre-survey to know the awareness of parents of children with special needs. The researcher found that parents are not too much about the identification of disability of children and opportunities of education for the special children. Moreover, the parents did not know about the facilities and modern tools availability at special education centers. The researcher developed an awareness program and delivered it to the parents of children with special needs for 40 days. The awareness program includes the awareness about the identification of disability of children, opportunities and facilities of education, and vocational training for special children. The researcher visited door to door the houses of special education children and met their parents. The researcher also launched a campaign through corner meetings, through social media, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram. After the implementation of awareness plan, the researcher conducted survey again through the questionnaire to know about the awareness of the students with special needs. At the end, researcher compared the awareness of parents before and after implementation of program. Development of vocational awareness program for parents of children with special needs. Campaign through social media, campaign through print media, door-to-door campaign, corner meetings. Results. After you were shown a table, above table shows the difference between parents' awareness before and after implementation of awareness plan. The mean difference, 44.76, and t-value difference at 44.62. Demonstrates that there is significant difference between parents' awareness before and after implementation of awareness program. The calculated significant value is 0.0, was less than significance level, and also shows that there is a significant difference between participants' awareness. Therefore, it may be concluded that proposed plan is effective for enhancing the awareness of parents of children with special needs. Conclusion and recommendations. The first objective was to develop a vocational awareness program for parents of children with special needs. The researcher developed awareness program for parents of children with special needs. The researcher informs parents about health, education, scholarships, vocational awareness, and facilities of assistive devices and other educational facilities for their special need children via social media, WhatsApp, newspaper, magazine, Instagram, corner meetings, and door-to-door campaign. The second objective of the study was to investigate the effectiveness of developed awareness program for parents of children with special needs. The results indicate that they are better informed about their child's disability. special education, scholarships, free transport facility, free books. They also know about the free shoes, uniforms, vocational training, career counseling, and modern educational education according to their child disabilities via social media, WhatsApp, newspaper, magazine, mobile application, and disability through campaign. The third objective of the study was to compare the awareness of parents before and after implementation of plan. It has been found that there is a significant difference between parents' awareness before and after implementation of plan. It is highly recommended that awareness among parents about children with special need should given through the social media, WhatsApp, Instagram, and mobile application for parents. Most of respondents argued that they know about the disability of their child and all other facilities through campaign. So there should be launched campaign about the disability in the society. Here are pictures you guys are shown about my work when I give opportunity to parents by development of program through social media, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and other corner meetings and newspapers. Thank you for your attention. Thank you once again.
Thank you. So with that, can we conclude on more two papers are there, right, sir? Professor Karadal, I think two more papers are there.
There is one more paper in this session.
Okay.
Combining Nicholas Wilson, Yolanda Masnita, Agninta Zahra, Kati Susuma Ali. One of these presenters in the session or not? Nicholas Wilson.
Nicholas Wilson, Yolanda Masnita, Zahara, and Zati Kusuma.
Combining skepticism with TPB to determine Indonesians' willingness to buy green cosmetics. Nicholas Wilson, Yolanda Masnita, Agninta Zahra, Kati Kusuma Ali. I think they are not here.
They are not here.
We have time actually to finish this session. Maybe they can come. And we have time. So there were a paper.
Sir, I interact. Sorry, there is disturbance from my side. I can't hear somebody on my door. That's why I can't listen. Use the end session and how you can appreciate session your end question for me.
Sir, I'm not getting you. Who are you first? Let me check.
Mohammad Ziauriman. My topic was development and implementation of vocational.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Nobody was there to ask any questions, sir. So we are moving ahead to the next participant.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, Ifsa Ali, Uchman, are you here? Inclusive and community-based approach using in agriculture technology promotion and scaling up lessons for people with disabled in Eastern Ethiopia. This paper was yesterday's paper.
Exactly, I am right.
Yes, Ifsa, your paper was yesterday's paper. You didn't present because of internet connection problem. So we have time. We can give chance you to present today now, if you are ready.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Please go on.
You have 10 minutes to present your paper.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Give me some minute. I will share my screen.
Okay. Ifsa, will you open your presentation? We are
Yeah,
waiting.
I am. Yeah.
We are using your time now.
Okay. Sorry. What is that?
If we have any other participants after this, so we can take their presentation, and after that we can come to each sir, with your permission, sir.
Wow. Please, my file is in document in a PDF format. It said it's not supported.
How can we help you, Ifsa?
Yeah, could you help me?
How can we help you?
Let I share you through email and you can adjust from there if you can do that. Because unfortunately I was saved it with PDF format. When I try
You
to
can
share
share PDF format also. You will click this screen sharing button which is below.
Yeah, when I touch it and click on my PDF PowerPoint file, it says you cannot unsupported document type. Please select an image or PDF document.
Okay, you can go on without presenting your sharing your PDF because we are using your time. We have past 2 minutes. It's coming. It's coming.
It's coming.
Hang on. It's coming.
Okay, is it coming? Yeah, thank you so much.
No visibility is there. It's a blank screen.
We are seeing white screen.
Okay.
Can you change the page maybe? Ifsa, please go on. Ifsa, without presentation. Okay? Without PDF or without PPT. Go on, please.
Okay, thank you.
Because we are using your time.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. My title is on using community-based approach to solve the problem of this internally displaced communities, because in Ethiopia, for the last 3-4 years, we were challenged by different factors that challenged our community. Based on that, we proposed the research for the yeah, I think you are hearing me, yeah? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, Professor. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
People with disability are very large number, as you see, more than 1 billion worldwide frequently from
So
social
if you
and
can
political
conclude,
life.
means just please, if you can conclude by a summary within 10 minutes, because we have already
Okay,
used some time.
exactly. I will do that. I will do that.
Okay, please go on.
Yeah, people with disability are very large in number. They are more than 1 billion worldwide, frequently excluded from social and political life, often experiencing the XYZ attitude and behavior from people with a disability. Most of the time, people with disability are because disabled due to different factors, whether when the time of conflict or war or naturally, or some nutrition deficiency may happen at the time of pregnancy. Because of that, this disability may happen in a certain community. When a person is disabled in a community, they may face this stigma with the inaccessible environment, institutional barriers like lack of inclusion in legislation may result in discrimination against people with disability. Because of this, most of them are socially excluded, and they cannot afford to the social service like health, education, and many factors may affect these people with disability. Because of this, we try to develop these objectives to scale up best climate smart agricultural practice with these people with disability, to engage people with disability in technology promotion and the scale up of this lesson to other places, and to disseminate the knowledge and the skill to people with disability in alternative income generation. Because of this, we in agricultural sectors asked the local government to provide some uncultivated land for these peoples, and we provided different inputs like improved varieties, sorghum variety like Malcolm's name, haricot bean variety, with other inputs like pre and post harvest input, with different training on different titles. For instance, we selected purposefully these disabled people in Babile district, 27 male and 3 female, for that training purpose. And for this research paper, for example, we provide training on agronomic practice of that improved varieties, post-harvest handling, how to they store these products, and how to trace their products like sorghum thresher and haricot bean thresher, and how to use that products in their home, like preparing, as you know, Ethiopia is known by injera and the porridge. We try to train them, and other about marketing. After they produce large number of products from this production, they may sell the surplus. They have to get some sort of income that they used to purchase different school fees for their children, like uniform, exercise book, pays, and others. And even they can use the income from this production. We train them, and others we translate these lessons in different local languages, because our media of research is English. Then we translate this result to different local language and expand to the other areas. This is the method we used. Accordingly, we provided, as I said, different sorghum varieties, haricot bean varieties, and other inputs like mechanized equipment and storage materials like pickaxe. As a result, we have got a large amount of products from this research implementation. For instance, we got first time we saw the haricot bean varieties in April. After we harvest haricot bean, then after haricot bean is harvested, we sow the sorghum varieties. After 3 months, within a season, we produce 2 products. I mean that for the first 3 months, we produce haricot bean. For the last 3 months, we produce sorghum variety on the same plot of land. Accordingly, we are trying double cropping usage. This is one part of climate smart agricultural practice that emerged by World Bank at this time. We use to promote this technology. By having that, we disseminated these products through different medias like local TVs, national and regional radios, FM radios, field days, events, and exchange visits between the disabled people and other people without disability in the certain community from other areas. Accordingly, we have got a lot of experience and lesson from this research implementation. As a result, I would like to conclude with the time limited for me because I used my time for different some technical issues. We can conclude that this research involved people with disability cultivate potential crops in this area that provide high yield in short period of time. Because I said we produce 2 types of crop varieties within this single time. For the first 2-3 months, we produce haricot bean variety on the same plot. Then after we harvested that, we saw the sorghum variety on the same plot of land. We produce within single season 2 different parts of crops. Then those people with disability are supported by different inputs and training and other capacity building trends. Accordingly, to improve sorghum variety, Malcolm and Dakaba, haricot bean variety, Katawan, Batuan variety in 2 models are preceding haricot succeeding. I said, accordingly, we got good yield performance, knowledge, and skill of this mode of cropping, network of people with disability, different stakeholders of marketing and technology promotions of different communication methods. Because we try to connect these disabled people with different NGOs and other UN agencies that are working in that area. Because they can support this disabled with different other materials like wheelchair and other improved varieties. As a result, we got to engage these disabled people that excluded from the community to include it in the community with different sectors that help them to generate incomes. Accordingly, because of this research, those have benefited a lot, and this lesson experience was broadcasted on different TVs and media exist in the country. Accordingly, we got good results from this. Based on this, I like to recommend from this research policy implication. I mean that promoting the alternative enterprise like improved agriculture technology for people with disability is very important. Capacitating the people with disability on different scale of other production technology, other mechanization is very important. This is what I have. Thank you so much for given time. Yeah. Sorry if I missed some parts. If you have comment and the question, you can raise.
Yes, now I am opening the floor to the audiences. So any queries from anybody? You can please place your queries. Okay, I don't think any queries are there. So with that, do we have any paper, Professor Kirada? I don't think.
No, we have finished the session.
Okay, so we are finishing the session.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. We are finishing the session. Bye to all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
Dear Basu, Zahra, we have 6 papers in this session, and 5 of 6 were presented by presenters.
Yeah.
I thank you all presenters and for your great moderation, dear Associate Prof. Dr. Basu. Thank you very much. We have time to the next session, but we can start earlier it also. Thank you very much, Basu. We can close the session.
Thank you. And with that, we close the session, and I'm leaving the session with your kind permission.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We have 13 minutes for the next session, but we can start so we can use time more effective. If some of the authors are here. Let's try. I'm looking for the participants. Dihruba Jyoti Thakuria. You are here, as I see. Do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Actually, we have 25 minutes to start the next session, but if you are ready, we can listen you and we can give you more time to present your presentation.
Yeah, I'm ready. So shall I share my slides?
Okay.
Is my slide visible? Is my slides visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible. It's audible. You can start.
Yeah. So very good evening to all present here in the conference, and thank you very much all to the organizers who has given me the opportunity to present my paper over here. I am Dhruvajyoti Thakuria, research scholar of Royal School of Business from Assam Royal Global University, Guwahati, India. And today, my paper for present here over here is role of social media in election, a review paper. And here I am the author, Dhruvajyoti Thakuria, along with my co-authors are my research guide, Dr. Payal Chaudhary, along with my co-guide, Dr. Govindo Deka. So here, this is all about my slides, the slideshow, starting with introduction, then research objectives, followed by methodology, then discussions, then followed by findings, and finally conclusions. So let me start out introduction. So as you know that social media, which is a very powerful tool as of now, and in fact we can see the importance of social media in every aspect of life. Even we can refer to today's this conference also. Without being the help of social media, probably this kind of conference couldn't be held. Hold on. And specifically, if you see social media, this is since this is a review article here. This review is comprehensively examines the role of social media in elections, focusing on the voter behavior, then political communication, information dissemination, and voter mobilization. And as we know, that social media platforms have the potential to shape voter opinions and increase political knowledge during the election. Also, this review explores the impact of social media on political communication, including its ability to connect to the candidates directly with voters and influence by information sharing. Also, the ethical and regulatory challenges, such as privacy concern, then algorithmic influences, and the spread of misinformation are addressed, with the recommendation and proposed to ensure transparency and accountability in the use of social media during the elections. So now come to the research objectives. Here, basically, we have come out with 4 research objectives. Those are like starting with to assess the impact of social media on voter behavior, including the influences on its on attitudes, opinions, and decision-making process and voter turnout. The second objective we have taken is to examine the role of social media in political communication during elections, including how it is to be utilized by the candidates, political parties, and the grassroots workers to disseminate the informations, to engage with voters and shape the political narratives. The third objective we have taken is to evaluate the influences of social media on information dissemination during elections, including the spread of political news and in misinformation also. And third one, and the fourth one is that to investigate the role of social media in mobilizing voters, particularly enriching the traditionally unrepresented or marginalized group. Those are analyzing its effectiveness in promoting political engagement and civic participations. So now coming to the research methodology. Since this is a review paper, in total we have find out 50 research papers were identified. But out of this 50 research paper, only 20 papers was reviewed for analysis and fulfillment of the objective of the study. Since this is a review paper, so data collected were based on the secondary sources only, and the study will be the descriptive research design. So coming to the discussion part, here we have, since we have taken 21 research papers, so we have segregated the research paper into some criteria, like included into research design. So if we see into the research design, the majority of the papers are based on the descriptive research design, and few of them are exploratory and few of them are the empirical. That is almost 50% of the papers were descriptive paper, then other 50% are exploratory and empirical studies. Then followed by the sampling techniques used in the papers. The sampling techniques used in the papers are mostly the random sampling. More than 50% of the papers were on using the random sampling technique, and some papers were using the convenience sampling, and followed by the purposive sampling and stratified sampling. Then coming to also we have segregated the papers in Indian studies versus the studies conducted outside India. Where in Indian studies we have only 6 papers out of 21 papers, and the outside of India study was 15 papers. So, and if you see the statistical tools in the papers reviewed, basically most of the papers have been used SPSS technique, chi-square test, then backward chaining, and Cronbach's alpha and ANOVA, analysis of variance. So these are the statistical tools used in the papers. And finally, if you look into the variables identified over here, so variables identified is like that the we have used the social media uses, then voter behavior and attitudes, information dissemination, political communication strategies, voter mobilization, and ethical and regulatory factors. So these are the variables identified in the papers. So if we finally, if we look into the findings that is based on our objectives, we can look at the findings are that social media influences the voter behavior by shaping their opinions and increasing political knowledge and mobilizing previously disengaged group and impacting the turnout. Then the second finding we have is that the social media serves as the vital tool for political communication and allowing candidates and parties to connect with the voters directly by bypassing the traditional media gatekeepers. And also the third objective we have findings we have got is that the information dissemination on social media is too fast compared to the traditional channels. And for lastly, the social media effectively mobilizes the voters through grassroots campaigns, especially among the young demographics, the youngsters, and it mobilizes the groups while passing ethical challenges such as privacy concern and algorithmic influences and foreign interferences. So if you come into the conclusion and recommendation about about this paper, it is that the social media significantly influence elections shaping voter behavior, political communication, and information dissemination. And the second one is that it can be shape voter opinion and increase political knowledge, and thus by increasing the political communication. And third one is the challenges are included over here, like the misinformation, echo chamber, filter bubbles, and these are the challenges that they faced. And lastly, that the social media effectively mobilize the voter, particularly through the grassroots campaign and targeting the youngsters, as I mentioned in the previous slides also. And the managerial implication over here is that it includes addressing the ethical and regulatory challenges and strategically utilizing the social media while emphasizing accuracy and the meaningful interactions. So finally, thank you. Thank you very much for this patient listening. Am I audible? Mr. Karim, am I audible?
Dear Dhruv Bati.
Dhrubajyoti Thakuria. Yeah, Thakuria, right.
Dhrubajyoti Thakuria.
Dhrubajyoti Thakuria, right.
Dhrubajyoti Thakuria. Yes.
Dhrubajyoti, yeah. Right.
Dhrubajyoti Thakuria. Sorry, it's not easy
Yeah,
for
yeah,
me.
yeah.
As you, thank you for your presentation. Is there any question from the ground to presenter? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Srijaye Das, are you here?
Yes, sir, I am here.
You're welcome, Srijaye. I want to announce your presentation. Hindustani music, a historical challenge against orthodoxy. You can present your presentation. Floor is yours.
Thank you, sir.
You are welcome.
Yeah, is this visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, sir. So, a very good evening to all of you. Firstly, I would like to convey my gratitude to Mr. Karim Karadal, sir, the Chief Organizing Member of CEO, and our country coordinator, Mr. Shobik Dasgupta, for giving such a golden opportunity to present me here in such a global platform. So my paper is entitled as Hindustani Music in Medieval India, Historical Challenge Against Orthodoxy. So let's start. This work is an interdisciplinary work which exhibits an interrelation between society, culture, and music in medieval North India. This has a special emphasis on two leading genres of Hindustani music, that is Dhrupad and Khyal. So during the 12th century, due to the Islamic invasion of the from the West Asia, from especially Arab, their culture started penetrating into the Indian culture, the traditional culture of India. So what was the result? The result was divergence between the traditional music, that is Hindustani music, which is of North India, and Carnatic music, which is South India. But it does not prove that there was no existence of traditional music in India. India had a glorious ancient past of classical music. But the replacement of ancient classical music by the Hindustani music in North India, which was a fructification of Indo-Persian cultural amalgamation, we can say, was not easy to accept by the orthodox musicologists of India. So Hindustani music had to face so many challenges. The two main challenges were, the first one was the musicological challenge, and the second one was the social challenge. So here is my literature review. As the contemporary sources, we have Sharangadeva's Sangeet Ratnakara, which is a 13th century musical treatise, which is basically on Sanskrit language, and Fakirullah's Raga Darpana, which is a 17th century Persian musical treatise. It is a very orthodox, it has a very orthodox manner. And along with these, we have Abul Fazl's Aini Akbari, which is not only a documentation about the contemporary musical practices, but a record of each and every phenomena happened during the reign of the Mughal Emperor Akbar. After that, we can focus the study in colonial era. This time we have the Orientalists who were very interested about the Hindustani music. Their argument was India has a very barbarous mode of music, because they had no conception of ragas, the tunes of Indian music. So we can have William Jones, a diehard Orientalist, Augustus Willard, and A.X. Fox Strangeways, etc. And yes. And after that, we can focus on the recent studies. We can have Madhu Trivedi, a very popular Indian musicologist, Francoise Nalini Delvoye, Raziuddin Akil, who has a vast work on Sufi music especially, and A.H. Zafar Khan, who had studied with Amir Khusro's contribution in Indo-Persian music and Hindustani music as well. And after that, we can focus on my methodology. So, sorry. Yes. So in the methodology, I have focused primarily in the classical past of Indian music. So, sorry. Yes. So the primary focus is on the traditional music of India's own. The first mention of the instrumental music can be dated in the Indus Valley civilization, which is in the proto-history, and the first mention of the vocal music can be dated in the Vedic era, in especially the Sama Veda, and there we can have the concept of raga. So what is raga? Raga is a melodic skeleton created on multifarious usages of the great 12 notes, And since the 1st century CE, music treatises was started to be written. And we can have so many ancient legendary musicologists like Bharata, Kohala, Dattila, Shardula, etc. And the trend of a full, a mature phase of Indian music, Indian classical music, was reached its apex during the emergence of the Prabandha Sangeet. This Prabandha Sangeet can be called as the initial form of Drupad, which will be discussed later. Drupad emerged from Prabandha Sangeet through a long evolutionary process, and this was noted in a very simpler form in the Sangeet Ratnakara, which was a milestone work of Sharangadeva in 13th century. And after that, I will focus on the Indo-Persian amalgamation in music. So for such an experiment, the perfect and suitable environment of music was present in the court of Sultan Alauddin Khilji. the 13th ruler of Delhi Sultanate. And Alauddin's countrywide political conquests led the centralization of the musical talents from each and every regions from India. It paved the way of Amir Khusru's experiments with the Indian musical ingredients, with his Persian improvisations. We can name Tarana. Tarana was a new invented genre by Amir Khusru. It sounded like some incomprehensible rhythmic notations, but the matter was, in actual, they were some lyrical expressions with Sufi affiliations. He followed the same method of the Indo-Persian amalgamation in designing a new instrument. The name of the instrument is sitar. Sitar means, si means tree and tar means string. Its technical concept came as a mixture of Indian instrument veena and the Persian instrument oud. Sitar was referred to as an Indianized form of the three tantri veena. In the same way, three means three and tantri means stringed. It was documented in Zephyr Khan's book. And after that, I will focus the raga variants. That was a very, very important challenge to traditional musicology. So what was the matter? Amir Khusru mixed the ragas, mixed two or more component of ragas and invented a new raga. So there was two or three component ragas and a new raga which was invented by him. The component ragas were either Indian ragas or the Persian makam. Makam is the same thing which is called raga in India. That is same makam in Persian. And we can after that we can mention the contributions of Sultan Hussain Shah Sharki, who was from Jaunpur, and Raja Man Singh Tomar of Gwalior, which is presently situated in Madhya Pradesh in India. Sultan Hussain Shah Sharki of Jaunpur extracted some several variants of main ragas by changing the Shruti. So what is the Shruti? Shruti is the smallest unit of the melodic particles. The nomenclature of these raga variants brought its geographical or political identification. Sometimes it carried the name of the creator. Also, apart from this, we can say the mention of Bahaduri Tori. Tori was a main raga, and the variant was Bahaduri Tori. So Bahaduri Tori was invented by Nayak Bakshu, who got patronage of Sultan Bahadur Shah of Gujarat. In the same way, Mia Tanshin, who was the court musician of the Mughal Emperor Akbar, he invented Mia Ki Tori. So there is the mention of the creator of the raga variant. So after that, this was a chart I can show you. This was a chart. In this, I have collected the mixed raga, the new raga and the component ragas, which was accomplished by Amir Khusru. And after that, I will turn the part of Khyal. Khyal is another important, the most leading genre of today's Hindustani music. So there were so many affiliations, which was specially religious. So first one is the Sufi Qawwali. Some scholars say that the Sufi Qawwali, which is the devotional song expressing desire for love or union with the god, that was Khuda, had a direct link to the origin of the Khyal, which would be contextualized to express some human emotions like love or pain for separation, etc. And the second one is Kaul. Kaul is also a religious affiliated song, which was specially popularized in the Arabian merchants. This Arabian genre of religious music was in praise of God or Prophet Muhammad. And some scholars say that there was a vast contribution of Amir Khusru also. Since the time of Amir Khusru, what was that? The gap between Kaul and the Sufi Qawwali gradually became narrow. As being the dedicative disciple of Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia, we can also refer the discipleship of Amir Khusru with and his close relation with Chishti Sufi saint Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia. So the Sufi mystic philosophy is saturated inside him. somebody says like a very popular musicologist, Catherine Butler Schofield. She said that the developed stage of khayal, which we can say we can see today, it was a 17th or 18th century product, especially invented in the time of the Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan. And after that, we can focus the new form of Dhrupad. It was also a very popular musical genre of Hindustani music. It came into prominence as a challenge to society. The traditional social form, the traditional social limitations, we can say. And here we can say that there were two main depots of Dhrupad culture. The first one was Gwalior in Madhya Pradesh, which is in the central province, we can say today in India. And the second one was the Vaishnavite belt of Vrindavan and Mathura, or the Braj region in the Hindu Puran. It is said that Lord Krishna took birth in this very area. So in North India, Bhakti movement evolved out of the 9th century liberal ideas with a Protestant mood against the Brahmanical superiority, caste discrimination, polytheism, religious fanaticism, and pedantic orthodoxy, which reached its apex during the 15th and 16th century. So many Bhakti saints like Surdas, Swami Haridas, etc. started composing Dhrupads, which was mainly colored by the Bhakti. The Bhakti philosophy contained the same thinking that was also there in Sufism. The devotion, the love, and the willingness to get unified with the God. This was not less than a revolutionary footstep in Dhrupad, because the introduction of the vernacular languages like the Braja language was applied in the first time, application in Hindustani music, the Indian music, we can say. This revolution smashed the Brahmanical orthodoxy and domination in musical world of India. And we can say, yes, this is a painting. This is a Rajasthani miniature, which is exhibiting that Akbar has gone to Swami Haridas with his court musician Tanshin, because Tanshin was also a disciple of Swami Haridas. His inclination towards the Bhakti philosophy led the incorporation of so many Sufi contents like Holi, the celebration of colors, and Ras Leela, and the love between Radha and Krishna. That is very popular in Hindu culture, in Hindu or Vaishnavite culture. And after that, we can focus, there was an interrelation between politics, economy, and music, because Tanshin was sent to the Mughal Emperor Akbar as a political gift by Raja Ramchandra Baghela of Rewa, who was Mansabdar of Akbar. He was a grantee of high Mansabs. And in the same way, Akbar was so enchanted in Tanshin's musical quality, he gave him high Mansabs, which was really significant in economic history of India also. And after that, there is another painting which is exhibiting that Akbar's court became a laboratory of Indo-Persian diffusion in music. There we can say we can see that there is a coexistence of Indian instrument veena and the Persian instrument rabab. So there is a very prominent exhibition of Indo-Persian acculturation. So after that, I will move to my findings and discussions part. So mainly what I have found that there was a periodization in Indian music also, as there was periodization in Indian history, Indian political history. Likewise, Indian music get classified and get a new periodization. In ancient culture, we can see Indian music has ancient classical music, and in the medieval period we can have the Hindustani music, and after the British intervention we can find there is so many modern interventions in Indian modern music, which is very, very compelling. Hello? Am I audible?
We can hear you.
Yeah, you are audible. And Miss Srijoy, let me tell you, you have 2 more minutes. Okay, your time has already passed, so I can give you 2 more minutes to wrap up. Okay. And it will be good if you can open up your camera.
Yeah. So in the next finding is there was less focus on the musicological ethics, the grammar, and there was more focus on melody, the novelty. And we can say that Akbar was always curious about the novelty in music. He was very interested in music. And thereafter, we can see the domination of the breaking of the domination of Sanskrit language in liturgical compositions, which was crushed by the introduction of the vernacular languages by Raja Mansingh Tomar, Mia Tanshan, and etc. And after that, Hindustani music can be called as a socio-cultural product coordinated by the contemporary political situation of India. And we can conclude, sorry, there is another painting that some scholars say that the Hindustani music was monopolized by the elite, but I have argued that that is not. The matter is not. The matter is that the Hindustani music could reach to the lower sections of the society also. Many of the devotional songs like Bhajan, Kirtan, and Doha were composed by the Bhakti saints like Kabir. He was a weaver, and we can say Raidas. He was a cobbler also, and a very popularized name of Mirabai. She was a Rajput woman. She was Kshatriya, and that's it. And after that, I will conclude my presentation by we can see today's music teachers, also many artists of India, that they say Hindustani music is the classical form of India. But I have argued with my above mentioned slides and above mentioned arguments. I have tried to say that Hindustani music and the classical music, there is a long gap in between. There was a long gap. Although Indian artists call the Hindustani music as a classical music, I don't say it. However, Indian classical ingredients of music are the basic constituents of Hindustani music, like Dhrupad, Khayal, Tarana, Tappa, etc. And the limitations of my work is I have not got enough time to study on the Carnatic music. That was very important, and it should be tried to work on that. That how much classical was the Carnatic music also. I have just focused on the Hindustani music and its evolution, its development, and recent condition of the Hindustani music. And that's all about my presentation. And thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Souvik. Hang on, please. I want to introduce you first. Sirijane Das, thank you very much for your presentation from different discipline. It was good for us to learn about it. Souvik Dasgupta, Dr. Souvik Dasgupta is moderator of this session. We started the session earlier, so actually he is on time here, but we started earlier. Souvik Dasgupta, floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Karim Karadal, for giving me this opportunity. most of the presenters here are either my colleague or my students. So I'm very glad that they are presenting here, and I'm also very glad that how they have nicely arranged their presentation. And I will thank Srijoy for a nice presentation of their topic. And I got to know many things about the Hindustani classical music, and his conclusions are very important because she is basically deviating away from the established arguments of the contemporary authors. So this is a very nice paper that she has oriented, or she has presented. I will suggest, I'll not make a suggestion, but I will give you one recommendation that also try to focus a bit about your methodology, from where you are getting the primary sources or the archives or the libraries from where you are getting these sources. That you don't need to mention much more in detail in presentation, but you can mention those things in your main paper. Okay. So with this, I think it's a very nice presentation, and we can move on for the next presentation. Next presentation of our session. Our next presentation will be by Mr. Swapnabu Mollik. He is also my student. The topic of his title the title of his paper is Revisiting the Bengal Shubha under Murshid Quli Khan and his family. Okay, Swapnabu, the floor is yours. Time, let me just tell you, the time is 10 minutes for your presentation. 2 minutes will be for question answer session. So you can now proceed. Swapnabu, you are muted. Plus, unmute yourself. First, unmute yourself. Okay, Swapnabu. I think there is a technical gap. We'll be back within minutes.
Hello, Souvik. If you ask me a question, I was not here.
No, I am not asking you a question. I'm just asking.
Okay. Then.
Yes, Swapnabu, plus first unmute yourself. Okay.
Is it visible to all of you?
Yes, it is visible. And also open up your camera if it is possible.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. A very good evening to all of you. First of all, I would like to express my cordial gratitude to Dr. Karim Karadal sir, the Chief Organizing Member of CEO, and especially our country coordinator, Mr. Shouvik Dasgupta, for giving me such an amazing opportunity to present my paper, such an international platform. The title of my paper is Revisiting Bengal Shubha under Murshid Quli Khan and his family. This paper has attempted to glorify or to assess the role of the Bengal Nawabs, especially the first independent Bengal Nawab, Murshid Quli Khan, during the first half of the 18th century. His dynasty has been designated as Nasiri dynasty, and which was later succeeded by Zafar dynasty and several other dynasties. Let's move on to my introduction. The administrative perplexity in Bengal during the first half of the 18th century, around the division of responsibilities between the provincial governors and the Diwan, that is head of the revenue.
Your screen. Hello, Swapnabu, please zoom out your screen a little bit because the portion of your slide is not visible totally. Means it has been cutting out. Zoom out your screen. Yeah,
is
now
it visible now?
Zoom
okay,
out.
Thank you.
Zoom out a little bit. Zoom out a little bit. Zoom out, not zooming. Make it small.
Is this okay?
No, make it more small.
Is it okay?
Okay, it will okay.
Okay.
Okay.
So Diwan is a Persian term which indicates the meaning head of the revenue department, and the term Subadar, which indicates the provincial governor. This kind of separation in governmental apparatus was significantly inaugurated by Mughal Emperor Akbar. The status of provincial subjects became lugubrious due to the maladministration of Bengal Suba. The extreme exploitation over the peasants and their families predominantly caused the constant hampering of the amelioration of agrarian economy. At this political juncture, or at this socio-economic podium, the role of Murshid Quli Khan became very significant as he replaced Azim Ushan, the grandson of Aurangzeb, the previous governor of Bengal. So thereafter, Muhammad Hadi's nomination by Emperor Aurangzeb significantly contributed to transform the course of political, cultural, social, and economic trajectories of contemporary Suba. I move to my literature review. I have used this primary source, extremely sorry. Sorry. Yes, I have used these primary sources, the biographies of several noted royal families of Murshidabad, like Nasiri and Zafar families of Murshid Quli Khan, has elucidated in his celebrated work, A History of Murshidabad District by John Henry Toolwalls, a renowned English lieutenant colonel and a civil surgeon of then Murshidabad of the 18th century. And his composition has strikingly enlightened my knowledge about the different dimensions of the then aristocratic Zamindari families of Murshidabad, the capital of contemporary Bengal Suba. Next, the role of Nawab Nazims and Nawab Bahadurs to solidify the socio-political and socio-cultural foundation of Murshidabad has explained in Purnachandra Majumdar's The Masnad of Murshidabad. That is Francis, and another one is Francis Gladwin's A Narrative of the Transactions in Bengal, has portrayed the political narratives of the then Suba under the regimes of Zafar Khan, Sarfaraz Khan, Azim Ushan, Suja Khan, and Alivardi Khan. And next one was very crucial for us to study or to rethinking about the 18th century Bengal. That is the first Persian language, the first Persianized source, that is Riyaz Salatin, written by Ghulam Hussain Selim. This work has to be designated or bestowed as an appanage of the first Persianized language, first Persianized source, which essentially deals with the 18th century Bengal. Apart from this, there are several scholastic partials during the colonial period. For example, Murshidabad Kahini by Nikhil Nath Roy and Brajendranath Banerjee's The Begums of Bengal. The work, this work very significant for me, and especially the later scholars, because he has tried to give such a knowledge and tried to demonstrate some glimpses regarding the gender relations, contemporary gender relations, and the nature of royal household. Thereafter, to understand the political negotiations and the role of some influential provinces, their challenges, their mights, their powers, which has given constant threat to Murshid Quli Khan or contemporary Bengal. That is A History of Assam by E.A. Gate, and Khan Chaudhuri Amanatullah Ahmed's significant work, Koch Biharer Itihash, that is the History of Koch Bihar, Volume 1. Next, I move to the studies of late 19th century and the recent times work, just like Jesor Khulnar Itihash, Ditiya Khando, that is the history of Jeshore and Khulna, where the author Satish Chandra Mitra has significantly noted some views, the role of the zamindars, the various dimensions of the zamindars, especially the zamindars like Uday Narayan of Rajshahi, and the Jeshore Khulna's zamindar Sitaram Rai, Raja Sitaram Rai. In spite of this, there are several works like Nirmal Sarkar's Nawabi Amole Murshidabad and the Mughals Murshidabad Connection by Debabrata Maulik, and one of the most significant work which helps us to locate the changes and the continuities of the then architectural complexes, buildings, specimens, that is Catherine B. Asher's work, The Architecture of Mughal India, and A.H. Dunny's work, The Mughal Architecture in Bengal. And there are several works like Murshidabad in the era of Nawab's Persian art, architecture, paintings and culture, and Maharaja Krishna Chandra's work also very significant to enlighten my study, that is Maharaja Krishna Chandra o Tatkalin Bongo Samaj, has helped me to visualize the historical establishment of the Zamindari settlement between Maharaja Krishna Chandra's father, Raghuram, and the first independent Nawab Nazim of Bengal, Murshid Quli Khan. Here, we should turn our attention to my research methodology. That is rethinking the Subadar's initial regnal years and his contributions. Murshidabad or Naqshbandabad carried out the affiliation of one of the most glorious golden cities of medieval India. How Murshidabad became a glorious city during that point of time in terms of its society, politics, culture, and so on. The ongoing courses of urbanization in early modern Bengal laid the foundation of the city status as a stunning political administrative hub. Here the role, next I have tried to emphasize the role of Subadar, that is Murshid Quli Khan, started projecting himself as a pioneering figure to consolidate the cornerstone of the city as one of the most formidable centers of Urdu language and literature. The rejuvenation of revenue machinery and agrarian economy, which was completely drained out prior to the regime of Murshid Quli Khan, that is the reign of Prince Azim Ushan. Even the sanctified resemblance of Murshid Quli's apparatus of governance started influencing the Mughal emperor, the then Mughal emperor Aurangzeb. He began to possess the dual administrative responsibilities, that is the Diwan of Bengal and the Deputy Subadar of Odisha and the financial head of Bihar, due to his ministerial immaculacy. Next, locating the diplomatic and strategic dispositions of Murshid Quli in shaping the connotation of political territory. One thing we should keep in mind that it was the time when the Zamindari domination became more and more prominent, more predominant during that point of time. They began to challenge the continuous threat to the Suba, especially the Subadar Murshid Quli Khan, because they tried to establish their autonomy. And during such an political instability, Murshid Quli handled this by his charismatic personality and his strategic dispositions. Here I have focused mainly the case of Raja Sitaram Rai, the Zamindar of Jeshore Khulna district, who used to impose his political domination throughout the first 2 decades of the 18th century, and the Zamindar of the then Rajshahi district, Uday Narayan, have been prioritized in my work. In the case of creating the political negotiations with the might of some contemporary influential provinces, the linear graph of Murshid Quli's political success was motioned like an undulation. That the political graph was not very smooth because he continuously faced several challenges even some influential provinces, the rajas of some influential provinces, like Rupnarayan of Koch Bihar, Swargodeo Rudranarayan Singh from Assam, and Ratna Manikko, Mohendra Manikko from Tripura. So this kind of political turmoil and the role of Murshid Quli Khan to manage this situation has been brought to light in my writings. Next, the distinguished legacies, traditional customs, and contributions of Nawab's family, that is the Nasiri dynasty. Nosiri Banu Begum and Zinnatun Nisha Begum, the two leading royal women, the wife and the daughter of Murshid Quli Khan, began to be symbolized as charismatic instances of contemporary women empowerment. This is very, very important as compared to the Mughal regime, because during the Mughal regime, the women empowerment, the notion of women empowerment was very limited, because the status of the women, the status of the royal ladies became so much disintegrated. But during the time of Nasiri dynasty, the royal status began to be increased. The royal status of the harem, especially the royal ladies, that is Nosiri Banu Begum, Zinnatun Nisha Begum, Durdana Begum, began to be enriched. And here we can trace the changes and continuities in gender relations as compared to the Mughals, where Harbans Mukhia argued that the nature of gender relations in the Mughal dynasty was very expansive, but Nasiri dynasty was very limited because they had no specific harem. Nawab Murshid Quli Khan had no specific harem. So the status, the royal dignity, the royal sanctity of the women within the courtly culture began to be enriched. Next, the Nasiri dynasty of Murshid Quli Khan had to be dominated or had to be denominated as successful measure of the architectural specimens of the Mughal's pomp and elegance. That is the changes and continuity which I have tried to focus in my work. The changes and continuities in architectural elements. For example, I have showed some pictures. That is the Katra Mosque and its architectural plan. This mosque has significantly carrying out the changes and the several continuities of the Mughal pomp, Mughal architectural grandeur. This mosque was built by Nawab Murshid Quli Khan himself.
Okay, Mr. Swapnava Mollik. Hello, Mr. Swapnava Mollik. Sorry to disturb. Your time slot of 10 minutes have already been passed. I can give you 2 more minutes to quickly wrap up and come to conclusion. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. And here is another architecture, Futi Mosque, which was built by Nawab Sarfaraz Khan. And here is the architectural plan, which I have tried to depict to all of you. Next, my findings and discussion. The arguments against the traditional designation to be bestowed upon the 18th century as Jarkage. But in my point of view, the arrival and successive proliferation of a new horizon in the arena of the political, in the arena of the Mughal provincial hegemony. No, this is not Dark Age. Why we should call this Dark Age? The inauguration of the gradual process of zamindarization and militarization of the peasants in the socio-political landscape of 18th century Bengal as compared to the Deccan, which scholar Josh Goman has argued that the military labor market, the concept of military labor market, which was also reflected in the 18th century Bengal. Even the Suba was not exempted from the constant threat of the autonomous hilly regions. In order to pay gratitude to the Subadar, the gifting of Nazrana by the local authoritarian bodies formed a pivotal role, and in most of the cases, this royal tribute significantly ascertained the wheel of events of the contemporary political some gifts, some royal tributes has also shaped the diplomatic dispositions of the then polities. Even the changes and continuities had occurred momentously in the formation of gender relations, which I had already mentioned. The nature of royal household was very limited. There was also remarkable shift in the trends of erecting archaeological buildings and edifices, like Katra Masjid, not even Katra Masjid, or not as in the case of Futi Mosque. Also see in the case of Tripoli Gate, which was built by Nawab Sujauddin Khan, Sujauddin Muhammad Khan, and his Farda Bagh or Roshni Bagh garden. So why we call this age as a dark age? Apart from this, there are significant cultural, political, and socio-economic upliftment we can see here. And now I move my conclusion and recommendation. That is, so to conclude, we can say that the Murshid Quli Khan's regime attained as a charismatic moment on the move of Indian history. His newly introduced distinct domination, popularly engraved as Nawabi rule, had been continued by his notorious inheritors throughout the 18th century. Further scope, there is a great opportunity to emphasize the contributions of the later generations of the Nasiri dynasty, especially the descendants of Sarfaraz Khan. Those were wiped out from the soil of Bengal after the deplorable defeat of Nawab in the Battle of Kiria in the year of 1740 against Alivardi Khan, and this marked the end of Nasiri dynasty in the history of Bengal Suba. But their generations are now scattered in different parts of the world. If we turn our focus to them, we should gather more knowledge, we should carry more knowledge about their contribution. And that's it. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, Swapnabh, thank you for this nice presentation and also your participation. Kindly remove your PPT slide from this screen. Okay, I just have one suggestions or recommendation for you. First of all, you had to complete within the time slot. You are much more about from the time slot. Secondly, is that about the format of your presentation. You are using a lot of primary sources in literature review. You don't need to focus so many primary sources in literature review. And in literature review, you basically has to focus what are the research gap you are trying to focus. Means those authors which have already mentioned, and you need to mention some new things. So that is what you need to focus in literature review. And in the methodology portion, the thing in methodology portion you should revise a little bit in your main paper, is that methodology portion is basically how you are writing the paper. What are the archives you are consulting, from where you are the primary sources you are getting, or what are the research methods you are applying, not the research or not the paper as it should be written in methodology. Okay. So these are the technical things that I found out in your paper. You should mention these things. Only one question I have for you. Is architectural marvels is the only sign for prosperity of a state?
One thing I would like to tell you that when a state could stabilize his political, social, and economic podium, then the emperor or the king should focus upon their architectural plan, their architectural buildings, their architectural specimens, and numerous edifices. As for instances, during the reign of Nawab Sujauddin Muhammad Khan, Bengal was peace and calm. And that's why he was given the opportunity, or he was given the time and space to build such an enormous buildings, fabulous buildings, astonishing gardens.
Okay, I got your argument. Okay, so yeah, it's a nice presentation. So we can move on. So thanks for coming into this platform and also enriching us. We also got to know many things from your wonderful paper, and please correct those things that I am mentioning in your main paper before publications. Okay. So we'll be moving on to the other presentation or might be the last presentation. Miss Shomara is absent, so she cannot present today. She's also my student. Dhrubajyoti Thakuria has already presented. Mitika Das will not present. Orna Bhattacharya is still not there. So we'll have the last presentation from serial number 6 is Service Industry and Regional Development. Is the speaker present here? Service Industry and Regional Development. Shadieva Gulnora Maridevna. Are you present here? Serial number 6, Service Industry and Regional Development. Any presenter from this session left? Session number 23. We haven't presented yet. Orna Bhattacharya, are you present here? No. Okay, Mr. Kerim, so I find, Dr. Kerim, I think that there is no other presenters left for this session. So should we move on to the next session or should we wait for 2 or 3 minutes for the other participants?
I was looking the names from the list. Actually, you are right. The one who
this one, Sadieva Gulnora Maridevna, I find she was present in a morning sessions. She was there, but now I cannot find her in the session.
Yes. I'm looking from the list and I couldn't find also. As you said, she was here. Maybe she came later. She will come later. So I don't know. We can look for the next session. Hang on.
So let me conclude this session with a few 1 or 2 sentences.
Then we can give a break too. What do you think?
The next session will be starting from 8, no? Means from
1 hour later. 1 hour later.
So we can have a break. So before we conclude, I would like to give a round of applause or clap for all the presenters here.
Yes.
But most of 3 of them are my colleagues, 2 are my students basically, and they have given this is their first presentation in their life, and they are getting it in such a good platform, and they are basically doing it a great work, and they have presented it nicely. So our clap or applause for all the 3 participants who have presented it. Okay, so anybody has any questions or any comments or arguments for this or for these presenters? Okay, so I think none has any question or comment. So we can have a break and move on to the next session later. What do you think, Mr. Kerim?
I think we can give a break, but I want to inform all of you that 2 hours later we will have a closing session. Best paper awards will be announced, and we will be together. We can give 30 minutes break.
30 minutes break.
Before that,
the closing session would be after 2 hours or after 1.5 hours?
After 2 hours, there will be closing session.
Okay.
30 minutes later, there will be last session of this channel presenters. I want to thank Siraji Das, Swapnava Malik, Dhrubajyoti Thakura, Payal Chaudhary, and Dr. Gobinda Deka. Thank you very much all your presentations. They were all good presentations. And also Mr. Dr. Sauvik Dasgupta Thank you for your great moderation. We can give
Yeah.
a break.
And you are also working since morning, so you will have also enjoy a break.
Yes.
I am finding you you are present in all the sessions, so you are doing a great work.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Namaste.
Esengül hocam burada mısınız?
Evet, buradayım. Yes, I'm here.
We can start the session.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We are sorry. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We are the 23rd and final session. First of all, happy Father's Day. Now we move on to the presentations. I suppose all of presenters here. The name of the first presentation, Brain Drain and its repercussions on the needs of the Palestinian labor market, a study of causes and consequences of migration among educated youth. The presenter is Ms. Manal Hamarsha. Is she here or? Yes, I see you. This is your turn. Enter, please. Hear you. Your voice is close. Ms. Hamarsha, your voice is close.
Manal, can you try to put off the earrings?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we all hear you.
Yeah, good. Just give me a moment, please, to share the screen.
Yes, we can see
Hello,
your
everyone.
presentation. We can see your
Good.
presentation.
Mhm. Can I start now? Can I start now?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today in this conference. My name is Manal Hamarsha. I'm from Palestine. And today I'm going to present my presentation about brain drain and how it will affect the needs of the Palestinian labor market. It's a study of causes and consequences of migration among educated youth. So let me start by telling you just in quickly agenda. I will highlight some topics about the introduction, the purpose of the study, the causes of the brain drain in Palestine, the consequences, and some solution. Okay. Let me start by the introduction. Today in this online conference, I will delve into a crucial topic that significantly impacts the needs of the Palestinian labor market. The phenomenon known as brain drain has gained widespread recognition, shaping the labor market and economic growth of nations worldwide. In this context, highly educated and skilled individuals seek to find a better opportunities beyond their home countries, leaving behind their homeland. So of particular concern is the situation in Palestine here, where a growing number of educated young people have made the difficult decision to leave in search of higher aspects abroad. As a result of that, brain drain, or the concept of brain drain, has come into real life here in Palestine region. So this irregular movement has significantly impacted the Palestinian labor market, creating a shortage of competent individuals in such like technology, healthcare, and education.
Sorry,
Yes.
Ms. Manal, we just seen your first presentation page. Could you move on? Thank you.
I described the slide so I can talk more than like writing a lot of things on the slide. So
Okay.
I'm actually talking about the introduction. These are the highlights. I defined the topic. I talk about the brain drain in Palestine, and I will continue on. Is that clear? So I can move on. Just a slide for each topic. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. So as I said, to shed the light on the causes and the consequences of the brain drain phenomena, my research aimed to investigate the motivation behind like educated young Palestinian people to move on to another country. Adopting a qualitative methodology, I used like a semi-structured interview and a focus group discussion involving 30 participants, including students, graduates, and specialists who have immigrated from Palestine to another nations. In the light of the challenges focused by the Palestinian labor market, where approximately 30% of the workforce is unemployed, with a higher rate among young individuals. The lack of employment opportunities and limited funding for local business and innovation worsened the situation. Let me say that. Consequently, a significant number of recent graduate and professionals seek better perspectives abroad, resulting in a sustainable void in the labor market, demanding skilled, professional, and trained workers. The purpose of this study is to delve, as I said, into the causes and effects of brain drain in Palestine, with a particular focuses on how immigration impacts the demands of the Palestinian labor market. Number two, examine the underlying reasons behind the migration of educated young people, analyze the economic and social risk pressures of their departure. Purpose, or the third one is the purpose valuable remains to migrate the negative effects of brain drain on the labor market. The causes of brain drain here in Palestine. The brain drain issues among young educated people seeking better opportunity, as I said before, abroad is driving to various factors. First of all, the economic challenges such as like lack of job opportunities, limited investment is something really important here, slow economic growth in high-skilled industries, lack of contribution with other, let me say, people outside the country or making any relations is really something hard to do here in Palestine. Moreover, the political instability and conflict also play a big role here in Palestine. Furthermore, the motivation of young people to seek better perspective where limited professional growth and career advancement opportunities within Palestinian are another reason to Palestinian people to immigrate. Then I will shed the light on the consequences of brain drain in the Palestinian labor market. Just give me a quick look. Okay, the consequences of brain drain on the Palestinian labor markets are far-reaching and significant. The loss of skilled and educated worker has created a shortage of human capital in key industry such as healthcare, engineering, technology, and this shortage actually harmed the economy growth in Palestine and the development in general. So the consequences of brain drain may be like kind of damage during actually after the COVID-19. So it was like a pandemic. So with loss of human capital, lack of trained labor, limited diversity of workforce, increase of inequality, all these are reasons or consequences that also affects on brain drain in Palestinian labor market. The final thing is that I can like suggest some solution that can help to solve the problem and to combat brain drain in Palestine. Several solutions have been proposed. Enhancing political stability and economic conditions is crucial for training skilled workers. Providing better opportunities for professional development and career advancement can encourage talented individuals to contribute to the Palestinians' economy. Strengthen partnership between universities, industries, and research institutions is essential for utilizing local skills and expertise. Investing also in education and vocational training is also will help the Palestinian young people to get their need of necessary skills for the employment and reducing the need of seek opportunities abroad. Implementing policies that support skilled professionals such as competitive salaries, like encouraging relations with other companies, creating a supportive social and cultural environment that value their contribution, enhancing a sense of belonging to the place that they are living in. So this is like a short presentation about my paper. Thank you for kind attention and kind listening. My name is Manal Hamasha, and this is all what I got. Thank you so much.
Thank you for presentation. Any question? Yes, please. Waiting for a question. I think it's so clear and no question.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I will stay to the end of the conference. So if there is like any question on the text, I will.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Next presentation is kids as target market based on their buying habits. A case study of Generation Alpha in India. The presenters are Professor G.P. Dinesh and Associate Professor Divya Bharati. Do you hear my voice? Are you here?
Yeah, ma'am. It is audible. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Okay, we are listening you. Now your turn.
Yeah, ma'am. I'll just share my PPT.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, can you see my PPT?
Yes, we all see. Your voice is clear.
Shall I start my presentation, ma'am?
Yes, we all see your presentation also.
Yeah. Good morning to one and all present here. It's a privilege for me to present one of my paper in International Communication Economics and Organizations like Congress program, which is organized by United States of America. And a warm good morning to all. And today I'll be presenting on one of the paper which deals with kids as a target market based on their buying habits, a case study of Generation Alpha in India. And I'm Dr. Divya Bharati. I'm working as an associate professor in Ballari Institute of Technology and Management, that is basically in India, Karnataka. And my co-author is Dr. G.P. Dinesh. So to start with, these are the agendas of my presentation. And coming to the introduction part, as we all know that in today's world, kids are playing a very vital role in terms of influencing the buying behavior. They're not just influencing the buying behavior for the products which they use, they're also influencing their parents' buying purchases connected to many other goods or the services which they avail. So in this respect, I have just carried out this particular research. The target market is a specific group of consumers that a business or organization aims to sell products and services to. A kids market or the children's market refers to the segment of consumers that are children. And this market includes the products and services that are designed specifically for the children, such as toys, clothing, books, and educational materials. The market also includes the products and the services that are intended for use by the whole family, but are popular among children, such as video games, family vacations, and the fast food. And when we talk about the children market is significant because children have a significant amount of purchasing power and the influence, and they have a significant amount of purchasing power and influence on household spending decisions. Additionally, many of the products and services that are marketed to children have the potential to generate repeat business as children grow and develop. And children are the common target market for many industries, including the toys, clothing, and food. Marketers often use a variety of techniques to appeal to children, such as colorful packaging, popular characters, and interactive websites. However, it is important to be aware that advertising to children is regulated by laws such as the Children Advertising Review Unit guidelines and Children's Online Privacy Protection Act to protect children's privacy and prevent manipulation. And coming to the objectives of my study are as follows. To study the major factors influencing purchasing decisions for kids' product, and to study the buying behavior of parents towards kids, and to study the children's influencing factors towards parents for buying the products, and to offer suggestions about the kids in the target market. So coming to the profile of the kids, these are the profiles of the kids. Children's are categorized into various categories based on the age, gender, abilities, and the interest. The first segment is toddlers. The age group is between 1 to 3 years, and preschoolers between the age group of 3 and 5 years, and elementary school children are between the age group of 6 to 11 years. And when we talk about tweens, it's between the age group of 8 and 12 years. And when we talk about children with special needs who may have physical, intellectual, and emotional disabilities. When we talk about toddlers, toddlers are actually known for their curiosity and their desire to explore and learn about their environment. They begin to understand and follow simple instructions and begin to express themselves through words and gestures. And it is a critical period for cognitive, emotional, and social developments, where the parents and the caregivers play a crucial role in fostering healthy development during this stage. When we talk about the preschoolers, I already said, it's between the age group of 3 and 5 years, and they are in a stage of cognitive, emotional, and physical development, which is crucial for the child's later success in school. And they learn through play and hands-on activities, and typically attend preschool programs at the school or the day care centers. And when we talk about elementary school children, and this is typically the first stage of formal education, and students in this age group where they learn a wide range of subjects, including reading, writing, maths, science, social science, and often music, art, physical education as well. And finally, when we talk about the tween segment, tweens are individuals who are between age group 9 to 12 years. And they may also begin to develop deeper, more complex relationships with their peers and family members. Cognitively, tweens are capable of abstract thinking and problem solving, and their brains are developing the ability to process and analyze information more efficiently. Overall, the tween years are time of significant change and growth for the children. And there are different like types of products that are designed for kids, that are toys, clothing and footwear, books and media, school supplies and safety products. And when we talk about toys, it can be action figure, dolls, stuffed animals, or building blocks, puzzles, board games, electronic toys. And in clothing and footwear segment, it can be designed specifically for the kids, that are shirts, pants, dresses, sneakers. And in the books and media segment, it can be books, comics, magazines, movies, video games, specifically targeting to the kids. And when we talk about the school supplies, it can be all stationaries like pen, pencils, notebooks, backpacks, lunch boxes, exclusively meant for the kids segment who are going to schools. And when we talk about the safety products, it is basically talking about the car seats, bike helmets, baby gates, and that are designed to help kids safety. And the type of products that the kids use will be purely based on their age, interest, and abilities. Just to give an example, the toddler may be more interested to play with the simple toys like blocks, and the older kid may be interested in playing the video game. Similarly, the school age children may be interested in stationary goods, and the infants and the young children will need safety products. So yes. When we talk about the literature reviews, there were various reviews which were carried out, and a few of the reviews say that no doubt there is a huge impact of children's on the buying behavior of the parents as well as the children. And it also has a harmful impact on the media's impact is harmful on the children. In order to overcome this, all countries need to harmonize laws and regulations, because if we do not work together, innocent children will be harmed. So a few of the studies tells about this. And when we in few other works, it is been said that socially irresponsible practices hampers child's mental as well as physical growth. Moreover, by showcasing the responsible marketing, organizations can actually reap benefits by making a strong, responsible, and trustworthy brand. And a few other works says that emergence of digital marketing made people more cautious than before. Subsequently, most of the studies related to digital marketing ethics. And no matter how we think we know about unethical practices today, we may surely be surprised what we'll face tomorrow. And when we in few other works, it has been enforced on food and beverage industries has viewed children and adolescents as a major market force, where the principal goal of food advertising and marketing aims at children to influence brand awareness, brand preference, and brand loyalty while purchasing the food. And the higher the parents' income is, the more thought they have before purchasing goods or services. Before purchasing the products or services, parents thinks about their children's health, safety, comfort, and educational values of goods and services. And it all depends on the income levels too. So these are few of the outcomes of the reviews which are carried out. And the methodology which was carried out my study is both on the basis of primary and secondary data. And the primary, the data has been collected from 100 respondents in the Ballari city, which is basically in Karnataka. And secondary data is being collected through websites, published reports, etc. And based on the reviews and based on the data collected, these are the findings of my studies. Majority of the respondents are in the age group of 5 to 6 years, and 84% of the respondents like advertisements, with the majority of them preferring toy as advertisements in the kids segment. And most respondents purchase new products for their children's on a monthly basis, which is close to 52%. And quality is the most important factor that influence respondents when making purchasing decisions for their children, and which counts to 56%. And 52% of the people purchase the goods for the kids from the physical stores, and the 24% purchase from the online channels, and find new products for their kids or the children's. And the respondents are willing to pay between 1,000 to 2,500 rupees for the high quality products for their children's, and they are about 40%. And majority of the respondents prefer outdoor sports or activities for their kids, and it is close to 56%. And most of the respondents prefer to shop their child's products both online and in store, and which counts to 48%. And these are few of the suggestions, which is one of my objective also. So focusing on the age group of 5 to 6 years, as they make up a majority of the respondents. So the marketers need to focus majorly on to 5 to 6 years age group of people, creating advertisements that appeal to children, as 84% of the respondents are more interested into the advertisement as a promotional tool. So it's better to target the children through the TV ads, creating more toy advertisements, as they are most liked type of advertisement, promoting monthly deals or subscription for the products, as the most respondents purchase new products for their child monthly. So the subscription concepts will work out, and emphasizing the quality of the products, as it is the main factor influencing the purchasing decision. And also setting up a physical store and online platform, brick and mortar as well as the online portal are very much encouraged, as most respondents use physical stores and the online platforms too for their child's buying activities, offering high quality products at the reasonable price, as most respondents are willing to pay between 1,000 to 2,500 for the high quality products. So if it is a quality based toy, or a customized toy, the buyers may not hesitate to invest more onto the purchases, creating products and activities that appeal to children's love for outdoor sports and activities, as their most enjoyed activity. Those are the most activities which are used or played by the children, and creating a seamless and easy shopping experience for parents, as most respondents prefer to shop for their children products both online and offline. So coming to the conclusion part, so here is the conclusion of my study. The data analysis and interpretations, the survey of 25 respondents provides insights into the preference and the behavior of the parents and the children in the kids market. The majority of the respondents are between the age group of 5 to 6, and 84% of the respondents likes advertisements, and most of them like advertisements of toys, and most respondents purchase new products for their child monthly. And main factors influencing their purchasing behavior is the quality, durability, and the design or the technology based goods. And the physical stores and online platforms to find new products for their child, they're willing to pay the higher amount for the high quality products. And the children are more interested in outdoor sports and activities, and the children are purchasing the goods both from the online and offline platforms. And these findings can inform the development and marketing strategies for businesses targeting the kids market by focusing on the preferences and behavior of their target audience. So this is all about my presentation today. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Associate Professor Diab Harati. I hope I pronounce correctly your surname.
Yeah, ma'am.
And
It's
now the third presentation. If you like, you can continue the other presentations.
No, ma'am. I have just chosen one presentation here. So I'll just stop here.
Okay, okay. I can continue this. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. The third presentation is called Harmonization Process of Turkey's Waste Management with European Union and Econometric Analysis. The presenter is Dr. Nadira Saidova. This is your turn, Ms. Nadira Saidova. Enter, please.
Good evening to everyone. Now I'm trying to make my presentation on the screen. Just a moment, please.
Sure, we are waiting. Your voice is clear, just we can't see your presentation.
Just a moment, please.
You can share on the button in the middle. You can see
whiteboards.
Yes, on the button. In the middle.
Then?
In the middle. Screen share.
The yellow one, actually.
Yellow one, yeah. Maybe green.
Green one. In the middle. At the bottom, in the middle. Green one.
In the middle.
It is written ekranı paylaş. If it is your computer is Turkish. If it is in English, share screen. In the middle, at the bottom.
Maybe you're experiencing a technical problem. Let's move on the next presentation. Maybe you, okay, if you like.
Choice.
Thank you, sir. I have a question.
And then all whiteboards.
En altta, ortada ekran paylaşımı.
Hello, sir. I have a question for the presenter for Palestine.
Sanırım sorusu var hocam. You can ask, yes. You can ask.
Yes, please ask.
Yeah, thank you so much. The presenter from Palestine, you presented good presentation. We in Ethiopia have the same problems of brain drain and very move migration from country to
Sir, sorry for interrupting you. Manal, do you hear? Manal Hamasha?
Miss Manal Hamasha? I suppose she is here. Miss Manal Hamasha, do you hear us? Yeah, she's here. You can ask again, please.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We have the same problem in Ethiopia because a lot of people migrate from the country to outside with the that brain she presented. Most of doctors, engineers, lawyers, and other professionals leave the country.
Ekranın en altında. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Yes.
Can I continue?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, most of professionals move outside to the country to get more payment because in country, for instance, in Ethiopia, the same problem as you presented in Palestine. Most of professionals move to outside to get high payment that will be in Ethiopia. How the government try to solve this problem at country level by designing the correct policy to solve this problem from the grassroots level, because most of the time unemployment of youth is very serious nowadays. What strategies or policies the Palestine country try to solve this problem from grassroots level or country level? And what do you recommend from this research to the country policymakers, for politicians and other NGOs or other UN agencies? Because there are a number of organizations that work in youth empowerment by creating job opportunity for them. In conclusion, simply I would like to say that from your research, I see good finding and a good recommendation, but for the politicians in the Palestine, for instance, Palestine are facing a lot of challenges from other side, for instance, with Israel and other peoples. So what do you recommend for the Palestinian politicians or religion leaders or the residents in the country? Thank you. If you get my question.
Yes, I got your question. Thank you actually for your smart question. I really appreciate it. As I mentioned in my presentation, the solution will not, actually the government can't really solve this problem 100%, but we actually try to control it as much as we can. In the last slide, I propose some solutions like enhancing the political sustainability. It's something really important, and actually this is the main reason why most of young educated people leave Palestine, because nowadays in my town we live in like the worst time ever. So I don't like to talk about this much, but this is the situation. Most of our youth people, well-educated people, prefer to live in a safe environment rather than staying in their homeland. So this is the first thing. The second thing is like supporting their skills and proficiency by giving them extra courses to hide their skills in their main job. And this is actually a shortage in Palestine because most of training courses are not available, and during the restrictions and something like that, it's not allowed for most of graduate people to take extra courses after graduation. So they try to restrict and put their rules. And also the limitation between the limitation between Palestine and other partnership, like people, or let me say Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and many other countries put a lot of hard conditions for Palestinian people or Palestinian graduates to have an opportunity to travel and explore themselves. So all these are problems that we actually face in Palestine. We can't say that the government itself will solve it, but we try as much as we can to solve, or let me say, to reduce these limits. If I answer your question as much as I can, so it's just to make it clear, solving the problem from the government itself will not help, because actually the government itself is not having a control of the, let me say, the institutions here. So it's really complicated, and expressing the idea will actually take a long of time. But just in brief, the individuals should be well educated and well skilled. The government should make a good relation with other partners, and combining all these resources and make them all together will help, just like to push forward a good step in our future, especially in limiting the brain drain to other countries. And let me say, in 2020, Palestine has a very good rank in healthcare. One of our doctors get awarded in 2020 in brain surgery or something like that, and he is now living in London. So why don't we bring him here in Palestine and support the Palestinian people and do his job for his people? But a lot of problems and a lot of issues. But in brief, this is the situation here. Pray for us, and thank you for question again. Thank you.
Thank you. We can pass the next presentation now. I suppose the technical problem is solved. And I announce again the third presentation, harmonization process of Turkey's waste management with the European Union and econometric analysis. The presenter is Nadire Saidova. Now your turn. Nadire Saidova, are you here? Your voice is closed, yeah? Okay.
Hi to everyone. I'm sorry about our technical problems. I am Nadire Saidova. Our presentation is about harmonization process of Turkey's waste management with European Union and econometric analysis. Authors are in our research. We planned our research as introduction, literature review, and then methodology, findings and discussion, and then conclusion and recommendations. In the first part, we will discuss introduction in the world, in the EU, and the Turkey level. First part is the developments in the world. Around the world, since 1970s, countries and international organizations have started to develop practices by preparing active action plans on the environment. Since 1990s, environmental problems and environmental destruction have become two big problems to ignore around the world. Rio Conference in 1992,
İnternetinizde sıkıntı var galiba.
The voice is not clear.
EU
Just
level.
for me. Okay. Thank you.
European Union level, the first step of environmental policy in the living environment and quality of communities was included as the objective of the community's environmental policy. In the Single European Act, which came into force in 1987, it introduced an environmental title that provided the first legal basis for a common environmental policy. The Maastricht Treaty, signed in 1992, deal with the environmental issue in a comprehensive and detailed way and added a new purpose to the environmental field to promote measures at the international level to combat I think we have some problems with my voice. Is everything okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. And added a new purpose to the environmental field to promote measures at the international level and in particular climate change came with the Amsterdam Treaty. Article 3C of the Amsterdam Treaty, signed in 1997, states that environmental protection requirements must be integrated into the definition and implementation of community policies and activities. Subsidiarity principle is important principle and it came with Maastricht Treaty. Current articles in Lisbon Treaty also we have several articles about the environment. The EU now has the mandate to take action in all areas of environmental process, from air and water pollution to waste management and climate change. In Turkey level, environmental policies in Turkey are formed with the framework of EU legislation and international agreements. The State Planning Organization emphasizes the importance of environmental policies for sustainable development in Turkey National Environmental Strategy and Action Plan, which published in 1999. Turkey's situation on waste management is included in the progress reports in detail. Turkey has taken remarkable steps in this context. One of these is the long-term strategy and its 5-year development plan published by the DPT in 2000 and covering the years 2001 and 5. In this document, it is stated that as a result of rapid urbanization, the amount of waste and pollution in coastal and cities have increased. For the first time, Turkey drew attention to the amount of waste with this report. Another important step was the Waste Management Regulation published in the Official Gazette in 2015. In this regulation, it stated that aim is to provide management without harming the environment and human health from the generation of waste to its disposal. In this regulation, it's also aimed to reduce the management of waste in accordance with the waste management hierarchy. The National Waste Management and Action Plan, which in force in the current period, prepared by the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, and covering the years 2016-2023, emphasized the necessity of determining the waste management activities regionally and making investments in the needed facilities. Waste policies. European Union's waste policy aims to contribute to the circular economy by extracting as much high-quality resources from waste as possible. The Waste Framework Directive in the EU's legal framework for the treatment and management of waste in the EU. This directive sets out a preference order for waste management called the waste hierarchy. The steps in this hierarchy can be listed in order of preference as follows: prevention of waste generation, reuse, recycling, recovery of waste materials, and safe disposal of waste. Waste management principles include the prevention principle, the precautionary principle, the polluter pays principle, the proximity and self-sufficiency principles, and the subsidiarity principle. Subsidiarity principle is important principle, and it came with Maastricht Treaty. According to this principle, problems should be solved with the most clause. Subsidiarity principle is to guarantee a degree of independence for a lower authority in relation to a higher body for a local authority in relation to central government. So problems should be solved by lower authority at first. If problem cannot be solved, and then central government takes the responsibility. Therefore, municipalities have important role in EU. Therefore, we decided to evaluate municipalities' roles in waste management on the basis of subsidiarity principle. The next step is the literature review. In environmental studies conducted for Turkey, there are many publications on the emission of greenhouse gases and electricity generation sources. For example, Saatçi and Dumrul, Koçak, Tutulmaz, Erdoğan, Albayrak and Gökçe, Bayramoğlu, Güney, Yurtkıran are some of the names. Publications in the field of waste management are limited. It's possible to classify these publications in several categories. The first of these is the studies in which the practices related to waste management in specific regions are evaluated. For example, Şakacı and Özkaya evaluated Metropolitan Municipality, Tezal Action Facility, Gökpur, evaluated Kahramanmaraş, Alihoğlu also analyzed food waste and waste management, text and others analyzed, Turan analyzed medical public solid household waste. Apart from this, waste management regulations and awareness of waste are some of the articles published on waste management. In the next paragraph, we will talk about our contribution on the literature. The contribution of the other students, first of all, indicators related to the collected waste amounts and waste disposal methods of all municipalities throughout whole Turkey will be analyzed in our research. We clearly see. Another feature of the study that differs from the literature is in the field of method. Numerical studies in the literature have generally been carried out with the survey method. These applications, on the other hand, don't show the change of the analyzed data over time. In this study, time series analysis method will be used, that it will be possible to see how the data changed during the period covered by the research and in which direction the developments took place. Another important difference of the study is that not only the numerical indicators, but also the verbal evaluations in the progress reports are scored, converted into numerical data and included in the analysis. Thus, Turkey's progress or regression in waste management as a whole and its location will be evaluated. In our research, our hypothesis is this study is designed to investigate the relationship between the municipal population that receives waste service and the amount of collected municipal waste and various waste disposal methods. In order to investigate this relationship, besides the relevant data, the legal regulations in the field of policy and the evaluations in the European Union progress reports were also examined within the scope of the hypothesis. In order to make this review, the evaluation regarding waste management in the progress reports were included in the equation as a dummy variable. The main purpose of the research is to examine the relationship between the indicators related to the municipalities providing waste service and the population provided with waste service and various waste disposal methods. It's also one of the aims of the research to see how the increase in the number of municipalities providing waste services affects the recycling methods of waste. It is also aimed to show the development of waste disposal services over time, which can be listed as open burning, pouring into streams and lakes, burial, sending to municipal garbage, and sending to landfill in terms of environmental damage. While correcting the evaluation variable in the progress report, the evaluation expressions that emerge as a result of scanning all the verbal expressions related to the evaluations were categorized, and in the next step, we will talk about our analyze. Findings and discussion. Data covered the years 1994 data analyzed in our research. First, we understanding the structure.
Sorry, Miss Seidova. Sorry, Miss Seidova. Internet was bad and we couldn't hear the hypothesis. Could you repeat these pages, please? Thank you. Could you repeat the hypothesis and the we couldn't hear. Internet.
Yes, of course. Yes. Okay. Of course, I will repeat the hypothesis. The hypothesis of this is designed to investigate the relationship between the service and the amount of collected municipal. How you can see in the screen, our variable amount of municipal waste collected, population of municipalities served by to see how the increase in the number of the recycling methods of waste. Did you hear about our dummy variables evaluations in progress reports, or I can repeat it again?
Go on, please. We heard it. Go on, please.
Yes, go on.
Okay. Okay, now we will talk about findings and discussion. Our analysis covered the annual data between. Firstly, we used unit root tests for understanding the stationary level of KPSS and ADF mean tests for analysis. All series are stationary at first difference, and we use IDF mean test and other tests for understanding structural breaks our series, but our series don't have any structural breaks. How we understand that continuing our analysis, understanding long-run relationship between our series. According to the analysis, all series have long-run relationship. After this analysis, we use causal test. Granger causality test was used, and relationship from independent to dependent variable. So we can say that our hypothesis is verified by using this method. Population of municipalities served by waste services.
Sorry. Could you
amount of
sorry,
menstrual waste
Miss
of the
Miss
rest of menstrual
Saidova.
population.
Miss Saidova, sorry, we
Several
can't.
by waste services.
Dear participant, we experiencing a technical problem, and could you close your screen sharing? Just Saidova is open, and could you please close your screen sharing, and maybe the problem will solve. We can't hear her voices. Yes, please. We are listening you.
My screen share was closed. Yes. Can I continue?
Dear Saidova, could you finish your presentation, please? Thank you. The last pages, I suppose. Okay, I suppose they experiencing technical problem and conclusion session hypothesis, and we can pass the next presentation, I suppose. Dear Saidova. Okay. The next presentation is called Fashion, Psychology and Colors and Their Impact on Purchase of Apparels in India. The presenter is Professor Dinesh and Associate Professor Divya Bharati. I don't know which one is presenter. Are you here? Do you hear me? Dear Professor Divya Bharati or Professor Dinesh, are you here?
Actually, dear moderator, Dinesh has presented.
Yes.
Yes, we all finished the session, actually.
Because the fifth presenter is not here, Mr. Rodriguez, also.
Yes, true.
Do you have any question about waste management? Because this is so popular subject now. Do anyone, any question? If not, we will finish the session, and all we thank you for all the listener and presenters also. We appreciate. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, dear moderator, and also dear presenters. We will have a closing session 5 minutes later. Let's give a brief break.
Okay, bye-bye.
Miss Salihoğlu, can you hear me? Do anybody can
Hello?
do anybody can hear me? Miss
We hear you,
Salihoğlu?
Nadira. We give a break, 5 minutes break. After that, we will start.
Oh, okay. I will ask my
okay.
question later. Could I do that?
Thanks. Hello, all dear participants. I kindly want you to open your cameras. It will be better. Hello, dear Congress participants and distinguished guests. Welcome to the closing session of 6th International CEO Congress. Before closing the Congress, I would like to thank some people who have grown great devotion in bringing the Congress to this stage in your presence. Special thanks to Professor Dr. Vivek Daryanto and Dr. Souvik Dasgupta, and also Associate Prof. Dr. Duygu Hıdıroğlu from Turkey and Professor Dr. Lamia Hamad from Jordan. And also the co-chairs of the Congress, Professor Dr. Ir Aman Virakarta Kusama, Rector of IPMI International Business School from Indonesia, Dr. Emi DiMaggio, Dean and Chief Academic Officer of Acacia University from United States of America, Associate Prof. Dr. Mehmet Naci Efe, Head of International University of Gorazde from Bosnia-Herzegovina, Professor Dr. Farhod Ahrorov, who is Rector of Samarkand branch of Tashkent University of Economics, Uzbekistan, and Professor Dr. Sergei Kolot, who is Rector of Alfred Nobel University from Ukraine, and also Professor Dr. Himmet Karadal from Bolu Abant İzzet Balsal University, Turkey. And also I want to thank two keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Siam El Kafafi from New Zealand, Professor Dr. From Argentina, Carlos Agusti Hernandez from Spain, Dr. Devi Puspanintas Faini, Dean Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Barakarya, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Luis Miguel Cardoso, Polytechnic Institute of Portugal, Dr. Maurey Bond, Vice President at Acacia University, which is our host university for the 6th Congress, United States of America, Dr. Ir Firdaus Baset from Universitas Binawan from Indonesia, and also Assistant Professor Dr. Ir Amelia Naim Indrajaya, and finally Bahrullah Safi, Vice President of International Acacia University, Arizona from United States of America. We will give Best Paper Awards. We will give 3 Best Paper Awards for foreign international presenters and 3 for Turkish presenters. Professor Dr. Lamia Hamad from Jordan will announce the International Best Paper Awards. Professor Lamia Hamad, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karim. I would like to thank you and thank all the members of the organizing committee and all the participants who have been with us for the past the last 3 days. We have enjoyed their presentations and their papers. We have enjoyed their input and what they have contributed to this Congress. As you know, this Congress is held regularly, and we have an amazing committee working day and night to make it work and to make it succeed. Now, in this Congress, there were totally 315 papers, and we had many researchers, educators, community leaders, and we had around 464 of all these participants from 31 countries. And I am pleased to announce and say, all the participating countries. We had participants from Albania, Argentina, Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Belarus, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Canada. We had from Cuba, Ethiopia, Hungary, India, Indonesia, Iran, Ireland, and Kosovo, Kyrgyzstan, New Zealand, Pakistan. We had Palestine, Philippines, Poland, Portugal. We had from Romania and Russia. And we had from Spain, Thailand, and we had participants from the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and Turkey, Ukraine, USA, and Uzbekistan. So we had so many participants, as you see, from different continents, and that was a very a great source of delight for us. We had also 140 institutions. In addition, we had 20 sessions and a keynote. We had many keynote and guest speakers. You know, we had panels going on throughout these 3 days. So I sincerely hope that every one of you enjoyed these 3 days of debates and networking and the contributions, the panels and the participations, you know, and the papers you listened to, the presentations. And it is a source of pride for all of us to come to this closing session for this international Congress, the 6th International Congress. I would like now to announce the best papers throughout these 3 days. The first paper I would like to announce is the paper Digital Banks Financial Ratios Reveal the Impact of Financial Inclusion's Business Model on the Banking Sector in Indonesia by, and I would like to pronounce the names, please forgive me if I mispronounce them, by Ms. Lindawati Octaviani Tan and Professor Dr. Ms. Wiwik Mardawiya Daryanto. So this is the first paper. Congratulations. You did a great job. It was an interesting paper, and it was well done, you know, well prepared, well organized, and it had people enjoyed listening to that presentation. Now, the second paper I would like to announce as well, it is entitled Gender and Power, a Focused Group Discussion by Dr. Ray T.Y. And congratulations for Dr. Ray. And the third paper that receives an award is the influence of price, product quality, accessibility, and health consciousness as a moderating variable on buying intention, evident of small packaging mixed flour, okay, by Lina Noor Ulana, Aman Wirka Kartakusama, Amelia Naim, Andra Jaya. Please forgive me if I have mispronounced your names. Congratulations to every one of you. All of the participants did a great job. We appreciate your contribution to this Congress. You made it, you have enriched it with your participation. And we thought that these 3 contributions made a great addition to the 3-day Congress. So congratulations, all of you. And we do hope that you will also participate in our future Congress. Thank you all, and congratulations to the winners. And thank you, Dr. Karim. I get back to you now. Thank you.
I congratulate the winners also, and we should give Turkish academics also best paper awards. Professor Dr. Himmet Karadal, co-chair of the Congress, and Şevki Özgener, Professor Dr. Şevki Özgener. They are moderators of Turkish side.
Hello, everybody. I would like to speak Turkish. I'm from Turkey, Türkiye. Şimdi Ali Erbaş hocam, selamlar gördüğüm kadarıyla. Öncelikle ben Kerim'in belirttiği gibi en iyi bildiri ödülü 3 bildiriye veriliyor. Onları açıklayayım isterseniz. Ondan sonra sizlerin o bildiri alan, ödül alan arkadaşlarımızın, hocalarımızın görüşlerini, düşüncelerini, önerilerini almak istiyorum. İlk bildiri, ödül alan bildirimiz, Yeşil Entelektüel Sermaye Ölçeğinin Türkçe uyarlanması ve Türk imalat işletmelerinin yeşil entelektüel sermaye olgunluk düzeylerinin belirlenmesi. Profesör Doktor Ali Erbaş hocam, buyurun.
Hocam çok teşekkür ediyorum. Herkese merhabalar. Bu güzel ödül için CEO Kongresi'nin tüm kurullarına şükranlarımı arz ediyorum. CEO Kongresi özellikle birincisinden itibaren ilgiyle takip ettiğimiz bir kongre. Güzel bir kongre oldu. 3 gündür yeni şeyler öğrenmeye devam ettik. Bu imkanı sağlayan başta şahsınız, Kerim Bey olmak üzere tüm katılımcılara ve emeği geçen herkese tekrar teşekkür ediyorum. Herkese sevgi ve saygılarımı sunuyorum. Çok sağ olun.
Konya'ya selamlar hocam. Konya'dasınız.
Buradan da sizlere selamlar.
Evet efendim. Diğer bildiriyi açıklıyorum. Türkiye'nin Avrupa Birliği'ne uyum sürecinde atık yönetimi, ekonometrik inceleme, Esengül Salihoğlu, Nadire Seyidova ve İmren Alakuş. Buradalar mı efendim?
Evet,
Buyurun,
yes, we
Esengül
are
hocam.
here. We are all here. Thank you. Thank you so much for this. We are so grateful for this award. Burada olmaktan dolayı çok mutluyuz. TÜBİTAK projesi kapsamında yaptığımız bir çalışma, güncel bir sunum. Diğer arkadaşlarım da Nadire Seyidova ve İmran Alakuş buradalar. Sizin de konuşmanızı arzu ederim.
Buyurun efendim. Buradalar mı?
Nadire.
Nadire Hanım? Sesi açmadı.
Sanırım yoklar.
Nadire
Thank you.
Seyidova buradalar.
Burada mı?
What do you think about Nadire Hanım? Sesini açarsa.
She has an internet problem, connection problem. We can skip her if she
Merhabalar.
gets better.
Öncelikle
Yes.
çok teşekkür ederiz. Biz Kıbrıs Adası'ndan katıldığımız için nasılsınız? Merhaba.
Evet, duyuyoruz.
İsmi alabiliyor musunuz?
Evet, evet.
Biz öncelikle teknik aksaklıklardan dolayı özür dileriz. Hani biz Kıbrıs Adası'ndan katıldığımız için burada işte altyapıyla alakalı bazı
Kıbrıs'ta mısınız
sorunlarımız
şu an
var.
hocam?
Öncelikle
mı?
evet, evet, KKTC'den katılıyoruz.
Merhaba tekrar.
Evet, İmran hocam burada mısınız? Nadire Hanım biraz bağlantı sıkıntısı var. İmran Hanım buradalar mı? Esengül hocam teşekkür ederiz.
We all thank you for your kind attention. We were so happy to be here. Sorry
so
for
much.
technical problems.
Thank you so much.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Another paper, best paper from Turkey, Türkiye. Katılım bankacılığına dijital dönüşüm. Katılım bankacılığında dijital dönüşüm. Öğretim görevlisi Murat Er ve çok saygıdeğer hocamız Remzi Altınç ile Hülya Er. Önce isterseniz kıymetli hocam, Remzi hocam, bizim çok saygıdeğer büyüğümüz, araştırma yöntemlerinde duayen hocamız. Burada sizi görmek çok güzel. Teşekkürlerimi arz etmek istiyorum. Buyurun saygıdeğer hocam.
Öncelikle ben CEO Kongresi'nin 6.sını gerçekleştirmiş olmanın aslına bakarsanız CEO Kongresi rüştünü ispat etmiş demektir. O açıdan bu bildiri ödülü için ben özellikle burada ben danışman olarak da olsa Murat Bey ve Hülya Hanım'ın katkıları gerçekten çok fazla ve o iki insanla birlikte çalışıyor olmak benim için gerçekten zevk. Birlikte çalışmak, bir şeyler üretmek gerçekten her şeye değiyor. Onu özellikle belirtmek isterim. Bu bir şans diyelim. Kendi adıma ben onu bir şans olarak değerlendiriyorum. Kendilerine daha uzun yıllar başarılar diliyorum. Tabii ki bunun realize edilmesinde başta CEO, daha sonra sizde yine EMİ kongreleri gerçekten yani bilemiyorum, bir ikincisi, bir üçüncüsü var mı bunlardan sonra? Ben hakikaten yani ne derler, bir parçası olmaktan gurur duyuyorum. İyi ki böyle bir girişimde bulunmuşsunuz. Sağ olun, var olun.
Hocam çok teşekkür ederiz. Tabii ben bildirileri anons ettikten sonra söylemek istediğim o ki gerçekten diğer bildiriler de çok kaliteli. Yani bu işte seçim böyle 3 olunca her birisi gittikçe kongrenin kalitesi de hocam belirttiği gibi artıyor. Tabii burada teşekkür etmek istediğim, başlangıçta belirtmek istediğim husus şu. Özellikle Babalar Günü'nü kutluyorum. Bugün Babalar Günü'ne denk gelmiş olması. Happy Father's Day. Ve tabii rahmete kavuşan babaların ruhları şad olsun. May the souls of the fathers who have mercy be blessed. Burada söz vermek istiyorum. Buradalarsa doçent doktor hocamız Erdal Şen hocam. Burada
hocam. Buradayım saygıdeğer hocam, Himmet
Babalar
hocam.
Günü kutlamasında sizin bir konuşma yapmanızı arzu ederim.
Onur duyarım hocam. Çok teşekkür ederim. Remzi hocamın, saygıdeğer Remzi hocamın da belirttiği gibi CEO Kongresi rüştünü ispatladı. Biz CEO'da, EMİ'de kalp kalbe gönül gönüle bilimsel çalışmaları gerek ülkemiz gerekse insanlık için, bilim dünyasına katkıda bulunmak için çalışıyoruz. Bu noktada ben de rahmetli babamı bu noktada anmak isterim. Çünkü hep oku derdi. Çalış derdi. Hiçbir zaman ders çalışırken bile gelip yanıma hadi oğlum oku, çalış oğlum derdi. O yüzden bugün duygusal bir gün tabii. Hayatta olan tüm babalarımıza sağlıklı, huzurlu, mutlu, aileyle sarılarak her saniyenin, her dakikanın kıymetini bilerek sevgi, saygı içerisinde günler diliyorum. Sizin de arz ettiğiniz gibi saygıdeğer hocam, ebediyete intikal etmiş babalarınızın da burada olan akademisyenler, bilim insanlarının babalarına da Allah'tan rahmet diliyorum. Mekanları cennet olsun. Burada olmak güzel, böyle önemli bir günde burada olmak güzel. Elimden geldiğince bütün oturumlara katılmaya çalıştım. Tabii dün bizim Fenerbahçe'nin de Mali Genel Kurulu vardı. Bir Mali Genel Kurul, bir CEO derken dengeyi sağlamaya çalıştım. Sözü çok uzatmadan Kerim hocama, size, emeği geçen herkese çok çok teşekkür etmek isterim. Bunca değerli, bunca verimli, bunca etkili, bunca etkin kongreleri, bilimsel çalışmaları insanlığa kazandırdığınız için, bilim dünyasına kazandırdığınız için ve biz akademisyenleri de buluşturduğunuz için çok teşekkürler. İyi ki varsınız. Çok uzattıysam özür dilerim. Hakkınızı helal edin. Saygılar, sevgiler, selamlar sunarım hocam.
Saygı bizden hocam.
Himmet hocam, izniniz olursa 2 cümlede ben etmek isterim.
Lütfen, zaten aklımdasınız. Buyurun. Hülya Hanım
Teşekkür ederim hocam.
Sizden önce Hülya Hanım'ı alalım. Özür dilerim. Ladies first. Hülya Hanım.
Eyvallah. Herkese merhabalar hocaları. Öncelikle ödüle layık görüldüğü için çok çok teşekkür ederim. Remzi hocamla ve Murat hocamla çalışmak büyük bir şans. Özellikle katılım bankacılığı sektöründe de çok kıymetli bilgiler, literatüre katkı sunduğumuzu söyleyebilirim. Özellikle 6. SEO'nun tam anlamıyla bir uluslararası bir kimliğe kavuşmasında emeğe geçen bütün hocalarıma buradan ayrıca teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Tüm hocalarımızın Babalar Günü'nde kutlamak istiyorum. Ben de buradan Murat hocama sözümü iletmek istiyorum. Buyurun Murat hocam.
Hocam, Kerim hocam hatırlar, ilk SEO'da rahmetli babam hastanedeydi ve ilk SEO'yu başlattığımızda sizin öncülüğünüzde, yine Kerim hocanın öncülüğünde çok duygulanmıştık. Bugün 6.sını gerçekleştiriyoruz ve görüyoruz ki dünyanın birçok ülkesinden çok kıymetli akademisyenler katılmış. Evet, bahsettiğiniz gibi bugün Babalar Günü ve rahmetli babam vefat edeli 2 yıl oldu.
Bugün de bu ödülü almak ayrıca gurur verici. Ben izniniz olursa akademik olarak da bize babalık yapan, yol gösteren Remzi Altunçuk hocamıza ve kıymetli, rahmetli babama ödülü atfetmek istiyorum. Kıymet veren akademisyenlerimize, hocalarımıza da tekraren selamlarımı, saygılarımı iletiyorum. Teşekkür ederim. Çok sağ olun.
Burada Bülent Kara hocamız var. Profesör Doktor Bülent Kara hocam. Size selam etmek istiyorum. Bir görüş, bir baba olarak sizden de. Bülent hocam burada mısınız?
Buradayım Himmet hocam. Merhabalar. Sayın hocam, böyle bir günde, Babalar Günü'nde bir baba olarak ve tüm babaların Babalar Günü'nü kutluyorum. Ama her şeyden önemlisi bu kongrenin gerçekten çok farklı kültürlerden, çok farklı ülkelerden, çok farklı topluluklardan bilim insanlarını bir araya getirerek ortak bir bilinç, ortak bir ideal ortaya koyması ve altıncısını düzenlemesi büyük gurur verici. Onun için başta siz olmak üzere Kerim hocama ve emeğe geçen tüm dostlara selamlar ediyorum, teşekkür ediyorum. Görüşmek üzere 7.sinde diyorum. Hepinize saygılar sunuyorum.
İnşallah hocam. Çok teşekkür ederiz. Tabii bu en önemlisi 140 farklı kurumdan bir katılım var. Yani 140 farklı üniversiteden. Bu fevkalade önemli. Genelde kongreler biliyorsunuz belli kurumlar üzerinden yürüyor. Bir ya da iki üniversite üzerinden. Dolayısıyla 140 farklı kurumdan ve 30'dan fazla ülkeden. Yani bu fevkalade önemli. Tabii gençlere teşekkür ediyorum. Başta Kerim ve çalışma arkadaşları. Bu arada tabii bakıyorum benim doktor öğrencim Yasemin Hanım buradalar. Çok çalışkan bir hanımefendi. İngilizce olarak o da Babalar Günü ve benim konuşmalarımı eğer bir çevirme imkanı olursa, konuşursa memnun olurum. Bir hanımefendi olarak. Buyurun. Sesiniz mi yok? Tamam. Peki. Bağlantı problemi var. Peki ben şimdi bizim çok saygıdeğer hocamız yine Türkiye'den Profesör Doktor Şevki Özgener hocam. Buyurun.
Merhaba, çok kıymetli meslektaşlarım, değerli katılımcılar. Ben de 6 kongredir sizlerle birlikteyim ama bu kongrede biraz böyle işlerimin yoğunluğu nedeniyle çok katılamadım. Fakat kongremizin bütün süreçlerini yakından takip ediyorum. Hepimiz dünyayı takip etmeye çalışıyoruz bilimsel olarak. Şu anda bu kongredeki katılıma baktığımda 464 akademisyenin 31 ülkeden katıldığını gözlemliyorum. Çok kaliteli bildirileriyle bilime büyük bir katkı yaptıklarını, insanlığın refahına önemli bir katkı yaptıklarını gözlemliyorum. Elbette bu bildirilerin sayısının fazla olması çok da önemli değil. Kaliteli olması önemli. Bizim bilim adamları olarak sadece kaliteli yayınları ödüllendirmemiz gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Sanırım Kerim de beni dinliyor. Sayıyı azaltmış durumda. Daha da azaltmasını tavsiye ediyorum. Yani çünkü çok önemli, çok değerli, taklit edilemeyen bir bildirinin, bir metnin ödüllendirilmesinin daha değerli olacağını, insanların bununla daha büyük bir gurur duyacağını düşünüyorum. Öncelikle şunu söylemek isterim yani tabii. Bugün bu kongrede bizleri bir araya getiren din, dil, ırk değil. Bizi bir araya getiren bilimsel işbirliği ve bilimsel bilgi üretimidir. Bunu böyle bilelim. Onun için bu tür kongrelerde politik manevralar yapmak ikinci planda olmalı. İkinci planda olmalı. Maksat bilimsel işbirliğini, bilimsel network'ü geliştirmek, bütün dünyayı bu konuda bilinçlendirmektir. Maksadımız bu olmalıdır. Tabii kongrenin bütün süreçlerinde takip ettiğim bir şey var. Özellikle bundan önceki kongrenin metinlerini tek tek inceledim. Bu bildirilerde benim gözlemlediğim en büyük eksiklik ortak varyans yanlılığı diye bir konu var. Ortak varyans yanlılığı. Yani ortak varyans hataları. Bu anketleri hazırlarken, bu analizleri yaparken bu konuya özel önem vermenizi istiyorum. Bu konuya özel önem vermenizi istiyorum.
Çok teşekkür ederiz
Bundan
hocam.
sonra yapılması gereken en önemli hususlardan bir tanesi de bu kongrede baktım bir sunum yapılmış. Araştırma yöntemleri konusundaki eksiklerin giderilmesi ve böylece genç akademisyenlere yol gösterilmesi birinci adım olmalıdır. Yani bu kongrelerde evet herkes bilgi sunabilir, herkes performansına bir şeyler katmak için bunları yapıyor ama önemli olan nitelikli insanlar yetiştirmektir. Dolayısıyla ben bu tür konuya özel önem veriyorum. Kongreye katılan tüm katılımcılara, tüm keynote speakerlara, tüm başkanlara, tüm ortaklara, tüm paydaşlara, tüm dinleyicilere, bildiri sunanlara, Himmet Karadal ve yine kongrenin koordinatörü Kerim Karadal ve ortaklarına çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Başarılar diliyorum hepimize.
Çok teşekkür ederiz hocam. Professor Dr. Şevki Özgener, thank you so much. I would like to thank Şevki Özgener, the presenters, moderators, keynote and guest speakers, all participants. Thank you very much. Şimdi başka bir konu arz etmek istiyorum. 7. Kongre nerede yapılacak? 7th Congress, 7th CEO Congress. What's your ne diyelim önerisi olan ya da düşünce? Kerim bu konuda var mı?
Actually, Şevki Özgener, who is one of the heads of academic board of CEO Congress, talked about the academic quality of the papers, and he gave some suggestions about academic quality of papers, and also he gave another suggestion. He said that every Congress should include an academic exchange chance, and Mr. Professor Dr. Himmet Karadal is talking about the next CEO Congress. There are some choices. One of them is TRNC, Cyprus, and one of them is Georgia, one of them is England, and one of them is Egypt. These are the some countries who are willing to host the next Congress, next CEO Congress. Are there any suggestions from participants to make Congress host from audience participants?
Öneri var mı? Kanada vardı herhalde.
Any suggestions for the host country?
When is the Congress going to be, the next one?
December.
Okay. When do you need to know? When do you need to know where it will be?
Any suggestion? How, Lamia? Any suggestion? Country suggestion?
Okay.
Because this is international Congress, nearly from every country, we have some academics, so we can connect to any country. Do you suggest any country to make the next Congress?
Maybe we can, have Jordan as well, as a participating country, okay? But we need to discuss further details, okay, to see what we should be doing from our side, from Jordan.
Jordan is a suggestion. we add this
Could I,
also. We will evaluate it.
Could I talk?
Yes, Ifsa. Yes,
Yeah.
Ifsa. Before that, sorry for interrupting you. I will give you word again. I think Vivek Daryanto and Amalia, Professor Dr. Vivek Daryanto, I want to give them word because they are with us from the beginning, from the first Congress to now. We are always together. They are improving our Congress quality day by day. Their university is very powerful in their country, an international university. And after that, I want to give a word Dr. Souvik Dasgupta. He is also from beginning to now. We are together for each Congress. He's the India country coordinator. We are working together. I want to give the word to Vivek Daryanto first.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Karim Karadal. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished honorable professors, presenters, the authors, and academicians of this CEO Congress. First of all, we would like to thanks to the Almighty God that we had just finished the 6th CEO Congress successfully. And on behalf of our rector, IPMI International Business Schools, Professor Aman Wirakartakusuma, we would like to thank you to the steering and organizing committee members and also the participants, especially my beloved students, about 30, more than 30, my students in the accounting subject who participates in this Congress. Once again, Alhamdulillah that this Congress has been carried out successfully, and of course, this is due to the good coordination, collaboration, yeah, as mentioned by Dr. Karim Karadal, that we have been doing this since how many months ago, yeah. Once again, thank you also Dr. Karim Karadal, and also my beloved friends, Dr. Amelia Naim Indrajaya, who always continue to improve the quality of this CEO Congress, and also of course, thank you for the co-hosts in all the countries to make this Congress successfully. I think that that's all. Greeting from Indonesia. In Indonesia, this is almost midnight time. Therefore, I'm sure that the participants from Indonesia feel sleepy and tired, but hopefully they are happy. And also, thank you very much for giving us the Best Paper Awards. See you in the next CEO Congress. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, I read it back.
Souvik, Mr. Souvik, Dr. Souvik.
Souvik.
Yeah, greetings from India. Greetings to all the CEO Congress members, and also namaste from India. This is midnight also, it is 10 p.m. in India, and I would like to congratulate my hearty and convey my heartiest congratulations to the CEO Congress Committee for organizing 6 consecutive Congress. We are there since 2019 might be, or 2020 might be, and I am having a good relation with also with Karim Karadal, my dear brother. So one thing I like to focus here, because since in this Congress, 15 of my colleagues and students have participated and presented their paper. I would give a round of applause and clap for all of them who have presented, not only for my students, but for all the presenters who have presented here. They have a wonderful presentation we have. I would also like to go for some important thing about the publications. So if we can organize about the publications a little bit more, if we can have some publications, selected publications from the Congress to any Scopus Index journal or any index journal, then there will be more participations from in the Congress. So we can have this point in mind for the next Congress. And also, I would like to have a discussion about when we can physically meet in a next Congress. As we have already been in discussion with Kerim about the 10th CEO Congress which will be happening in Turkey. Might be, I'm not saying, but then we can have a physical get together, what we can say in the 10 years of Congress.
You always want this, and next year, I hope next year in Turkey physically. So
next year in Turkey, okay.
Next year.
So let's have our fingers crossed so that we can meet or get together in a physical conversation. So we will. I would like to end my speech here with a round of applause for all the presenters and all the CEO Congress committee, especially to Kerim Karadal for organizing such a grand Congress. So with round of applause. Over to you.
Is there any idea?
Lee Roberts, are you there, Lee Roberts? Yes, Lee Roberts, do you want to say something about the Congress? Your presentation was also great.
No, for myself, I'd just like to say thank you very much for having me present my abstract. It was great to be able to present. It was very early in the morning for myself. So that would have been about 3 in the morning for myself. But it was great being part of this. So thank you very much.
It is still 3 in the morning in Canada.
No, not now. Now is 9 in the morning. It was when my presentation was 3.
Oh, good.
But as I said, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's Dr. Muhammed Ali Tarar. Are you there? Professor Dr. Muhammed Ali Tarar. He was here. He is one of the academic boards. Anyone who wants to talk about Congress?
Maybe everyone, maybe. Yeah,
Sandra Costa, do you want to say something, Sandra? From Portugal.
Okay, congratulations to all. It's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Can I say a couple of things?
Yes, yes.
Okay. First of all, as I said in Turkish, that congratulations for the success of the 6th CEO Congress. And what I see that you have established some sort of an ecosystem for the cross-cultural studies among the academicians from different countries. That is an excellent some sort of a potential there. So here we set up some sort of networks, and what I have seen also, the selection of those the papers in one session is well organized and well taught. For that reason, it was very instructive, very informative, and it was very, very productive. The other thing is here, as the Professor Şevki Özgener has just mentioned, that of course, in order to improve the quality of the Congress and the impact of the Congress, we need to emphasize the methodology aspects and some sort of the analysis issues. But here, generally, when we say methodology, we are not just talking about the, how do you say, technical, statistical issues. We also have to talk about the definition of, the sampling frames and maybe the specification of the research problems and the propositions. And mostly we are, especially what I see, that it is also some sort of a handicap in many of the studies, not in this Congress, but in many of the, the Congresses. Most of the time, those, the discussions and the, the propositions part is mostly the replication of the results. So maybe in further, the incoming, the Congresses and the papers, we have to pay more attention to the outcomes of the, our efforts. And again, it is really nice. And I am sure that, that this is genuinely, truly an international and interdisciplinary conference so far I have attended. And congratulations all the committee who has taken part in the realization of this conference. Thank you very much.
Şimdi burada bizim bu ilk yaptığımız EMI Kongresi'nden yüz yüze bir hocamız var. Doçent Doktor Nebiye Konuk hocam. Kıbrıs'tan, şu an Türkiye'de bildiğim kadarıyla. Nebiye hocam.
Hocam selamlar.
Merhaba.
Ankara'dan merhaba. Dünya Bankası'nın bir çalıştayı vardı. O sebeple Ankara'da bulunuyorum. Kongreye de çok telaşlı bir şekilde katıldım. Ama hakikaten başından sonuna kadar her şeyle dört dörtlük gitti. Benim olduğum oturumda da gerek katılımcıların katkıları, gerek samimiyetleri, zaten başta işte Kerim Hoca'nın organizasyonla ilgili çabası, her şey mükemmeldi. Umarım yedincisinde çok daha güzel şeyler olur, çok daha güzel atılımlar yapılır, farklı modüller eklenir belki kongreye. Kerim Hocam'la konuşacağız onları. Bir de ben tabii biraz eskilere dönmüş oldum. Şevki Hocam'ı gördüm, sizi görmüş oldum, ödül almıştım bir kez, çok mutlu olmuştum. Bu seferkinin özelliği de şu, bu kongrenin özelliği de şu, tıpkı benim daha önceki günlerimde olduğu gibi bir yüksek lisans öğrencisi grubuyla bir bildirimiz oldu. Bizim de bir umarım katkımız olmuştur. Sözlerimi Babalar Günü'nü kutlayarak kapatmak istiyorum. Hepinizin Babalar Günü kutlu olsun. Ahirete göç etmiş olan babalarımızı da saygıyla anıyoruz. Allah rahmet eylesin hepsine. Sizlere de evlatlarınızla mutlu bir ömür diliyorum hocam, sayın hocam.
Çok teşekkürler hocam, kıymetli hocam. Doçent Doktor Mutlu Uygun hocam, benim böyle komşu, mesai arkadaşım, birlikte çalıştık. Buradalar mı? Mutlu hocam.
Duyamadım hocam. Bana bir şey söylediniz mi?
Hocam çok teşekkür ederiz hocam.
Buradayım hocam.
Görüşmek dileğiyle hocam. Saygılar.
Saygı bizden hocam.
Sesim ulaşıyor mu şu an Demet hocam?
Tabii hocam, gayet güzel.
Hocam ben de başta siz, Kerim hocam başta olmak üzere tüm bu kongreyi düzenleyenlere teşekkür ediyorum. Diğer hocalarımın da önerilerini dikkatle takip ediyorum. Birçoğuna iştirak ediyorum ben de. Her geçen gün daha da kaliteli bir noktaya gidiyor ki buradaki bütün hocalarımı saygıyla selamlıyorum. Remzi hocamı görüyorum, Şevki Özgener hocamı görüyorum, diğer bütün hocalarımı. Herkese selamlar gönderiyorum. Tekrar böyle bir güzel bilimsel akademik ortamda bizleri buluşturduğunuz için sizlere teşekkür ediyorum. İyi akşamlar diliyorum herkese. Hürmetler. Ben de Babalar Günü kutluyorum herkesin.
Mutlu hocam, ben oturumunuzu da takip ettim. Hem oturum yönetmenin ötesinde bu metodolojiyle ilgili güzel önerileriniz oldu. Öğretici bir şey. Yani duvarla böyle sadece üniversitede derslerde değil, birbirimize katkı anlamında fevkalade anlamlı bir paylaşım oldu. Ben de izledim. Zaten hep sizin görüşlerinizi alırdım yan komşum olarak.
Teşekkür ederim.
için teşekkür ederiz hocam.
Ben teşekkür ederim hocam. İyi çalışmalar.
Sağ olun hocam.
Ümmet hocam, müsaade ederseniz bir konuda bir şeyler söylemek istiyorum.
Tabii ki kıymetli hocam. İngilizce olursa biraz Türkçeyi uzatmadan hocam.
Tamam, İngilizce kısa söyleyeceğim, Kerim çevirsin.
Tamam hocam.
Hepimiz işte gayet güzel bir ortamda bilimsel katkılarımızı sunuyoruz. Ama bu katkıların ülkelerin bilimsel puanlarına yansıması gerekiyor. Bu kongremizdeki Türkçe bildiri sayısının azaltılması gerektiğini düşünüyorum.
Zaten çok az bildiğim kadarıyla hocam.
Evet.
Saymadım
Az
ama.
olsun ki bu uluslararası endekslerde yer alsın kongre. Yani Scopus'un koşullarını karşılayalım. Çünkü kongre artık bir süreklilik kazandı. Böylece ülkelerin rekabet puanları da artar diye düşünüyorum. Yani bu bildiri sayısını azaltırsak, kaliteyi de arttırırsak bence bu tür indekslerde yer alır diye düşünüyorum.
Hocam ben de farklı düşünüyorum. Türkçe yayınların, kaliteli yayınların artmasından yanayım tabii. Ben de böyle bir daha çok Türkçe yayınların olmasını arzu ediyorum. Tabii sizin görüşünüze çok saygı duyuyorum. Doğrudur hocam.
Saygı duyuyorum tabii ki.
Başka? Kerim açıklama yapsın mı hocam?
Professor Dr. Şevki Özgener suggested that Turkish publications should be reduced in the Congress, but Professor Dr. Himmet Karadal didn't think the same. He is thinking that the Turkish publications should increase. These are the debates from Professor Dr. Himmet Karadal and Şevki Özgener.
Başka görüş bildirmek isteyen Ömer Burak Paksoy buradalar mı?
Merhabalar İmmet Hocam, sesim geliyor mu?
Tabii ki, buyurun efendim.
Hocam çok teşekkür ederim, çok sağ olun. Üçüncüsüydü galiba, EMİ Kongre'nin Lefkoşa'da düzenlenen kongresinde bulunmuştum.
Evet,
tekrar bu fırsatı bizlere sunduğunuz için çok çok teşekkür ederiz. Çok değerli sunumlar gerçekleştirildi, hepsinden çok faydalandık. Tekrar bu fırsatları bize sunduğunuz için teşekkür ederiz. Babalar Gününüzü de kutlarım. Herkese iyi günler dilerim. Çok sağ olun.
Çok sağ olun. Nurcan Kemikkıran buradalar mı acaba? Ahri Alp Erdoğan.
Yes, I am here.
Görüşünüzü alalım hocam. How are you? What about?
Thank you.
What's your idea
About the
about
Congress.
Congress? Yes.
The organization was very good. Thank you, Mr. Kerem. And everything was okay for me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alihan Pasin, burada mısınız?
Maybe Giorgio Girgiu once. Sorry. Buyurun hocam.
Hocam merhabalar. Tekrardan herkese selamlar, saygılar. Benim de ilk bildirimde değerli Erdal hocamla beraber katıldık. İlk bildirimin böyle değerli bir kongrede olması da bana onur ve gurur verdi. Umarım sonrakilerde de tekrar beraber oluruz hocam. Hepinize tekrar babalar günü kutlarım. Saygılar, selamlar iletirim hocam.
Sağ olun. Hülya Ateşoğlu hocam, burada mısınız?
Evet, saygıdeğer hocam. Herkese merhabalar. Kongre ekibine, size, Kerim hocama, katkıda sunan herkese çok teşekkür ediyorum. Kongrede ben de bildirimle katkı sunmaya çalıştım. Ekip organizasyon olarak başlangıcından sonuna kadar çok profesyoneldi. Çok destek oldular. Her anında bizimle birliktelerdi. Emeklerinize sağlık sayın hocam. Hürmetlerimi iletiyorum herkese. Teşekkür ediyorum. Sağ olun.
Hürmet bizden hocam. Buradaki tabii arka planda çok büyük katkıları olan Tuğçe Karadal var. Bir şey söylemek ister mi? Teknik bir altyapı da tabii çok önemliydi. Tuğçe.
Himmet Hocam, ben de Kerim'le birlikte elimden geldiğince naçizane yardımlarımı sunmaya çalıştım. Takip edebildiğim kadar makaleleri takip etmeye çalıştım. Benim alanım mimarlık üzerine olduğu için sosyal bilimler çok da aktif olduğum bir alan değil ama dediğim gibi çok ilgi çeken makaleler de vardı. Umarım sizlerin tabii değerlendirmesi çok daha kıymetli. Akademik alana büyük katkılar sunacağını da inanıyorum.
Çok teşekkür ederiz. Emeğinize sağlık.
Maybe Georgiou,
Yes.
you want to say something?
Yes, thank you. My name is Gheorghe Giurgiu, researcher
Yes.
at the Biomedicine Center Deniplantai de Sante from Bucharest, Romania. And first of all, I want to thank you and on behalf of myself and other participants from Romania and from other countries for the invitation and the honor to participate in this Congress. I want to congratulate the organizing committee for the smooth running of the Congress. We are waiting for the opportunity to participate in the next conference as well. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Mauledi Ahmad, what do you say about Congress or meeting? Mauledi Ahmad, where are you from? Kayboldu. Andrea Permata Weitsal, are you here?
Kerim, I have a question about the publications. When will the participants get their papers being published? And I think there should be a thorough check of plagiarism and other rules and regulations before the publications. So if you can
Yes.
highlight about the publication things.
3 days later, abstract book will be published. 10 days or 15 days later, full textbook will be published. And also we will publish international book, different than international Congress book. It will take time.
Okay. So there should be a thorough revision of plagiarism for all the participants and
Of
whether
course.
they
Of
are
course.
following the rules and formats.
Yes, of course. Actually, some of the participants already sent their Turnitin report, but we will do a whole book.
Deniz Saraç buradalar mı acaba? Fahri Alp Erdoğan.
Evet hocam buradayım.
Görüşünüzü alalım efendim.
Öncelikle çok enteresan, çok fikir verici çalışmalar vardı. Bunlar için öncelikle herkese çok teşekkür ediyorum. Organizatörlere de çok teşekkür ediyorum. En az sizler için de en az benim olduğu kadar keyifli bir kongre olmuştur. Çok teşekkürler.
Biz teşekkür ederiz efendim. Sağ olun katkınız için. Pelin Özkuzey burada mısınız hocam? Daha önce kongrelere de katılan bir hocamız. Pelin hocam.
Thank you very much. It was a great conference. Actually, I really enjoyed it and it very inspiring. Thank you.
Peki hocam. Sağ olunuz. Başka görüş bildirmek isteyen, katkıda bulunmak isteyen, öneride bulunmak isteyen hocamız var mı? Recommendation. Next Congress. What do you think about? Ya her bir Kerim böyle hızlı bir şekilde
Maybe Nadira Seydova wants to say a few words and Imran Alakush because they took Best Paper Awards, but we didn't hear them. Are you there?
Merhabalar, şimdi sesimi
Yes,
şimdi sesimi
yes,
alabiliyor
Nadir.
musunuz?
Yes.
Merhabalar hocam. Herkese çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Biz teknik aksaklıklardan dolayı bugün çok sıkıntı yaşadık ama çok mutluyuz bu ödüle layık görüldüğümüz için. Şimdi birkaç kelime de İmran hocam söylemek isteyecektir. Onunla devam edelim.
I just want to thank you for all
participants and all meetings members, and it was very precious award for us because we worked hard on our paper, and it was very precious to present this paper at your conference. And again, thank you for this meeting, for this organizing meeting. It was very precious. It was very advantageous to all researchers. And again, thank you.
And in addition, I have some messages from Zoom. Some participants have sent these messages. One of them wants to next Congress in Ethiopia, Haramaya University. And another one wants to Congress in India, Yuki Chaudhry. I want to say this.
Profesör Ziya Paçan hocamız buradalar mı?
Hüseyin hocam Irak'tan. Muhammed Hüseyin. Are you there? Muhammed Hüseyin. From Irak. Türkçe de biliyor kendisi. Okay, anyone wants to talk, wants to say something about the Congress or for the future Congress? Welcome.
Hello. Actually, I'd like to give you full thanks for arranging this lovely conference. And so all of the things is going very well. I really congratulate to all of the participants and the team members also. Thank you very much once again. But may I have a question, please? So when the proceeding books will be published, and the next question is that, so do you publish it in the proceeding books only, or you will publish it in the accepted papers in the Web of Science or some databases, please?
İnşallah hocam.
Our Congress book will publish next week. Proceeding book will publish next month, and we will apply for Web of Science for our Congress book also. It will take time to index in the Web of Science, but we will apply. We will see how it will continue, and in addition, we will publish also other books, normal international books, different than Congress books.
Thank you very much for answering my questions. So personally, I submitted both the abstracts and the full text. Should I submit it one more time, or it's not needed?
No need. If you upload it to the system, or if you send an email, no need to upload again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day.
You're welcome. You too.
Dr. Karim, maybe Linda Wati would like to say something as best paper recipients.
Yes. Linda, do you want to say something about your feelings?
Yeah, thank you, Bu Wiwi and Mr. Karim. I'm grateful. Thank you so much. I think for me and all the students of IPMI, this is the first time, and we found that this Congress is very well organized, very insightful, and encourage everyone to really do the research properly and give the benefit to the greater community. I think this is a very great event, and thank you so much. I think that's all.
Thank you.
Vivek, Lena is here. Lena Nur Lana Aman Virakartasuma. Are they here? I know
Maybe.
it's very late in your country. Maybe they
Oh yeah,
fall asleep.
almost. Yeah. Maybe Dr. Amelia is here. She is one of the author as well for the
Yes,
newspaper.
Amelia Naim Indrajaya. Amelia, are you here? No, she's not
Okay.
here.
Yeah, she is already
She's
tired.
also always with us. 3 days, three days long. I think she is tired.
Yeah, Karim, what about you? We want your views also about the Congress.
Sorry, I couldn't
I'm
hear.
saying that what about you? You also present your observations about the Congress.
Yes,
what
someone
you
is
think about
asking for me. It's good. It's improving day by day. I think from the beginning to now, increasing academic quality and increasing the amount also. Increasing amount takes the together quality too, because if you think that we have low rate papers, so we need to accept them. But if we take lots of papers to the Congress, we are looking quality too. I think, hang on, I will look for it.
Orkun Ark hocam burada mısınız?
We refused 41 papers so week. It's good rate. Refused 41 papers. Okay.
Buradayım hocam. Ben de size ve kongre eğitim düzenleyen hocalarıma çok teşekkür ediyorum. Böyle bir kongrede bir bildiriyle Erdal Şen hocamla birlikte bir bildiriyle yer almaktan onur duydum. Aranızda yer almaktan onur duydum. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Tüm hocalarıma sevgi ve saygılarımı sunuyorum Nimet hocam.
Biz teşekkür ederiz kıymetli hocam. Çok sağ olun. Biz onu duyduk hocam. Manola Kojocaru. Where are you from? Manole.
Professor Manolo Çoşacaru from Romanya.
Romanya. Hello to Romanya. Manolo hoca.
Professor Manole, he have a problem with connection.
Okay.
Not available.
Yes. Yuki Çödri zaten. Tamam. Kerim var mı başka konuşmak isteyen ya da görüş bildirmek, öneri next Congress?
Maybe Melinda Malao. Do you hear Melinda? You were a great moderator for some sessions. If there is someone to talk, but you are welcome. If no, we will close the session.
Faruk, maybe you want to say something?
Evet, Faruk Harifsiyah.
Thank you, Bu, for the opportunity. Actually, I would like to say thank you to all Congress participants and also for the Bu Wiwi, of course, for my supervisor. Yeah. So actually, yes.
Where are you from?
I came from IPMI, Indonesia, Jakarta.
Indonesia.
Yes, I'm student of Prof. Wiwi, Prof. Canada. Yes, actually,
Faruk, I want to, Mr.
Yes,
Faruk, I
please.
want to ask you something. I was looking English channel and also sometimes the Turkish channel. You were listening Turkish channel. I think 2 or 3 sessions you listen Turkish
Yeah,
papers.
Sometimes I would like to know, what
I think if we make Congress together 2 or 3 times too, you will learn Turkish.
maybe, yeah. Hopefully, I try to learn Turkish later. Thank you.
Neda Nafari buradalar mı acaba? Nekunit Birhan, Etiyopya'da.
Yes,
Hello.
yes, Professor.
How is Ethiopia?
It is evening.
Evening.
Yeah, this conference was very, very interesting and insightful. I'm very satisfied and I have learned so many lessons. I think it is the first time while I participated. So for the future, I will actively participate in this kind of insightful conference and congress. I'm very happy and I'm so pleased. Thanks so much.
Okay. Median Rosary. What do you think about next Congress?
Professor Sadakar. Professor Sadakar.
Yes, Neda, we hear you.
Hello, dear Congress. Hello, dear Congress. I would like to thank you for your kindness meeting, and I want to introduce my collaborator. He is Dr. Muhammad Hossein. We are very congratulations for your family issue, family congress. Thank you for everything. I continuously connect to your dear country.
Thank you, Neda. Sorry, Muhammed Hossainpur is with you. He knows Turkish. Maybe he wants to say something to us. And sorry for announcing, Muhammed. I said from Iraq, but you were Iran. Am I right?
Evet.
Yes.
Merhaba.
You can say something
Merhaba
Turkish too.
Beklerim.
Merhaba.
Düzenlediğiniz bu güzel çite için teşekkür ederim. Tüm katılımcılara teşekkür ederiz. İnşallah bundan sonraki kongrelerde birlikte oluruz. Elbette İran'daki yakınlaştırma kalitesi filtreme nedeni olduğuna göre, bilgi olduğuna göre filtre varımızdı. Çekici değildi. Sayın Mehmet Karadal'dan da teşekkür ederiz. Bütün Tuğba profesörden de teşekkür ederiz. Aynı ülkelerden iştirak eden iralilerde hükümlerinden teşekkür ederim. Saygılarla, uğurlarla hamımızdan teşekkür ederim. Güle güle kalın. Teşekkür.
Teşekkür ederiz efendim. Başka? Zenda. Where are you from, Zenda?
Yes, I'm from Indonesia.
Indonesia.
Yes.
What do you think about next Congress for this Congress?
Okay, I think the past CA Congress is very good and very schedule and tight, and for the next year maybe for the next December is be better again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Evet. Artık sonuna doğru geliyoruz. Görüş belirtmek isteyen Kerim var mı? Senin önereceğin kapanış, ismi kapanış. Artık kapanışa doğru çok teşekkür ederiz. Zaman kıymetli. Böyle birlikte olmak çok güzel. İnşallah gelecekte de görüşmeyi arzu ederiz. Kapanış için ne yapıyoruz? Kerim, var mı daha öğrenmek istediğimiz ya da sormak istediğimiz?
Actually, we have a tradition in CEO Congress. We are opening all the cameras and waving hands and closing the Congress together with happy. So please open your cameras if you are available. It will be better to take a photo and all of us can share it.
Before photo, may I say
Please.
something? Happy Father's Day for all of you, all of fathers. They are very important for us. God bless all fathers. Thank you.
Şevki Hocam, Remzi Hocam belirtmek istediğiniz
Teşekkürler.
var mı?
Teşekkürler ve gelecek kongrelerde daha güzel, daha başarılı ve daha da mesafe almış kongreleri temenni ediyoruz diyelim.
Son söz Şevki Hocam.
Ben de bütün katılımcılara teşekkür ediyorum. Kapadokya'dan selamlar.
Evet, ben de Kapadokya'dan Aksaray'dan selam ediyorum. Türkiye'nin merkezi. Ali Erbaş Hocam, söylemek istediğiniz bir şey. Hocam da Konya'dadır muhtemelen. Biz Türkiye'den, tabii Kapadokya diyelim, bölge olarak merkezinden. Ali Hocam.
Hocam çok teşekkür ediyorum. Birkaç da İngilizce ifade kullanayım katılımcılar için.
Lütfen hocam.
CEO Congress is a congress that I have followed with interest, especially since the first one. It was a nice congress. We continued to learn new things for 3 days. I would like to thank all the participants and everyone who contributed to this opportunity, especially you and Kerim Karadal. I respect to everyone. Hocam teşekkür ediyoruz her şey için. Sağ olun, var olun. Güzel bir kongreydi yine.
Teşekkür ederiz kıymetli hocam.
Konya'dan selam ediyorum herkese.
Saygılar hocam.
Let's open all cameras and wave hands, please.
See you in future, every time.
See you next Congress. Thank you very much.
See you.
Very much. Yeah.
See you. Thank you.
See you.
Bye bye.
And success. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. See
Bye
you.
bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much.
Ciao.
Bye bye.
Bye.
See you later. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Görüşmek üzere.
Görüşmek üzere hocam.
Hocam hoşça kalın.
Hoşça kal hocam. Hoşça kalın. Hoşça kalın dostlar. Teşekkürler.
Atalar Günü'nü tebrik ederiz sizlere.
Teşekkür ederiz hocam. Türkiye'ye bekleriz. We are waiting.
İnşallah, inşallah, inşallah hocam. Teşekkür.
Türkiye'de misafir ederiz her zaman.
Saygılar, saygılar.
Saygı bizden
Sevgiler.
hocam. Hoşça kalın hocam.
Hoşça kalın.
Very much.
Şevki hocam.
Efendim?
Tuğçe Hanım dedi ki videoyu kapat. Şevki hocam bir şeyler söyleyecek bence dedi.
Yok bir şeyler.
O yüzden kapattım ben de hocam.
Yok yok, güzel şeyler çalabilirsin. Bu Himmet Karadal türkü söylemiyor mu?
Vallahi bilmiyorum ki söyler mi? Hiç söylediğine ben şahit olmadım. Siz şahit oldunuz mu hocam?
Evet, şahit oldum da tabii yani ona dayanmak mesele.